Welcome to the 9th edition of the India Advantage Summit. Given Bangalore and its reputation for traffic, we normally are told that we can start only by 10. But we usually try to defy logic. And we believe that the early movers win in business and in life. So we invite the early movers to come for networking coffee at 8:15 onwards. And thank you all who are here early in the morning to connect and network. I have to appreciate and especially welcome the Canadian Consul General who is here. Let's give a big round of applause. He's Consul General from Canada in Bangalore. But so delighted to see him here up and early, right in the morning to connect. And that shows the commitment. Recently, the Foreign Minister of Canada was meeting Prime Minister, and they renewed their commitment to restart, rebuild, and to scale the partnership on the Indo-Canadian corridor. Of course, we have a lot of other Consul Generals joining us later at the 11 o'clock main panel. Nonetheless, we are tech enthusiasts, and we've kept a very, very interesting track right here in the morning at 9, which will start in a few minutes. This track is called the Advancing the Deep Tech Future, AI, Drones, and Space Tech. We have put together some amazing speakers for the morning panel. I see a lot of people are new to our ecosystem, so just to give you a quick explanation, in our summit, nobody speaks more than 9 minutes. That's how we make sure we are on time. And then we don't have back-to-back panels. So there is a panel and then there is a break. Because we believe that the speakers who are solving problems have to meet and connect with the ecosystem, which is each of you who are attending the event. And it's not necessary that some of you will become buyers or investors, but you could influence buying and investment in your respective fields. And that's why it's important to give time for networking. That's our agenda. We have a fully packed 2 days agenda. We had more than 600 registrations, but we had to restrict the number of people. So we approved only 250. So because we are also careful about who is in the room, and that's important to get business going. So we have a committee that reviews who is attending our event and make sure that the right people are part of the event. The last thing, I have been getting a lot of phone calls and requests to quickly approve attendees. I'm sorry that we can't do that quickly. And somebody was asking, what is the criteria? So here is the simple 3-point criteria. One is you can be in your role as a decision maker or somebody who can take decisions. That is, if we see that you are a decision maker, we will immediately approve your joining our summit. The second, even if you may not be a decision maker, but you can influence. And third, we want you to amplify. And this third point is the most important. What do I mean by amplify? You will hear wonderful startups and speakers here. Believe me, our team checks who of you will repost a story or a startup that you like. Since ours is an invite-only event and we don't charge a ticket, we expect from each of you to repost a good story that you like. That is what you can do back to us since we are hosting the summit. So if you do that this year, then for sure we will accept you next year as well. If we don't see a post with your name, tagging any of the speaker, maybe one that you like, because maybe your post could bring them business, could bring them investment. That's what it is. Today, or in the 9th edition, the first thing that we are doing also interesting is we have a special invite-only VC and CXO roundtable in the evening. And that will be chaired by the head of IFSC. IFSC is India's financial regulator. So the chairperson will be here also in the morning to give a talk and then to help the VCs understand what is the right way to set up AIFs and entities to bring capital into India and to take dividends outside India, and which is the right way to structure it. So he will be here to unpack that for the venture capitalists and a few select CXOs. Now, what do I mean by CXOs in that space? So these are people like Avnish Sabrawal, who is heading corporate venturing for Accenture, and so they as a corporate invest in startups. So people like them. So we have about 80 people. If you're already on the list, it's fine. If not, we will see if we can, we will try to accommodate some of you. But the idea is that the VCs will speak. As of now, we have more than 45 confirmed venture capitalists. So this room in the evening will be worth more than $20 billion. That's the capital that they have to deploy. So that's, because in the end, if we want to create the advantage, we have to solve the question of capital first. And so we decided to solve it on the first day and bring the VCs in the room so that each of those VCs will speak for 1 minute. How much capital they are deploying, what is their timeline, and what is their focus area. So this is what will happen. And on day 2, we have another interesting panel at 11, which is called Capital Meets Capability. So we are trying to bring these different funds who have focus. So there's a mobility focus fund, there's a real estate focus fund, and so on. So with those few words, I went a little long. I wanted the hall to fill up a little more because some people were there, and I am happy with the number of people. Also note that our summit is live streamed, and it's very easy. There is no paywall. If you go to the TIA Summit website, you will find everything live. Of course, with a slight delay, so it's a little behind. So if some of you go out and you miss a speech, you can just go back and you can hear it or hear the part that you have missed. So that's some of the instruction and a few other housekeeping instruction. The catering side is outside. There are some interesting booths here. There's a very interesting sustainable co-working space called Grasshopper, so please visit it during coffee break, take some pictures around that. Philips is doing something very interesting in health. NS Infotech is doing something very interesting in skilling. Noora is doing something for integrated health and preventive health. So can we use AI analytics to see if you might have a heart attack in the future? Of course, this is a scary thing to find out, but nonetheless, if you know, then you can take, so I myself did it, and what I want to say is just one aspect of it. They check the calcification in your blood vessels. So what does that mean? How much calcium is depositing? So you might have seen in the recent days some young people every day going to the gym, suddenly at 45 have a heart attack, fall dead. You might have seen this in the news. Now, everything is perfect for them, which is the diet, which is the exercise, which is lifestyle, and so on. They almost look like model. But what happened was there was calcium depositing along the vessels, and they didn't know it. So Noora is a Japanese-Indian firm. Sai will speak tomorrow, but it's, we've kept the best for last, so that is in the end. But you should use the opportunity to meet Sai over there. And these tests are good to do once in 2 years, so you can see what's happening. So I did mine as well, so, and we found they are a good partner to be at our summit, because the leaders are attending our summit, and we want leaders to have a little longer life so that the world can be a better place, right? And nowadays, if the leaders are not good, what happens to the world? Every morning you have to check what's the news. We don't need that kind of a world. We need a world where there is some stability and there is peace of mind. You can relax in the morning and have your coffee, and you don't have to be stressed, right? So leaders are important, and thank you all for being here. Without much further ado, I would like to invite the president of Hoof University, the chairperson of the Bavarian University Association, all the way from Germany, Professor Jürgen Lehmann. Let's give a big round of applause to Professor Lehmann. He's a big believer in India, and he has been in India almost for 30 years. And we always make sure he's there to open the summit and give the opening words. You might almost, if you listen to him closing your eyes, you might think he's Indian. But since your eyes are open, you'll know that he's a Indian plus German put together in a perfect harmony. Let's give a big round of applause to Professor Lehmann. Over to you.
Thank you, Jose. Namaste. A wonderful good morning to all the early birds today, because the early bird catch something. Nevertheless, I'm really happy to be here and can give you some information about the situation in the world. This summit is a hub of worldwide networking, and I think it also has some replies of what maybe you are looking for, especially what are the challenges in the world. In my world, in my opinion, we have 3 challenges. First of all, and you see it maybe here, the screen as well, it's AI. Why? AI has a lot of chances and risks. And 2 days ago, the Economic Nobel Prize winner said AI could be a problem for downsizing. Yeah, that's a risk, of course, and there are a lot of risks. But I guess there are more chances. And today and tomorrow, you're going to get some more information in the discussion with the other people here, what's going on in this field. Not only in India. India has a lot of good young people who are researching in the field of AI, and I think we're going to find a lot of solutions for the whole world. The next one is climate change. Climate change, of course, is a big, big issue. It's not only a matter of weather or something like that, but it's also a matter of new products, products which help to save our environmental area. And so this discussion, especially tomorrow in the field of new technology in agriculture, etc., is very, very important. And I hope that there are a lot of new ideas in this room and with you and all the other guys who are coming to this summit. And the third one, it's a little bit different. It's population. In India, for example, you have a treasure, a lot of young people with a lot of wonderful ideas. I've never seen such a lot of startups than in India. Unfortunately, not in my country, not in Europe, but here in India, you have such a lot of young people. At my university, we have 1,200 Indian students for a long time, and it's fantastic to see which kind of ideas they have. But, of course, you know that in India, they need jobs. That's one of the reasons why, yeah, they drift a little bit via startups. In Germany, we have a different problem. We have a not excellent ratio between elder people and young people. And that's one of the reasons why we also look for new solutions in my country for the generation like me. Yeah? My generation, within the next few years, few decades, have a problem with fostering and something like that. So maybe we can learn how your society here in India will work, how the societies in the world can contribute anything for the future. So I hope that this day and tomorrow you get a lot of wonderful ideas and you say, this summit was worth to come, and I'm going to come next year again and again and again. And so thanks to Jose and the organization for everything. Dhanyavad.
Thank you, Prof. You know, we have integrated some AI also in this summit. In each of your table, there is some QR codes you will see. And one of them, you know, the bigger tent card, has a QR code which says voice box. So after each track, you can scan it without giving your name, email, anything. Give your feedback by voice. And then we have an AI analytic tool that will tell us, you know, what most of the people liked in that session and where they see the future. So you can just record your natural speech, no filling of form, no ticking checkbox. Because, you know, when we do surveys and have checkbox, we limit the options. Whoever made the questionnaire thought of 5 things and that's it. But in voice, there's total freedom. And AI can then analyze and bring out trends. So we plan to try it out. We have also the head of you know, that company here. He will be speaking tomorrow. So that's another reason to come back tomorrow. And it's a very, very powerful tool, and you will see it you know, we used after the first track. Well, thank you so much, Professor Lehman. It's great to have your support. You know, he was our first advisory board member and gave us full support as we started in the year 2017. We have come 9 editions now, and he continues to be a pillar of support. And for the 10th edition, they are planning to come with a big delegation from their university. The Dean of Research, the Dean of Engineering, the Dean of Startups, all of them will be here. I think almost 20 people will be in Bangalore for the 10th edition. We are looking for a big enough hall because I have confirmation from many countries they are coming with a delegation. So we still don't know where we do the event, but nonetheless, it will happen in Bangalore, that's for sure. I think the location will come up by then. We know a few hotels which have a bigger ballroom getting ready, and if they are, they will be there. All right, without much further ado, we now move to the first panel. You see a very interesting plane there, and you will see the story behind that. It's something really amazing happening out of India. And now the world is looking for that technology. And the person behind that is also in the room, and he will come and speak in a few moments. But before that, I would like to invite our advisory board member, Chandrakant B.N., from the Pyrie Group, to please come on stage. A few words about Chandrakant as well. Chandrakant runs an IT company as well as a training and coaching company, and also a manufacturing company. He does three things together. He's currently the Senior Vice Chairman for the Southern region of the Indo-American Chamber of Commerce. So that's a very interesting and important network. So he will introduce and call all the speakers one by one. Just for some of you who are new, in our summit, each speaker speaks one by one. So you get to know what they do and how they solve problems for the world, which is within 9 minutes. And after 6 of them have spoken, they come together for one round of questions, and which the moderator will ask, and then take a group picture, and then we have the coffee break so that you can meet those who spoke. All right, let's give a big round of applause to Chandrakant to take us with the first track, aerospace, drones, and deep tech. Over to you, Chandra. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jose, for that kind introduction, as always. It's truly wonderful to be back here at the India Advantage Summit. It's the 9th edition of the summit, and it has become an annual festival of sustainability, technology, and innovation that's bringing together entrepreneurs, technologists, and dreamers. It creates conversations that matter, and it has always been innovation with a purpose. That's why you see very relevant topics like smart cities, food security, clean energy, space economy, agri-tech, etc. It has also emerged as one of India's premier sustainability events. Every year, this summit grows in depth, in diversity, and in impact. So congratulations to Jose and team to grow it every year. Now, India is at a cusp of, we are developing really fast, we are growing, at the same time we have challenges. We have also committed to net zero by 2070. Now, how are we going to achieve this growth, or how are we going to achieve this commitment while continuing to grow as a nation? We need to grow as a nation because there's still about 25% of the people below poverty line. So I think conferences like this are really important, because one of the things that India can really do well is, as Professor said, innovation and entrepreneurship. I think we have tremendous ability to innovate, and our entrepreneurs are some of the finest in the world. And I think this conference and this summit brings together some of these entrepreneurs, and over the years I've seen that. For me personally, this is the 5th year I've been involved. I've been involved since 2021, and probably just 1 year when I was traveling, I missed it, but otherwise I've had the opportunity to be part of it and moderate panels, etc. I must say that I've learned something new, or several things, every edition. Starting from the first one, where literally my eyes got open about climate change and its impact, thanks to Jan, who's sitting here. And with that, every year, I've learned something new, and very interesting stuff as well. Last couple of years, I'd moderated a panel on PropTech, Agri-Tech, and Space Tech, and just when I thought I was becoming smart in it, Jose threw me a new challenge this time, and he's asked me to moderate a panel on deep tech future, AI, drones, and space tech. I'm very fond of this subject, aerospace and space and planes, so I'm really looking forward to this session. And we have some really wonderful speakers coming up. This topic sits right at the intersection of innovation, ambition, and India's technological future. When we talk about deep tech, AI, drones in space, we are really talking about how technology is becoming the new infrastructure of progress. AI is redefining intelligence itself from code to cognition and driving predictive modeling, autonomous systems, and climate intelligence. Drones are extending our reach from farms to battlefields, from inspection to imagination, enabling precision agriculture and disaster response. Space tech is expanding the human horizon, not just outward into the orbit, but also inward into data insight and national capability. Satellite imagery and remote sensing are improving crop yield productions, water management, and urban planning. I've shared this story last couple of years, but I think it's still important to share it. You just look at fishermen who used to go all around looking for fish in the sea, and with space technology, they're able to go directly to where the fish are and save tons of fossil fuel by taking the boat directly where the fish are. The last decade was about digital transformation, but this one is about deep transformation, where science, technology, and human intent combine to create a lasting change. The way the India Advantage Summit is growing, I think we won't be surprised if JOS leverages drones and AI to take us to space for the next summit. With that, let's begin our today's session. I'm going to start inviting one panelist at a time to come and speak for 9 minutes. I'm known to be a very annoying moderator, so if you go beyond the 9 minutes, you'll see me up near, and that's a signal for you that your time is up. So try and keep it to 9 minutes or 8 minutes, whatever your time is. And then the other thing I wanted to say that I myself leveraged AI. I know yesterday was a very busy day, and Joe's kindly invited a few of us for a few beers last evening. And when I went back home, normally I would ask my team to help me put together the profiles of all the speakers. But since I didn't have the time, I could spend 15 minutes and ask ChatGPT to help me put together a short profiles of all the speakers. So if something goes wrong, blame it on AI. With that, I'm really pleased to invite our very first speaker. He's a dear friend. I've known him for a long time, and we affectionately call him Mishra ji, Arunakar Mishra. He's the MD and CEO of Janzer Aerospace IT Private Limited. It's the plane you see is his design. He's a visionary leader in aerospace and defense technology, driving indigenous innovation in aircraft systems design and engineering. His work focuses on strengthening India's capabilities in aerospace manufacturing and R&D. So he's put together this plane, and if anybody wants to help fund it and fly it, he will be very happy because it's a beautiful design and a beautiful aircraft. It is also a prototype. So with no further ado, I'll invite Mishra ji to come up and share the stage. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Chandrakant ji. Distinguished participants of, what is this one? Okay, let me see. So, distinguished participants of the India Advantage Summit. Indians and the world today do not fly in commercial aircraft designed and built by India. So we do not have an aircraft. This story has been there for many years. About 11 years back, or almost every year in many meetings, in many gatherings, when aerospace teams come together, they say we do not have a civil aircraft homegrown from India. It has been repeating for many, many years. About 11 years back, we were in a tight, packed hall of NAL auditorium. When this topic came again, we do not have an aircraft. So what shall we do? There have been thinking of a 70-seater aircraft from India for many, many years. So they said we need about 20,000 crores, about $2 billion to have that kind of a project. So there was a silence, no 20,000 crore available. I was sitting somewhere in the audience, then I raised my hand. First 1 crore I will contribute. Let us find another 20,000 people. Let them contribute 1 crores and we will have 20,000 crore. Can we do it? I was earning a lot of money at that time, so I said 1 crore from me. But nothing happened after that. Silence again. Then we were meeting in another similar kind of a meeting, and I said, I have an impossible idea. And some people who were sitting before listening to the idea, they said, let us do it. So I said, we have to make aircraft. So that is how the story of this particular aircraft started. We said, we will make a small aircraft, but how do we do it? We don't have money. We don't need 20,000 crores, but we need 4,000 crores for this kind of. So something like $400 million we need for this project outlay. How do we do it? In a small organization, Genser is a very small organization, which is engineering services organization. We have done some work for Airbus, we have done some work for many companies in Liebherr Aerospace in Germany, for example. But we didn't have so much of money. So we said, and also the team, the expensive technology people knowledgeable people who know about aircraft design, how do we get them? So first thing we did about 10 years back was to create an organization. That organization is not Genser. That organization is called AeroFi, Aerospace Foundation of India. We created a not-for-profit organization, and then we drew all the knowledgeable people through that who will be guides to this kind of a program. So we created a small ecosystem to move forward, and we said, let us do what we can do. So in 10 years, with 3 years pandemic, we have come to this stage, and you see this aircraft. This aircraft has been fully designed, and the preliminary design is over, and everything has been inboarded into this. So all the systems, all the suppliers, all this ecosystem, all over the world, the engine comes from somewhere, the fuel system comes from somewhere else. So we have been able to put together this particular aircraft. It is ready to go into prototype testing certification. What you see there is 1:10 model. What we also have a full-scale mock-up, which is lying in Salem. We can visit there and have a look at full size and have a feel. Now coming to, I have a short presentation to give you a general idea of what is this. And you have this to change? Okay, let me. So this is the aircraft, which is 2+7-seat business jet. It is twin turbofan, and it has got some current technology like power by wire, partial fly by wire, and it can go long range, 2250 nautical mile. That means about 4,000 kilometers, 800 kilometers per hour at 41,000 feet. So it flies above the weather. It is the only business jet development program of its kind in Asia. Even Japan does not do, Korea is not doing this kind of thing. China is not doing this kind of thing. They are doing bigger aircraft. So this is only one of its kind. This is a general business case. The aircraft will sell at $4 to $5 million. 1,200 aircrafts are required over 15 to 20 years. And there is I will not be reading this. If we have the starting 12 million or so now as a seed fund, then we can start moving forward. And we can certify this aircraft by 2028. The first flight will happen by mid of 2027. We are ready for that. So this is the USP of the aircraft. It has got a signature shape. It can move from West Coast to East Coast to West Coast of USA, or it is a transcontinental aircraft. In any continent, from any point to any point, it can move. 7-seat. And the cost of operation is $0.2 per seat kilometer. This is the kind of market it has got, 1,200 aircrafts. Out of that 600 aircraft we want to sell within India and 600 export. So 390 million is required over 39 months. That's not, okay. So these are some cash flows and all for people who want to discuss further. In the 4th year, the cash inflow will exceed the outflow, and the 6th year it will become self-sustaining as per this calculation. These are the experts who came from Aerospace Foundation of India. And they have their experts in their respective fields who help guide the program. We signed an MOU with HAL, which said that they will support the program wherever selectively in some areas. These are the partners across the world. This is the kind of rough, broad program. So it is planned to be, first flight will happen around June of 2027, and certification will happen by end of, middle of 2028, and it can enter into service in 2028 end. This is the kind of thing which has happened so far, and what you see in the blue are things to be still done. The entire aircraft has been assembled, put together, all systems inboarded, as we say. These are the kinds of tests which have been completed, which are the basic tests required. This was done in Indian Institute of Science, a wind tunnel test. And then this is the whole full mock-up, which is lying in Salem. We have design organization approval from Indian DGCA, which is a long process. It took almost 3 years to get this certificate. This is done by HAL. This is a 7-meter long spar. It was done in HAL Kanpur division. These are trial productions have been done even before we do the prototype. We have already thought of a defense version, which is called Rajas Rakshan. By the way, the name of the aircraft is Rajas. You may know, some of you from outside India, that we have an aircraft called Tejas, which is a fighter aircraft. Then we have something called Tapas, which is a drone, high altitude drone. Then we have got something called Saras. We wanted to add to this fleet, and rhyming similarly, we wanted to call it Rajas. So it is Tejas, Tapas, Saras, Rajas. This is the new addition to the fleet, Indian fleet. So Rajas Rakshan is the defense version. And then we also have a little more advanced version, a stretch version, more comfortable version of the same aircraft. We have also been working with a company called Sirinor. Sirinor is Indian-Norwegian joint venture. They are developing electric propulsion. So it is electric propulsion, it is not propeller based. So this will be one of the versions in future. Now what has happened is, when we have started developing, a new kind of opportunities have emerged. One more minute? Okay. So new kind of opportunity has emerged. Many countries, particularly in South, under South cooperation or Global South cooperation, who do not have aircraft, they have also dreamed to have their own aircraft. So they have started approaching us, can you transfer the technology even before we have done our aircraft? So Morocco is one such organization. We signed an agreement with Morocco in Paris Air Show that we will transfer technology from here and create that aircraft in Morocco also. Similarly, the president of Guyana, he says that why don't you come and train our people and do this aircraft here also in Guyana. So there are many countries who do not have their own aircraft today. They want us to join them. So there are many kinds of synergy happening. With this, I am going to close. And I will be here. We can interact how it is happening. So what we need, a next innovation or next kind of a reorganization that should happen. I'm thinking of doing like we did 10 years back, Aerospace Foundation of India. Want to, again, change the organization, GENSER. Either convert it into a consortium, or I want some people, some 5 entrepreneurs, some 5 entrepreneur VPs who can invest a little bit and join and head the team. So next team of dreamers are required to join in with me to take this forward. Thank you very much. more time, I think. Slightly.
That was fascinating. It's a shame that we couldn't hear more about it, but we are under time pressure. So, otherwise, what fascinating story this is of Mishraji and the plane that he's trying to build. The next speaker would be Amit Ray, somebody I met last evening. He's the Director of Operations for DWM. He brings operational excellence and strategic insight into deployment of deep technology solutions across industrial and defense sectors with a focus on AI-enabled systems and manufacturing transformation. DWM investment is at the frontier of deep tech and invests in mission-critical sectors where technology reshapes industries and nations. Over to you, Amit.
Hello. Am I on? Oh, fantastic. Thank you, Chandrakant. A lot of what I wanted to start with has already been said with Chandrakant. But just as a repeat, at the risk of repeating this, so my name is Amit Ray. As you've seen, I'm with DWM, which is an investment firm, and we invest in technology companies and startups. One of our platforms, which is called Dana's Circle, we help international companies in technology come into India. We localize them. We help them with strategic partners. We also help them with customers. And when they have reached a certain degree of business traction, that's when DWM actually funds them and then for growth and scale here in India. All right? And one of the star companies that we are dealing with is Classic, and they are into the quantum computing software space. Now, why quantum? Why now? Right? Now, the thing is, a lot of was being said about AI a little earlier. Now, you can imagine being in a conference like this, in a tech conference like this, in October 2021. You don't have the horizon at that point of time, but it is right at the inflection point. We believe that quantum and quantum advantage is right there as an inflection point as of now. So quantum advantage is likely to hit us sometime in 2026 or early 2027. According to this report, for people who can't read this from far, 2025 to 2030, quantum has already started providing additional values. By 2030, 2035, it's giving something like about $2 trillion of incremental value to the world. Now, they are not the only ones. The proof of the pudding is actually the fact that a lot of the corporates are actually currently building capabilities in quantum as we speak, right? And not only the companies, countries are actually investing and committing on quantum mission. So you have, again, I can see that the numbers are all fudged up there a little because of the resolution, but for example, India is at about $1.7 billion, Germany is somewhere around 5.2, and these are committed funds according to missions across the globe. Now, all this is fine, but where is quantum today? Unfortunately, we find ourselves in the quantum space back in something like the 1965s, where, a lot of the quantum circuitry needs to be, the logical gates need to be done manually, right? And, quantum computing is not rocket science, but some would say that it is possibly, in some respect, tougher. Now, that brings us to some of these problems, which is like, it's difficult to get the right kind of programmers. We spoke about the manual aspect of it, so obviously scalability becomes an issue. There's also the aspect of hardware, right? The thing is, there are different kinds of hardwares attracting different software, different flavors, etc. And this is where Classic comes in, right? They are approachable. They've got a quantum modeling software, which actually is a very high-level, user-friendly software, which allows anyone in terms of whether it be quantum experts, domain experts, or even classical computer software engineers to actually access it. It actually works across hardware, so it becomes hardware agnostic, right? And of course, as far as scalability is concerned, which is really important in this space, as soon as systems upgrade, they don't collapse. Classic is one of the, if not the only few, who actually supports scalability in this space. So effectively, Classic is an enterprise-grade platform which allows companies to move from quantum experiments to creating actual quantum applications. And in the heart of all this is effectively, as I mentioned, the aspect of their quantum modeling software. There is a quantum compiler which synthesizes, recognizes what the circuitry is likely to be, helps people visualize this, because as I said, it might not be a quantum expert, but it could be a domain expert or a classical computer systems personnel looking into it. And of course, there is the aspect of take it anywhere and deliver anywhere in terms of being hardware agnostic, right? So that's the executive piece. Classic is the world's only scalable quantum operating system. And these are the logos, and this is the ecosystem that it actually thrives in. And we've heard of what Classic does, so a little bit of who Classic is, right? A world-class team, 70 patents, Fortune 500 companies in terms of strategic partners, in terms of clients, across 12 countries, eminent investors, some on the board of NVIDIA and Intel, and a story of about $180 million of funding. So that takes us to the space where Classic is actually providing impact in terms of what classical computers can't achieve. Optimization of portfolios to get greater alpha, better prediction of future investment value, options pricing, fraud detection, better architectures, fluid dynamics. Mind you, these are almost, well, these are impossible to do with classical computers. Energy optimization for power grids, discovering organic molecular materials, life sciences, drug discovery, looking into the future of internet. And to give due credit, Classic actually does it with select partners here. And as mentioned earlier, Classic here is here in India and intends to, sorry, did I get that wrong? Oops. Yep, there you are. Classic intends to get into India and actually be part of the Indian Make in India initiative. Thank you so much.
Great speech. Thank you, Amit. I just want to add one word before I hand over back to Chandra. Interestingly, they have cracked something very unique, which is with a simple user interface. So you can talk to this thing, what your problem is, or what you want to solve. And that thing that Classic has made converts your request into quantum code. And you can deploy it across Amazon, whichever quantum provider. So it's provider agnostic, it's language agnostic. You just need to give your problem and it'll solve. So that's what is unique. There are many quantum computing firms, but this is really unique. I met They are, some of them in Israel, I think the CRO and so on, and they are poised to make big impacts. And so it's really interesting to keep your eye out. Like always at TIA Summit, you will spot some future winners. So I hope you will keep your eye out for Classic, and you should have coffee with Amit in between. Back to you, Chandra. Yeah.
Thank you, Jose. Saves me from summarizing. The next up is Dr. Parithi Govindraju, founder and CEO of Okulo Aerospace, a pioneering entrepreneur spearheading next-generation unmanned aerial systems and drone technologies. His work advances autonomy, safety, and innovation in aerospace applications. Okulo Aerospace develops autonomous drone systems and AI-driven aerial solutions for surveillance, mapping, industrial, and defense applications. Over to you, Dr. Parithi.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, it's a pleasant surprise that we could all make it to this event early in the morning, given what is happening in Bangalore traffic. So thank you for having me here, Jose, and thank you for being a wonderful audience as we go forward. At Okulo Aerospace, we are redefining how aerial data acquisition and transmission is happening. You've all learned about aircraft being the first forms of aerial data acquisition, and then we had satellites, and now we are pioneering a new class of aerial vehicles that could redefine how aerial data is being acquired. So we're a aerospace-focused deep tech startups based out of Bangalore, started in 2019, primarily looking at a specific class of long endurance unmanned aerial vehicles and solar electric hybrid propulsion. Using that technology, we can also develop what's called high altitude pseudosatellites. I'll get to that towards the end of my presentation. But this redefines how we can acquire data from the sky. We no longer are thinking about UAVs or drones that fly for a few hours or a few days. We can now have drones that fly for multiple months. You can have persistent aerial coverage of an area of interest depending on the use case over multiple days, multiple months, and possibly years. And that is the technology that we are pioneering. Primarily, my background is in aerospace engineering. I did my master's and PhD in aerospace engineering from Purdue, worked with Raytheon Technologies as senior research scientist for a few years before heading back to India and starting Okulo Aerospace in 2019. We are backed by leading investors, and we have partnered with leading enterprise and defense customers with the first set of products. So across industries, there is an invisible enemy that plagues asset integrity. The invisible enemy is the continuous data gap. In the oil and gas industry, close to about $150 billion worth of crude oil is pilfered every year. If you look at border surveillance, unknown intrusions by non-state actors cause huge economic losses and is a threat to national security. In solar parks, theft of copper wires shut down continuous production of clean tech power. And in ports and large area assets, intruders can lead to a lot of cargo losses as high as $50 billion. The common thread in all this, we don't have continuous monitoring of these assets. Due to the geographical distribution of these assets, it becomes a big challenge. How do you continuously monitor them? And of course, aerial monitoring, given the geographical distribution, aerial monitoring is a possible solution. But however, the challenge with the first generation of drone solution is that they had limited flight time. So they were primarily required for use cases where aerial data acquisition was ad hoc, so mostly mapping and surveying. You come, you have a drone that flies, acquires data at a particular point in time, and then goes away. You don't have continuous monitoring of an area of interest. And to enable that sort of technology involves a lot of engineering and domain knowledge. And that is what we are pioneering through the next generation of unmanned aerial vehicles. These drones currently fly for up to 8 hours continuously, the longest flight times of its class of UAVs in the country. Through these, we are able to target use cases that could not be targeted by traditional drones. And these use cases are also of recurring nature, so surveillance, persistent monitoring of borders, maritime, persistent monitoring of oil and gas pipelines. So the business use cases that we are targeting also enables the scaling up of this technology across different sectors. So our first enterprise UAV is called SUVI. It's a fixed wing UAV, solar electric, flies for up to 8 hours and weighs less than 10 kgs. Through this, we are able to cater to industries such as oil and gas, solar parks, where persistent monitoring of the asset is of vital importance for security and maintenance. And one important thing is, as some of my earlier speakers said, aerospace design and development is a complex process that takes multiple years because of the highly intercoupled nature of different engineering systems having to come into place. We have pioneered a highly computational approach where we have cut down the development time significantly from multiple years to a couple of years. And this stems from a proprietary design methodology where we are able to go from accelerate the design process by about 4 times. What would traditionally take 3 to 5 years is now cut down to about 1.5 years. And the biggest challenge here is because of the high number of choices that you will have to decide as a designer, we are using a lot of computationally driven and AI-driven methodologies to bring down this. So for example, in our first design, we went through close to 750 billion design choices before we arrived at the optimal design. Through this, we are able to provide unmatched endurance. So the next best flight times of its class of UAVs in the country is about 2 hours, whereas we are able to deliver close to 8 hours. Just want to highlight a recent case study that we did for one of our customers. This was perimeter monitoring of solar parks. The status quo there is they have man guard security who are on 3 ships, 3 guards who continuously patrol the perimeter every 20 to 30 minutes. So once a particular area is observed, there's a blind spot for the next 15 to 20 minutes, and then another patrol guard comes. And because of this, there were theft incidents of copper wires, which led to downtime, which led to revenue losses, which led to capital losses, which was a huge drain on efficient operations for this company. So we said, hey, let us deploy our solutions. We'll persistently monitor your perimeter. We'll provide real-time coverage, and we'll provide it at a fraction of the cost because our technology enables it to provide this capability with fewer drones as compared to traditional methods. So we started deploying our enterprise UAV SUVI. We are now able to provide real-time intrusion detection. So as a drone flies over the perimeter, it's able to detect any sort of movement and provide it to the security and control room in real time. We're able to reduce the detection time from what was 15 minutes to about 3 minutes. And we're able to reduce the theft incidents from 3 to 5 incidents per month to almost 0. This is real-time footage of the perimeter so even if you have 500,000 acres, now you can get real-time footage of what's happening, something that is 50, 100 kilometers away, every time, every hour of the day, 24/7. We also, not only have we developed the hardware layer, we also developed the software layer so that the key stakeholders are provided the right information at the right time. We are changing the domain of intelligence from reactive intelligence to predictive intelligence. So from this case study, we realized that we could significantly reduce manpower, which is a huge cost for any customer, right? So potential reduction of up to 80%, we're able to reduce the cost that they incurred for security and other losses to almost 50% from what they generally do. So now that is a first product, but our vision goes to a lot more. All of us are familiar with UAVs that fly anywhere from, let's say, ground level all the way to 7 kilometers, right? That's a typical operational altitude that most UAVs fly. We also have our platforms that fly for longer periods. Our low altitude UAV flies for about 8 hours. Then we have a medium altitude UAV, which we are working for the developing for the Indian Army, specifically for border surveillance in Leh-Ladakh regions. And then we have satellites that operate at 200 kilometers. Now there is a white space between 7 kilometers and all the way up to 200 kilometers where satellites operate. This is a stratospheric layer where if you operate any drones, you're above commercial air traffic, you're above any sort of weather effects, and you have the potential to persistently observe. So through our proprietary solar electric design and a couple of patents, we are developing what's called a high altitude pseudo satellite. This is basically a solar electric UAV that flies for multiple months. The current predicted flight times are about 4 months. Basically, it flies using solar power during the day, stores the excess energy in batteries for nighttime flight, and then the process repeats. So now, let's say you want to observe what's happening in Bangalore, the traffic patterns, or you want to see time-based phenomena. Now you can observe that over a longer period of time, rather than having a snapshot every couple of hours or every few days or every few weeks. We're currently in the computational design phase, and we're hoping to develop a demonstrator in about 15 months' time from now. While the other two platforms are already, one of them are deployed, and the second is going to field testing in a couple of days. So as I mentioned before, high altitude pseudo satellites redefine how aerial data is being acquired. It redefines how the kind of data that you can obtain, the frequency of data you can obtain, and the nature and the quality of data you can obtain. For instance, satellites provide a resolution of between 15 to 20 centimeters. You can identify whether it's a truck or a vehicle or a car. Using Earth observation information from pseudo satellites, you can identify the license plate of a vehicle. That's the kind of resolution that you can get compared to satellite data. We are designing this for multi-month flight, currently about 4 months, and I believe that could further be improved as battery technologies evolve. Also, it's designed to be payload agnostic and caters to multiple sectors. So on the defense side, this could be persistent monitoring of our borders and coastal areas. Post-Operation Sindoor, this has become an important technology area, and even in the recent capability roadmap document that the Indian Defense has unveiled, about 100 HAPS systems are required by the tri-services over the next decade. And I'll just wrap it up with the last slide. So it also, because of its persistent coverage, it acts like a telecom tower in the sky, and telecom companies have greater interest in using them for providing internet and other services in remote areas. So I believe through this technology, we're redefining aerial intelligence, and we want to partner with forward-looking industries who want to deploy these systems, and with investors who are looking at the next generation of aerial intelligence. Thank you.
Wow, it's really fascinating stuff. I hate to pull these people off the stage, but yeah, you know, we have very limited time, so we have to keep doing this. And I know, being an entrepreneur myself, these entrepreneurs have worked hard and built these things, and they're so passionate about their products that they would love to share more. I've always wondered why India has always remained sort of behind in the whole aerospace, like not aerospace, airplane manufacturing industry, or in this space of building airplanes. So it's heartening to see more and more people coming up and sort of joining this bandwagon, starting from Mishra ji to now we are going to hear Subhashri, who's going to talk about air mobility. So very quickly, Subhashri Krishnan is the Executive Vice President of the E-Plane Company. It is amongst India's emerging players in urban air mobility, electric aircraft domain, and they're hoping to be the Ubers of the sky. Yeah. So over to you, Subhashri. All the best.
I'm a professor of aerospace engineering at IIT Madras and founder of the E-Plane company. I started E-Plane with the purpose of trying to make aviation electric and disrupt the aviation space. And the best way to do that is to actually target a market where we have shorter distances to cover with electric that will clock revenues before we can actually go out and make larger planes that are electric. Here we are actually building the world's most compact electric vertical takeoff and landing to be able to land in tight spaces and take people from where they are and drop them to where they want to go as quickly as possible. This is to primarily target the problem of urban commute and the congestion that goes along with it. And ahead of that, our go-to-market is actually an air ambulance version, which is a lot more important for us to be able to move patients cutting across city traffic to hospitals. Following that would actually be the airport shuttles, which is the next time critical travel that people do, and ultimately that taxi.
Good morning, everyone. So I'm channeling Professor Satya Chakravarty, who is the founder of the E-Plane company. I have a question for the audience. How many of you who did not stay here made it here this morning in less than 20 minutes? Raise of hands. You didn't stay here, Jan? Okay, so well, somewhere nearby. But other than Jan, none of us made it here in less than 20 minutes, right? It took me 2 hours to get from Whitefield to here. And that's a living problem, as in we're all living the problem, not just in India, but globally as well. India has unfortunately earned the reputation of being some of the top 5 cities in the world, which is the slowest. For example, Bangalore, 10 kilometers. It takes 35 minutes and 20 seconds, according to the TomTom report. And ahead of us is Kolkata, then we have Pune, and then there's Manila, Bangkok, you name it, Barcelona, plenty of cities going through this. And we can't throw more infrastructure at the problem, though the government of Karnataka has actually sanctioned a very large sum to solve the congestion problem. I don't think there can be more roads without potholes. And there can't be more bridges and flyovers to transport the highly populous cities of India. And that's why we exist. We exist to make flying ubiquitous. And in the context of this amazing summit, we are built in India for the world. So some key highlights. We are building eVTOLs with the best trip profile and the most innovative design. Best trip profile means operators of the air taxis will have operating profits because of our design, a very unique design, which is patented, which gives us 3 short trips per a battery charge. eVTOL being an electrical aircraft, we live off of the batteries in the aircraft, and therefore maximum utilization of the battery is very key for us. And that's what we mean by the best trip profile. We've been granted the synergistic lift patent, and it is a unique lift and cruise design which powers our superior and compact aircraft design. And I'll play a video to kind of help you all understand the nuances of this patent and how it is beneficial also from a commercial perspective. We have a very highly experienced team with about 250 years of experience in the aviation and EV space, I'm sorry. We have people like 6 PhDs in the company, about 39 master's degrees from aerospace engineering, battery technology, etc., and have drawn our talent from the likes of Lilium, Airbus, Indian Air Force, Tata, Lockheed Martin. And we are the only company in India to achieve design maturity under $20 million. And this in comparison with some of the eVTOL companies around the world. If you just go Google for Archer, you would see that they have probably raised up to $2 billion. And we are on our way to commercialization along with Archer. So our aircraft is undergoing type certification as we speak. DGC has already accepted our application, and we should be achieving type certification by mid-2027. I'll skip this slide because, you know, we all live this. In fact, last night when I was traveling back from the Clean Mobility Summit, it took me 3 hours, but more importantly, there were 2 ambulances stuck in front of me during that 3-hour time period, right? So our solution to this problem is a very compact aircraft, which we call the E200X. It can fly 2 passengers. It is a manned aircraft because after 500 kgs, according to DGCA, it has to be a piloted one. We will be ready for autonomous flying whenever regulations permit that. But at the moment, it's 1 pilot plus 2 paid passengers with a payload of about 200 kgs. So that also translates to being able to carry cargo of 200 kgs for a range of 110 kilometers. Very compact. The wingspan is just 8 meters. Nose to tail is just 10 meters, which means we can land in the space. And the ideal speed at which we fly is 160 kilometers per hour. Now, this might seem counterintuitive, right? Aircrafts usually fly at very high speeds, and that's part of the secret sauce here. Basically, if you think about like, many of us who live in Bangalore, right? Suppose I want to go from Whitefield to airport to catch a flight, and or somebody wants to travel from the airport to JP Nagar or JP Nagar to Electronic City. These are all very short distance aerially, about 30 kilometers. And if you were to fly at a very high speed, then it's most likely that by the time you reach the cruising altitude and you're moving forward, you're already overshooting your destination. So slow speed is fundamentally important for the urban air mobility space. And that's what we have mastered through the IP that we have. Okay, so now we're introducing 3 car variants, an air ambulance to lift patients, both rural and urban, medical evacuations, and most importantly, organ transport. Then we have an air taxi, which I talked about quite a bit, and the air cargo variant. We are a technology company, and so we're building a very strong IP moat. We have 1 patent awarded in 8 jurisdictions around the world, and we have another 25 to 40 patents that we're filing continuously. Being a startup from India, from IIT Madras, CapEx efficiency is like in our DNA. So while our competition might be selling at, say, $4 million, we are planning to enter the market at half the price. Some data points for being indigenous, we are developing the landing gear in-house, a lot of innovation in battery technology, and we are the first entity in India to put the propellers into type certification. So can I have the video? And I think that's about the time I have. Okay, I think they have trouble playing the video, but I'll share it. Most importantly, because of the compact size, we don't need additional infrastructure to go to market, which means we can leverage existing helipads on top of hospitals. We can land on large fields to airlift patients, and we can also land on rooftops. Like, many of the multi-story buildings today have the regulation to actually land a helicopter. They have to be compliant, and so we can leverage all of that. Yeah, is the video playing? Yeah, so that's the synergistic lift IP explained to you. I think I missed a little bit in the front. So we have 6 vertical rotors, and 4 in the front and 4 in the back, and those vertical rotors are fixed, and they will do only the takeoff, which means you're not utilizing the same set of rotors in forward motion. Those are dedicated to the forward propellers, which are much smaller in size, plus the fixed wing design enables forward flight, right? So the advantage is that we do have the 2 rear vertical propellers spinning at a very slow speed, along with the structure of the fixed wing design, gives you a very high lift to drag ratio. So all of this simply means that the vertical rotors are utilized, which actually use a lot of battery only during takeoff and landing, whereas the forward flight is entirely propelled by the smaller horizontal propellers. So in an electrical aircraft, especially for urban spaces, where we're talking about short trips, right, you'll have to do multiple takeoffs and landing. And that's where the synergistic lift IP provides us a commercial advantage. This is more around all the components that we do indigenously. And our revenue projections, given the MOUs that we have signed with multiple players, is at about $1 billion. And our aircraft certification is in progress. We are here to make your next trip affordable in the sky. We do have a lot of support from the Government of India. So they have published all the regulations that are necessary for this industry to flourish. And that's Professor Satya Chakravarty for you. And I'll just wrap it up with this slide. We at the E-Plane Company look forward to helping you all make your commute much, much better by 27, 28. Thank you.
Wow, that was another fascinating story. I think can't wait to for you to get started so that we can solve Bangalore's problems. The next speaker is, I don't need to look at my notes. It's somebody I've known for a long time, almost 3 decades. He and I were some of the early entrepreneurs in the IT field in Bangalore, and I think the word startup wasn't even being used those days. I'm happy to welcome Madan Padaki, who is the CEO and founder of iBridge, and he's also the president of TiE Bangalore, the Indus Entrepreneurs, and he's done a phenomenal job both in his, as a serial entrepreneur, running several businesses, and running TiE Bangalore. Over to you, Madan.
Hi, good morning, namaskara. Maybe I should start off by asking, how's the Josh? Or given that this is TIA, maybe we should ask, how's the Josh? Morning. It's obviously high, but congrats, Josh, for yet another fantastic edition. I want to take you from the wonderful skies to the grassroots, right? I have been a part of this organization called Head Held High, where we've been thinking about rural youth, driving economic growth at the grassroots. We've been working in it the last 18 years. We've touched over 100,000 youth, where we've taken zero-educated, illiterate village youth, transformed them to be English-speaking, digitally literate knowledge professionals. When Gen AI started making waves a year or so, we started to think that what India needs is not more of Gen AI, but more of Jan AI. And hence we started an initiative called Jan AI. Jan in Sanskrit, as you know, means people. And I believe that, as Gandhiji very famously said, that when we think of development, we have to think of Sarvodaya and Antyodaya. How do we think of everybody? And how do we think of the last man in the line? And can anything and everything we do benefit them? And that is the lens we started to think about when we conceptualized Gen AI, to say that as we hit the ground and start looking at real stories coming in from the grassroots, how can AI make a difference to these lives, right? Can it improve the life of a farmer? Can it improve the life of a lady who's a dairy farmer? Can it improve the lives of a street vendor and a hawker or a sari maker, right? About 6 months ago, we launched this initiative by deploying about 100 youth students from IIIT Dharwad into the villages around North Karnataka, trying to understand a day in the life of these people and figuring out how can AI make a difference. These students started building some quick and dirty AI tools, helping farmers understand the potential of AI, helping women entrepreneurs understand the potential of AI. And what came out as insights was fascinating, right? We actually ran a training program for them where we ended up giving them a certificate at IIIT Dharwad, the first time they were entering an education institution to receive a certificate. And the insights that came from these conversations were fascinating. We have
ನನ್ನ ಹೆಸರು ಶಾಲಿನಿ. ನಾನು
Shalini.
ಚಂದ್ರಪುರದಲ್ಲಿ
I'll skip this in the interest of time. There is a
ವರ್ಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀನಿ.
subtitle that you can read.
ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್ ತಗೊಂಡು ನನ್ನ ಕಲೆಯನ್ನು ಮುಂದುವರಿಸಿದ್ದೇನೆ.
So she is an artist who's honed her craft by using AI. We have a farmer.
ನಾನು ಗುದ್ಲಿಂಗಪ್ಪ ಪಾಟೀಲ್ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಕಲಬುರಗಿ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಯಿಂದ ಧರ್ಮಾಪುರ ತಾಲೂಕು ಧರ್ಮಾಪುರ ಗ್ರಾಮದಿಂದ ಬಂದಿರತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಬ್ಬ ರೈತ ನಾನು. AI ಅಂದರೆ ಆರ್ಟಿಫಿಷಿಯಲಿ ಇಂಟೆಲಿಜೆನ್ಸಿ. ಸೊ ಇದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ನಾವು ಈ ಧಾರವಾಡ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದಿದ್ದರಿಂದ ಇದರಿಂದ ನಮಗೆ ತುಂಬ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಸಿಕ್ತು. ಮತ್ತು ಮೊಬೈಲ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ನಮಗೆ ಒಂದು ಅನುಕೂಲವಾಗತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ಆ್ಯಪನ್ನು ಬಿಡುಗಡೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಚಾಟ್ GPT ಅಂತೇಳಿ. ಸೊ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ರೈತರು ಯಾವುದೇ ಥರದ ಬೆಳೆಗಳನ್ನು ಬೆಳೆದರೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಬರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ರೋಗ ಮತ್ತು ಯಾವ ನಾವು ಔಷಧಿಯನ್ನು ಸಿಂಪಡಿಸಬೇಕು ಮತ್ತು ಯಾವ ಥರದ ನಾವು ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟಿಂದ ಬೆಲೆ ಗೊತ್ತು ನಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ.
So the students helped him to identify a crop disease pattern much before the onset that he could actually check, and he said it's helped me saved time. He would have identified it only a few weeks later, right? So these are use cases where we can actually start putting money into the hands of these people, and I believe that that is what is required. We need economic growth, we need social development, otherwise any technology to me is useless, right? I mean, there are many cases. I'll skip this, I'll share this out later. Again, Ragini, who's learned to post better social media output using ChatGPT or AI so that she can sell her handicrafts better, right? We also partnered with UN Women, and we are now training about 15,000 rural tribal girls across Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, Gujarat, ITI students, and we are helping them to be AI trainers for the community. This is one such event where one of the girls is actually standing in front of a large audience and explaining what is the difference between Gemini and ChatGPT, right, as an example. So my submission to all of us is that if we can really think about using the wonderful technology that we have to make a difference to farmers, how can this technology be a trusted advisor and help them negotiate better prices, time their crops better, identify crop disease much before anybody can. How can it help women entrepreneurs from just being social media consumers to their pathways towards financial independence? And critically, how can we help youth to move from just being aware of technology to technology being, or AI being a trusted career guide as they navigate their journeys? To me, these are the use cases that we are trying to build in Gen AI, where we want to crowd in a variety of solutions and create a last mile into the villages to help penetrate these technologies deep into it. Gandhi Jayanti is just a few weeks, we're just a few weeks from Gandhi Jayanti, and one of the questions we asked is, can AI be the new digital charka, right? Can it really help our villages to be that self-reliant, Atmanirbhar gaons, and the villages that we all dream about? And how can we harness the power of this technology to be this way? So we've crafted this Gen AI mission, 4 layers. A, create awareness and learning for everybody on AI, just like what you saw. Can we use youth and students from the local communities to drive innovation using AI? That can also solve the employability issue that we have for hundreds and thousands of engineering graduates and graduates who are coming out of our colleges. How can we enable local youth as AI entrepreneurs? Well, we all say AI we're seeing job losses coming from there. I see a massive potential in rural where AI can be used as a tool by entrepreneurs to provide services to the villages and design tools. And lastly, I completely believe in the decentralized distributed models. How can we get communities to own their own data? How can we create digital cooperatives where villages can access, own, and monetize their data in ways that we've never thought about before? So we've begun the journey. We have partnered with AVPN, Google.org, Asian Development Bank to start the training programs. We have now taken a target by end of November. We'll have 10,000 citizens across Karnataka trained on AI, the first batches that you saw. We partnered with Adda Education to create a Gen AI school of AI to train using shorts and reels and in ways that youth consume this content. We are now working with various entities across these thematic areas to create use cases, in education, healthcare, financial services, energy, water. How can we use AI to make a difference in these areas? As I said, we partnered with Department of Rural Development and RDPR University, and so with IIIT Dharwad. We have the students going out now. We recently did a very interesting partnership with Office of the Principal Scientific Advisor, Government of India and VTU to deploy 50,000 students starting Jan to go to 5,000 villages in Karnataka and to create 10 use cases per village, right? And that will give us an idea on how technology needs to be harnessed to solve for specific issues on the ground. The idea is also, telecom got democratized through PCOs, internet got democratized through cafes. We think AI will get democratized through internet or AI kendras, where entrepreneurs can start providing these services, so we are on to that. And lastly, we are dreaming of what does it take to create an AI-first village, right? How can you have training, safety, security? How can you have 10 use cases running in the village? And eventually, can there be entrepreneurs who are creating agentic AI models? And as I said, lastly, the manifestation is, can there be digital collectives and cooperatives that can control, own, and monetize their data? So we're working with various partners. Happy to share that we are partnering with MIT Media Labs for the Project Nanda as a distributed agentic AI model to help us think this through, along with many other partners. So I invite all of you to join us on this journey. We have a dream that can we create 10,000 odd AI villages in the next 18, 24 months? Can we use this as a model for the rest of the world to follow, where we can truly shape the power of AI to make a difference and to really power our way to Viksit Bharat? Thank you so much. Have a wonderful day ahead. My colleague Karthik is here. We're happy to engage. And Jose, thank you for all the support. Look forward to working together with all of you. Thank you.
Stay on, Madan. I'm really proud that this panel have stuck to time and we have finished on time. So request all the panelists to come up on stage for a group photograph. Amit, Subhashri, Dr. Pariti, Mishraji.
Thank you so much. A big round of applause to wonderful panelists. They're all here till lunch, so even some beyond that, so you can have enough opportunity to catch them, take their business cards, and so on. We now have a very interesting presentation by two people. One is Harish from Plastic Fisher. You see that interesting standee there. They are a very, very interesting, I would say, startup and then scale up now. They do something very important, stop plastic before it gets to the ocean. And they were at our summit, I think 5 years ago, and have wonderful collaborations after that. So we are also in touch with startups who came before, and we are in touch to help them progress and scale. Today, he's here with a corporate partner, which is called Evolens. Evolens used to be MAN. Have you heard of MAN Trucks? Yes. So the MD of Evolens is here, and they're going to make a joint presentation about what Plastic Fisher and Evolens is doing together for the community, for the environment. So let's give a big round of applause to Harish Shenoy to come on stage, and then he will introduce his collaborator from Evolens, the MD, and then take over. Over to you, Harish.
Yeah, hi, everyone. It's always nice to come back to TIA Summit. You know, we were here about 4 or 5 years back. Carsten, our CEO, was here as well, who was speaking. And we have come back ever since every year. And it's basically like coming home and seeing where we were last year and seeing where we are. So it's almost like a AGM, I must say. So let me begin with a small personal story of mine. The picture that you see on the screen is of my hometown. It's a small coastal town here in Karnataka called Udupi. And this is the place where I grew up. You know, I used to just take my cycle after school, go to the backwaters, go to the river, or maybe the beach, watch the sunset. And river was a very important part of our life. not just mine, but also of the community, because it was, a shared space where people used to live. They used to use the river for catching a fish, making a meal, washing clothes, or using water. It was something to be proud of. It was something that was a shared space, community space that we all had together, a thing of identity. And growing up, I realized that climate change was a thing, plastic pollution was a thing, but it looked like a distant vision in the future that may be true in another 50 years. But what happened was when I moved to Bangalore for my work, this perception totally flipped. I realized that the crisis is here now. This was the river that I came across not too far away from where I was living. It might be a sight that you might see as well, either near your home or on the road somewhere. Rivers filled with waste, with plastics. And this is not a shared community space that I grew up with that you could be proud of, but something to hide, something to conceal, and that's what we do as well. So I realized that I need to start focusing my career towards sustainability and get on a mission to help convert this into a thing of pride. So I joined Plastic Fisher. It was a small German startup when we came here about 5 years back. And the company was on a mission to save oceans by cleaning rivers. So what does rivers have to do with oceans and plastics? About 90% of the plastic that end up in the oceans are originating from the rivers itself. And this, let me take Bangalore as an example, as a case study over here. You might think that Bangalore is about 400 kilometers away from the ocean. It's not directly connected by any major rivers as well. But that's not the case. What happens is that you have small drains that lead into tributaries, that lead into larger rivers, for example, the Vrishapavati leading into Kaveri, and then the plastic end up in the oceans. You might also think that the plastics get stuck somewhere, but that's not the case with plastics. They degrade over time, they convert into microplastics, and this affects human health, marine life, and our climate overall. So the first assignment that I had with Plastic Fisher was something that was fun. I just got my scooter out and I used to go around the city to see the major hotspot for pollution and the waterways that would carry the plastic out of the city. And I say this is fun because I got to see Bangalore for what it actually was without the concrete layer on top. I got to see beautiful hills, I got to see the valleys, I got to see the rivers that sustains the beautiful city of Bangalore today. And we came up with this map of the water network itself and wanted to put things into action. So this was, we came up with the founding principle for the company, an approach called 3L that stands for local technologies and ideas. What that means is that any technology that we develop needs to be local, it needs to be homegrown, and it needs to be it doesn't have to be imported from halfway across the world. So saving us time, carbon, and money. It needs to be low tech as opposed to high tech because maintenance is expensive, and if your systems are not performing all the time, it's of no use. And for countries like India and for developing nations as well, putting your resource, putting your money to good use in a more efficient way is very important as well. So it needs to be low cost. So we had a scalable solution that was local for international problems, and the solution was Trash Boom. It's a simple swimming barrier that floats on top of the water and stops vast majority of the floating plastics from going downstream. And once we deployed the technology, we thought that it's not just enough to have the technology, but India is also missing a major piece of infrastructure, that is handling the waste that is coming over there. So we set up MRFs, material recovery facilities, to handle these environmental plastics and create employment through them. So it was a mission-driven business. And this case was not just in India, but in seven cities other than Bangalore as well, across India and even in Indonesia. So as any company, today we are dependent on data, and in the impact space, if you are not tracking, if you're not generating verifiable reports or traceability, it doesn't matter what impact you do because it doesn't exist. And talking about impact, we have collected over 2,400 tons of plastics from going into the oceans, have worked across 47 rivers, and created 95 employment opportunities for people from the informal sector who needed the most. And next up, we have been thinking about how to take it forward. So we want to concentrate on recycling the plastics that we collect because most of it is non-recyclable. We want to scale and provide technologies to governments and organizations that want to do this in other places as well without us being involved full time, but just doing a knowledge transfer. And of course, doing policy advocacy based on the learnings that we have. And this is where Everlens comes in for the project in Bangalore. As Jose had already said, I would like to call upon Ravish, the managing director for Everlens, who will speak about what this cooperation, this collaboration means for them.
Good morning. I don't have any presentations. Thanks, Jose, and thanks, Harish, for inviting me. Before I speak about our collaboration with Plastic Fisher, this is one of the important, I would say milestone in terms of, giving back to the community. Let me introduce Everlens. We were called as MAN Energy Solutions quite some time back, some months back. We have renamed ourselves to Everlens. And what are we? We are the German company, so headquartered in Augsburg, Germany, and part of Volkswagen Group. Unlike other brands of Volkswagen, we don't have wheels for our products. We do ship engines for the shipping industries, engines for the power industries. We do large compressor trains. We do steam turbines, many more. That's about Everlens. We have 15,000 plus colleagues across 55 countries. Coming back to our collaboration with Plastic Fisher, I'm very, very grateful. Personally, I'm very, very involved in particularly the activities which goes towards the CSR. I would say partnering with Plastic Fisher is not like just any other CSR activity. This is like, kind of creating an environment or creating a, what you call it as awareness. So what we did now is we have one lake rejuvenation project which we are doing in Bangalore, and we have taken another one river rejuvenation project in Vadodara, and this going to go for another 3 years. So our job is to ensure that at least to give back to the society. Okay, from the global initiative, we have a vision of moving big things to zero. What does it mean? So we have taken a ambitious target of reduction of 10% footprint from the carbon footprint from our products. Okay, over a period of next 4 years. By 2030, we have a target of reduction of 10% of carbon footprint. So this is in line with that, more or less aligned with what we are doing with Plastic Fisher. May not be commercially, but towards the society. So that's about our collaboration. Why I'm coming here to say a message that it is not that we only can do this. This is only possible with a collaboration of all of you, most probably a couple of other corporates, I think public and our families. If we do that, we are able to save our future. Our future is our water bodies, our nature. So that's most important. Thank you very much, and please visit next time. I think. Harish, over to you.
I want us to give a particular round of applause, a big round of applause to Everlens as well. Normally, the CSR head would have come, right? What I want to make note is the managing director is here. This shows how serious they are thinking about carbon reduction, about their commitments to become sustainable. So a big round of applause to Team Everlens. And I also have to say one interesting thing. Maybe Harish just missed it. I was checking with him. So Harish and his team, I think also Carsten was here. They met somebody from, I think, Sheba, and they connected to the Amazon group, and they got a $1 million overall project to take care of the mangroves and flamingo sites in Mumbai. So, so that's what happens at TIA Summit. You meet people, and Jan was one of the enablers. Jan is from Germany in our advisory board. Jan, just you stand up a bit so people can see. Oh, that's Jan. He will speak later in the mobility track. So he made the interesting connection, and they were able to do that project, and then they're going from strength to strength. Harish has a few things about some QR code if people can see and have a look. Over to you, Harish.
Yeah. Next year, maybe we speak about the Amazon project, Jose, because we'll complete it by then. So where do we go from here? We want to be working in the 10 most polluted rivers of India and scale globally as well. And if that vision aligns with you, or if you're interested to know more about the work that we do, or even curious to get to know each other, what we would like to do, Ravish and I, both of us, is invite all of you to come to a cleanup that we are organizing on 8th of November here in Bangalore. It's a good time to get your hands dirty, get involved, clean up our cities, and be, as I said at the beginning, be proud of our rivers, because that's very important going ahead. Thank you all.
Thank you. A big round of applause. So I am looking at the watch. We are 5 minutes late, 10:30. We should have ended 10:35. Coffee is open. We will start at 10:55. So please network, connect. We will have some music playing by the side. You know all the speakers, and you should meet and take business cards or connect on LinkedIn for further thing. We will restart again 5 minutes early to catch up the difference at 10:55. Thank you very much. All those who are following us on live stream, thank you so much for joining us. You also can enjoy your coffee, but it's your home coffee, even nicer than what we have at the hotel. So take a break and come back at 10:55. Additionally, I just want to mention there is a special co-working space. They actually bought it here, which is completely sustainable material. You can see the word Row written there. Row is the smallest river in the world. So the co-working space names all their offices after rivers, because river is a source of inspiration, life, and livelihood. So have a look at that very interesting co-working space. A lot of circular materials there as well. Thank you very much. Can we have the music? And we come back at 55. Thank you. even sharpen our minds. There are some wonderful conversations lined up. We are delighted that we are joined by a delegation from the state of North Rhine-Westphalia in Germany. We have Bjorn from the Economic Department. We have Thorsten from the Economic Department. We have Stephanie Beres from NRW. We have Alona, who is heading the skilling initiative for NRW. May I request all those at the back to pick up your coffee and come forward. You know, coffee and insights can come together. As we discussed, in about another 7 to 8 minutes, we will start the next very, very interesting panel discussion. This is a panel with our Energy Secretary, Sri Gaurav Gupta, handled ably by our advisory board member and head of North Rhine-Westphalia in India, Ms. Ambika Banotra, who will basically help us unpack how Karnataka will move towards energy transition and how that journey will happen. So she has agreed very gracefully to have a fireside conversation with our Energy Secretary, Sri Gaurav Gupta. Many of you already know him. He needs no introduction, but formally Ambika will introduce him as the panel starts. So once again, I ask those who have their cup of coffee already move towards the front. You can come and occupy the seats in front. And then those who still have to get their coffee, as soon as they get their coffee, please come over to the front. We will start exactly in another 5 minutes. Thank you very much. You can have the music play and I will get started. IAS officer and secretary for Energy and Water Department. A big round of applause for Sri Gaurav Gupta, who has joined us this morning. And he will be at a wonderful fireside chat along with Ms. Ambika Banotra, our advisory board member and also head of North Rhine-Westphalia India office working out of Bangalore. Thank you so much, all of you who have joined. I'm just doing a quick time check. It's 10:53 now, and we are supposed to start the panel at 11, but we may start a few minutes early. So that's a first for a summit in Bangalore, that we are also a little bit before time. Nonetheless, those who have to still bring their coffee, bring it and come. I can guarantee you coffee with insights is going to be amazing. It's even better than coffee with conversation. But nonetheless, here we will be listening in to a wonderful leader from very own Bengaluru ecosystem, Sri Gaurav Gupta. Many of you know him. He will be formally introduced a little later in conversation with Ms. Ambika Banotra. Now, you know that ours is called the India Advantage Summit, and we have to use AI in some form or shape. So on your table, you see that small QR code. But to make it easy, we will have a QR code here on stage, and you see the logo of VoiceBox. VoiceBox is a very interesting company from the Silicon Valley that's able to capture voices in more than 100 languages and convey your feedback about the first session, which was on deep tech, AI, and drone. So just scan that VoiceBox QR code and speak into your phone how you felt or what you liked about the first session. And then we have an AI engine that will analyze everything you said and what everyone said in the room, about 250 people, and will give us some analytics. So at the end of this panel, after the fireside chat with Sri Gaurav Gupta, we will show those insights for all of you to see. So it's our way to use technology to capture your voice. You know, in the democratic ecosystem, they say every vote matters and every voice matters. We are using technology here to capture every voice. So use the QR code and speak into your phone, in your voice, what you felt about the first panel. And may I request the last few people standing to please come in front with your coffee so that we can have everybody seated. I want everybody quiet and listening because we have the live stream on and we want our online audience to hear everything clearly and precisely, because what Sri Gaurav Gupta will unpack for us is the energy transition plan for Karnataka. And that is talking about the present and the future. And each of you know as ecosystem enablers how important the future is and how important it is to engage and connect and work with those enabling the future. All right, if some of you have finished recording your voice, you can just get into the app. No personal information is needed. You don't even have to give your name. Just record your voice feedback about the first track on AI, drones, and deep tech, and what technology you liked or what will happen. And just leave it there. At the end of the panel discussion, we will show you the analytics of all the 250 people who gave their voice feedback. It's a very intuitive engine, and tomorrow you will hear from the head of VoiceBox in India, who is leading their Asia-Pacific efforts speaking. That's tomorrow. But nonetheless, you get to use the product and understand the product today. All right, I think we are exactly at 10:56. Without much further ado, may I first welcome, with a big round of applause, Ms. Ambika Banotra, who is the head of North Rhine-Westphalia for India, and a great leader and also on our advisory board, whose heart is in sustainability. As a woman leader, she pushes the edges to make sure that we bring the right people to the room. And I have to also say very proudly that we have North Rhine-Westphalia as one of our partner states who also believe in what they say, which means they partner, they connect, and they collaborate. A big round of applause over to Ms. Ambika.
Thank you so much, Jose, and yet again another TI summit which brings the global partners, local enablers, Karnataka ecosystem enablers together in one room. And each year we see the presence much more prominent, much more strategic, and taking our way to sustainability. So yeah, the next panel is very, very important and relevant. And thanks to Jose, you bring aerospace sector, you bring manufacturing sector, you bring sustainability, you bring renewable everything under one roof. So now what we are talking about, energy sector. So every time the world's source of energy changes, the balance of power shifts. And that's not just history, it's happening right now. From coal to clean energy, from dependence to innovation, the energy transition is reshaping global influence. When we speak about global context, the world has pledged at COP28 to triple renewable capacity to 11,000 gigawatts by 2030, and hence clean energy investment must rise from $2.1 trillion today to $5 trillion annually this decade. Already 30 million people are employed in renewables, proof that the green transition is an economic revolution and not just an environmental one. So the energy transition is not only a climate imperative, it's an economic transformation. Coming from the global to German state of North Rhine-Westphalia, and thank you, Jose, for introducing us already. So Germany's economic engine is undergoing a massive green transformation, and renewable already make up to 27% of NRW electricity mix. NRW now leads German states in new onshore wind license. And now from NRW, speaking about India's momentum, India target 500 gigawatt of non-fossil capacity by 2030. Renewable energy already account for over 46% of India's total installed capacity, and Karnataka leads from the front with 23 gigawatt or maybe more of renewable power, making it India's top state for solar and wind adoption. And on some days, sir, maybe I hope that Karnataka will meet over 80% of its demand from renewable under the leadership of our next speaker. So today, as we discuss the energy transition and global partnership, for our next speaker, I want to give a little brief. So Mr. Gaurav Gupta, so I'll not give him credit only for the energy. I have a long relationship with him, starting when I was in the consulate. I wanted to share one anecdote that time he was heading Commerce and Industry Department. We have almost 250 German companies in Karnataka. And that interaction started on one round table where we had the pain points from the German industry. And he had one meeting, and I must tell you, after that meeting, the things were aligned and everything moves forward and contributing to the economy of Karnataka. So that was one thing. Then he took the new role, which was the BBMP mayor. That time also, lots of the things, lots of the new trends and changes came into Karnataka ecosystem. And now, Mr. Gaurav Gupta is a driving force behind Karnataka's clean energy transformation and industrial modernization. His leadership has guided the state forward, a future where economic growth and environmental responsibility go hand in hand, and truly making Karnataka a model for sustainable innovation. So with big round of applause, I would like to welcome Mr. Gaurav Gupta, Additional Chief Secretary, Energy and Water Resources on the stage. I think you need much more energy to welcome him on the stage along with me. So, sir, I think first let me admit, I'm a bit nervous, confused, sitting in front of you and asking you questions, but we expect that knowledge from your expertise, and which should, benefit the audience which is here. So first of all, from my side, from NRW side, from the TR Summit side, a warm welcome to you, and we thank you for giving your time and effort and your experience, sharing your experience with me. So, sir, let me start directly with the first question, And the panel today is Energy Transition in a Connected World, Collaboration, Storage, and Sustainable Future. So let me start with Karnataka only, sir. Karnataka, as I mentioned, has been a front runner in renewable energy capacity, particularly in solar and wind. So how is state now focusing on energy storage, grid modernization, flexibility solution to manage variable generation? And could you also share state's key priorities and strategic vision for driving the energy transition and sustainability under your leadership? Would you like to share your thoughts?
Yes, very good morning all, and very good morning Ambika. It's very nice to be with you and with all the participants here. And I wish the India Investment Advantage Summit great success. I'm told it has been going on for last 2-3 years. Nice of you to ask the question on the energy part of it. Karnataka is a part of India, and India has committed very aggressively to have 500 gigawatt of power, renewable power additionally by 2030. And we are on course with that. There have been regular reviews at the national level as well, which includes, say for example, 500 gigawatt will typically include about 350 gigawatt of solar, and 100 gigawatt of wind and some other sources. Insofar as Karnataka is concerned, Karnataka embarked on all of this even before the international commitments came into place, even before the India commitments to the COP summits, etc., came into place. We had our renewable policies laid out way back, almost 10, 15 years back, and earliest of the windmills would have come almost 20 years back. But what we have done is we have ensured more and more investment through the private sector particularly in the state grid, as well as we are producing a lot of energy for the national grid. So in the state grid, we have close to 24 gigawatt of renewables out of a total of 35 gigawatt. So that means almost 60 to 70% of the energy is from the renewable sources. By that I add hydro in that. So basically the hydro, wind and solar comes to almost 70% of the installed capacity. In terms of energy generation, because as we know the renewable energy is intermittent, so in terms of energy consumption, the consumption wise we are almost 40%. You mentioned the figure of 27% for
it's increased
NRW. So we are ahead. We are ahead of number of other states, and as you said rightly, in some of the days the renewable production is very high, and it goes up to even 80% as well. So in some days when we have low wind, solar remains, low wind and high consumption. In that case, we have to double up on the thermal and other options. But we are working very aggressively to see that we have the grid modernization, because one of the very important part of renewables is you should be able to extricate or extract energy. So that is one of the big limitations, and we have seen it in Australia, we have seen it in Japan and Tokyo recently in a visit, and also in other places. Evacuation of power, and the second thing is storage. The storage is also a big issue, because unless we have storage, we cannot harness energy. Sun storage, for that we require pumped storage, both of which are very aggressively being pursued. We have a resource adequacy plan by which in the next 5 years or so, we will add almost another 17 gigawatt of renewables, and another 17 gigawatt in the forthcoming 5 years till 2035. So parallel to that, we have the other modes also. Thermal also we will require some more. We will also require this. Overall speaking, Karnataka is one of the fastest growing states in the country, and so therefore we want to be absolutely energy secure.
Thank you so much. I think as I thought, since you are sitting at the helm, all the plans are already in action, whether it's wind, solar, or the renewable sector. I think you already have a plan, and we are very blessed to have you in the Karnataka helm, actually. So, sir, next question, as you already mentioned, right, the industry and intermediates. So, Karnataka continues to experience rapid industrial growth and urbanization. So, one side, the industry and the urbanization making energy planning increasingly complex. So how does the government balance these development priorities with its sustainability and clean energy goals? Additionally, how is state addressing the intermittency and reliability challenges as renewable penetration grows? Because one side we see we want, investments, we want the region should grow, and then other side we have, challenges with the energy storage, energy regeneration. So what do you say about that?
Yeah, so as a consumer, as an industry, you should never have to bother about power. That is the one basic premise. And all this balancing part of it, you should leave it to us.
Yeah, sure.
That is the thing. And the utility operators and the generators are supposed to be doing their job, so that's all good. But what we have also permitted is that for the industry and the major consumers to have open access. Open access ensures that you can have a captive power plant, you can have captive wind energy or captive solar energy plant, and that will give you cheaper power. You can just run your energy through the wires. Also, there is a good system of banking which is possible. So if you don't have, say for example, if you have solar energy, you can draw from the grid in the night time also. It's not that you have to put the storage yourself. But increasingly, as more and more of the grid is turning into renewables, we are facing the challenges for that. Now we are about to insist on certain storage for the solar plants particularly, because solar is far more intermittent as compared to wind. So that, I think, is working well. A lot of, like for example, Bangalore International Airport says that we are totally green, and they have taken up number of plants. So likewise, number of major companies are going into open access and all that. Second thing is, we require data centers, and Karnataka will see data centers knowing that it is the IT hub of the country. The data centers, the AI-related infrastructure will require a lot of power. And this power will come from the grid, from the state supported, or else they can go in open access. But for all of that, we require transmission upgradation. So we are working very aggressively on right now our transmission network is based on 400 kilovolt system, and we have now planned to take up 765 kilovolt system, which will enable us far more power evacuation from the generating areas, renewable generating areas of Koppal, Gadag, etc., and bring it to the consumption center around Bangalore. In particular, around Bangalore, because we have seen it from various perspectives around the airport or places like that, since we have a lot of industrial growth and new centers are coming up, Foxconn, for example, came up with a very big center right now. So we need to also ensure water availability.
Yes.
And power availability, and that's a very, very critical part. We need to work, because gestation periods are high, 3 to 4 years to 5 years. So we have worked on a plan. Plans are all done. We are working on how to execute them, and this is very critical if we need to step it up to another level. But we are all geared up for that. You don't have to worry about all of this. There are people working on various fronts, and I'm sure that whether it is reliability or whether it is dependence on power, there should not be any problem at all.
So I think you mean that economic growth investment should come to Karnataka, and the rest assure that you will be making a smooth plan and transition for them.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely.
So that's the message for all the global players here.
Absolutely.
Great. So now maybe I'll head to the last question, which is very important, sir, because you see there are global players around actually from various geographies here. So global collaboration is the key enabler of the energy transition. How open is Karnataka to international partnerships and technology collaboration in the renewable energy sector? While energy storage remains a key challenge, as you already mentioned, what opportunity do you see for Karnataka to emerge as a hub for innovation, manufacturing, global cooperation in this area? And if you could, share some example. And there are certain, the representatives from the ministry, from the consulate. So are you open for the global cooperation and collaboration?
Absolutely. And Karnataka has always been open to global cooperation. We are a state known, and we should always be perceived as a gateway to any new international partnerships in any field whatsoever, whether it is aerospace, I'm sure that people are going to talk about it, or whether it is IT, or whether it's biotech or anything else. So here also, we have seen a lot of manufacturing in this sector. Say, for example, for solar and wind, we have seen Suzlon, Siemens, ZF Wind Power, Flender, Nordex, number of companies that have been working here to manufacture things. It may be blades, it may be the control systems, it may be the different components of the wind systems or solar systems, and inverters, and number of other things. So a lot of research is also going on. I remember Delta Electronics, which is a Taiwanese company, is also working on this field. there are a number of global capability centers that have been set up. And while they are working on IT offshoring kind of things, but also they are working on this kind of renewable digital operations. So I'm told of companies like Vestas, Envision, and GE Vernova, who are managing the predictive analytics, control systems, and AI-based O&M solutions from Karnataka. So this is about the companies that are working on it. And together with that, we have international partnerships like GIZ, Germany. We are working on Indo-German Green Skills Program. We are working with World Bank and KFW on the Green Energy Corridor. We are also working with New South Wales University to establish a clean energy incubation center. We are also working with Indian Institute of Management and Indian Institute of Science so as to develop the skills requirement and the management perspectives. So we are open to partnerships and collaborations worldwide. I'm sure that there are, I don't know whether Denmark is also working with us on various issues. Denmark is said to be the leader in the wind energy space. So there are plentiful of opportunity as we come into energy storage, for example. Energy storage is yet to take up. Just like solar prices have fallen, energy storage prices have to fall. When it falls, in that case, anybody can store power, and that will make it easier for renewable adoption to happen. So that has to happen. And we are also looking to pumped storage collaborations in Europe and other places where these kind of plants exist. And we are in the formative years. We have to establish more and more. So we look forward to more.
So I think, sir, it's a clear kind of directions for the global player. Also, we recently met Center of Excellence also. So there is lots to be bring into the collaboration. As you should also be ready to, to meet the global players or to visit them as well, because that will increase kind of chances or the opportunities to bring India, I would say not only Karnataka, India and the global players together and work together in the energy sector. So I think that is it from our side, and thank you so much for your time. And I hope that, we're speaking in the megawatt, gigawatt, so every megawatt of clean energy brings us closer to a climate safe and energy secure future. With that, thank you so much, sir, for giving us the time and sharing your valuable insight.
Thank you. Look forward to listening from you. Thank you.
Sir. Thank you.
Let's give a big round of applause. May I request you both to stay back for a few minutes. We have a group picture with our advisory board members and the people of the next track. So the advisory board members, you know who you are. I see Marcus, Jan, Professor Lieben, please come on stage. Delegates for the next panel, Stephanie, Bjorn, please come on stage. We take a group picture together. Yes, you come in front of the table, baby. That's really nice. Chandra, please come on stage. You can give this to all one. It's really important that, in front of the tables. We take this group picture because we have some members of the press here. They wanted a quick bite. I just go back to the center. Take it a little back. Yeah, we can come in front. Yes, perfect. Could I call you out, Consul General? Is the Canadian Consul General here? Please come on stage. We take a group picture if you're okay. French, Pierre, can I see you, Pierre? Pierre, are you here? Okay. Anyway, if somebody sees Pierre, please come on stage. Let's stand together for this wonderful group picture. We thank also the members of the press to cover this event. Thank you so much. Come, Pierre. Thank you so much. A big round of applause to these wonderful leaders. We will call them back as we start the next panel. I also want to acknowledge the presence of IFSC Chairman. Please give a big round of applause to Rangarajan sir. He is here all the way from Gift City, and he will be speaking soon after the keynote. You know, if India needs to grow, we need capital, and if capital has to get deployed, it has to come in the right way, at the right time, at the right quantity. And you will hear from him how that is getting unpacked. I want to say a word about Gaurav Gupta, sir. You know, he has been a great leader for us in Karnataka, and he has also taken the IT.com, which used to be called earlier Bangalore Tech Summit now, to its really great height. People from all over the world recognize Bangalore because for many years while he was ITBT secretary, he took it to a great height. So let's give a big round of applause to Gaurav Gupta, sir, for that wonderful contribution. And, you know, it was really amazing. You saw exactly 15 minutes was their discussion, and he gave us the guarantee that you can invest in India and you can take the India advantage, and the power department will give you the power. So a big round of applause for that commitment as well. Thank you, sir, so much. You know, I have to do a spoiler alert. Deepak, our keynote speaker from Dassault, is going to take the stage and tell you how the future will look like. But he also told me something in my ear. He wants to also thank Gaurav Gupta ji for something that he has done. So when he comes, you know, you can start with that and then go to your keynote. Let's give a big round of applause. Deepak from Dassault Systems. They create everything first in the digital world before it comes to the real world, so that it's more sustainable, more efficient, failure-proof, and perfect from the day one. So they are the guys making the digital first, so that the real world will hit the world running. A big round of applause to Dassault and Deepak NG, Chairman and Managing Director. Over to you. Take it away. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Jose. So before I start my presentation, Ambika very nicely introduced Mr. Gaurav Gupta, what he did as an Industry and Commerce Secretary, and of course, followed by BBMP, and then now with energy sector. But I'll go back a little in 2016 and 17, when he was actually responsible for ITBT. So the real transformation, according to me, I know there are people who are much before that they might have seen, but according to me, the real transformation happened during that time. And today, what we call Bangalore Tech Summit, I should say you're the one who transformed. And under one roof, we see a lot of people coming in, and it is growing year after year. And one thing he told me at then, like, you know, see, whatever we do, we still lack in, like, you know, presenting it in the right forum. It's not just for marketing, but it actually strengthens the state and also give visibility to a lot of people who can learn, implement, and come to the state. So don't hesitate to show what you are doing and be proud of what you are doing, is what he told me in 2016, if you remember, sir. And with that, we did a great project with ITBT, with Dassault Systems. So thank you so much for your contribution to Karnataka, and we'll continue to see your contribution like always. So quickly, first of all, thank you, Jose, and thank you, TIA Summit, and the Advantage India Summit is the true spirit in which we are doing. And also, I like this format because it's just 8 to 10 minutes. And before you kind of lose track on what's happening, you're filled with knowledge and the session is over. That's actually the key. So without taking much time, I just want to kind of put across, in a very simple 3 segments I'm going to do. Who we are, and what's the advantage what we have in India, and then what we do and what we can do together. So just to give a quick snapshot, we saw a lot since morning, right from startups and then how the technology being used. Last 2 weeks, we have been kind of going across India and then showcasing what Dassault Systems is doing with AI and how we want to kind of, like, you know, put forward. With this, just see, like, you know, the aerospace companies to shipbuilding companies to automotive companies, they are started leveraging the technology for their sustainable innovation. Now with that, quick snapshot, who we are. It's a global company with 25,000 plus people. And in India, we have close to around 6,000 people spread across 8 locations in India and supporting 25,000 plus customers in India alone. Now in next 6 minutes, I'm going to just touch upon the global transformations, what happening, right? I mean, we talk about social innovation, we talk about future of health, we talk about supply chain transportation, and then of course, the production, the way in which it's happening is changing a lot. Then artificial intelligence, covered everything. So these things are actually something which is in front of us, not only in India, but across the globe. What does it mean? It means like, we have plenty of opportunities in hand to make the sustainable world, sustainable India, and of course the sustainable future through sustainable innovation. Now, when we have all these things, what is in it for India? I mean, a lot happening, right, with the geopolitical situation, people talking about the tariffs, people talking about whether it's going to be an advantage for India or whether it's going to be difficult for India. I will say we all should be happy. It's advantage for India. And I'm going to take just 10 seconds to explain. Many, many years, this is what my chairman and CEO told me. In US, so Hollywood actually ruled, right, with lot of movies which we never imagined, a car which is going on its own, an aircraft flying on its own, and then Silicon Valley started to make it a reality, saying that, okay, I can actually drive a car without a driver, I can fly a plane without a pilot. So whatever the dream was there, it started becoming a reality. And same way, with all the geopolitical situation happening in US, I would say India has not only Hollywood, but it has Bollywood, Tollywood, Collywood, and we see a lot of things happening, right? Right from Rajinikanth to like, Shah Rukh Khan to everyone to India, Bangalore, Shivraj Kumar, whatever they do on the movies, I think India can be the next Silicon Valley with startups who can actually create wonders by inventing something which is more sustainable and also telling world that we are also capable of doing it. I think we should be all proud of it. So for that, obviously, we need to have some ambition, right? You know that India is going to be third largest economy, and we know that the GDP for manufacturing is growing, and we have 1.4 trillion worth infrastructure projects. That means it's an opportunity to attract more industries, to also work towards how we can actually build best of the best facilities. So what is the dividends we have? Of course, the talent. Nobody can beat talent. Today in the world, if you say that there are technology being invented, you will accept and you will agree with me that every single R&D center in the world, there are at least few Indians who are sitting and then doing the research and development. And those people are from India and they can actually really do wonders. That's one of the greatest dividend. Technology, demographic, MSME startups, and government policies. Put together, everything will actually help in these 4 areas. Economic growth, yes, we have a 10 trillion. And domestic need itself is more. Everybody wants to have a car. Everybody wants to own a car. That means there are huge potential opportunities in India. Then manufacturing, make cities, make smart cities, bring technology. And then from the technology leap, the virtual twin, what I'm going to play a small video at the end, which says that to do anything in AI, to do anything what you are actually planning, you need to have a virtual twin of your end product or a city or a patient to simulate and see. That itself is a 12 billion market in India alone. I'm not talking globally. And what it will lead? It will lead to the sustainability. So sustainability is where at every stage how the sustainable innovation is going to happen is what we need to look at. And if I have to say, these are the simple things: manufacturing, infrastructure, and life sciences. The future of the workforce is going to play a major role to create a sustainable economy. And I'm not going to read all this because I have to keep last 1 minute for the video, and it already says that you are left with only 2.5 minutes. So these are something which is very, very crucial, like engineering talent, data AI skills, agile, resilient customer base, and of course industry skills, and collaboration with government and startups. We are seeing a great collaboration happening with government and startups. The proof point is what Mr. Gaurav Gupta has just said. So with all that, I am confident, and I hope you are also confident, that we can together build a sustainable, not only products, sustainable city, and sustainable future for everyone. With this, I just want to showcase what we do for all that. Exactly 1 minute 51 seconds remaining. 1 minute 41 seconds is my video. It will actually help you to understand what we do.
This is the state of our planet. Excessive decarbonize emissions and redesign our buildings and bridges to be both resilient and recyclable. This is not a dream. It is a reality. Dassault Systèmes 3D Experience platform is already enabling the world's most disruptive sustainable innovations, from electric vehicles to global wind power to the first solar-powered airplane. This is the decade to deliver. The time to act is now.
Wow. 8 seconds remaining. So whatever we do from plane to a shampoo bottle, make it virtually first so that you leave less carbon footprint by making less prototype to simulate exactly what do you want. So thank you very much TIA and Jose for giving me this opportunity. Wonderful being here. Lot of learning for me as well. Thanks a lot. On time.
Thank you so much. Perfectly on time. You see, that's the advantage of having someone who does everything in the digital world first and makes it perfect and precise the first time. You know, the world is fast-paced. There is very less time to make mistakes. If you make mistakes, you might lose your market, and therefore Dassault Systèmes become a very good partner. It was really interesting. If you see, we had a very interesting order, right? We had first Sri Gaurav Gupta saying, I will power your ambition with energy. And then we had Deepak saying, take your vision even higher. Dream the impossible and do it. But now the question is, where is the money, right? So we will come to the real hard question of how can we raise capital for that idea that can take India to the next decade of growth, which means we are in 2025 now. When we reach 2035, can India be to the world a reliable partner, a reliable supplier, a reliable market, and overall a sustainable ecosystem enabler? For that, I am delighted all the way from IFSC GIFT City to have Sri K. Rajaraman IAS. Let's give a big round of applause. He is chairperson of IFSC, the International Financial Services Center Authority in India. He's a very powerful speaker, so he will not use any PowerPoint. I heard him at Copenhagen during the Tech Barbecue event and immediately became his fan because he was able to see people in their eyes. He's so good, he knows all the schemes, everything in his head, and he can convey exactly what needs to be done to make sure there is capital that helps to drive innovation in India. Sir will give a talk now, and then he's coming back in the evening where we have a CXO roundtable with about 50 venture capitalists in person in this very room and some CXOs. So we are looking at having $25 billion in this room, which VCs will say how they want to deploy and how much time. So every VC will speak for 1 minute. He will give them a separate address there. But let's give a big round of applause for this almost keynote speech after the two wonderful speeches. Big round of applause to Sri K. Rajaraman, sir. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. So first of all, a very good morning to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. And hats off to TIA, Jose, and his brilliant team of officers for having gathered together this very powerful group of people from the technology world and from the finance world, and I can see a lot of entrepreneurs and industry representatives from the rest of the world as well. Welcome to this event. I'm here to very briefly tell you about the platform called the International Financial Services Center, which has been set up in the western state of Gujarat, in the city of Gandhinagar. So before that, let me very briefly outline the vision behind setting up such a platform. The last 35 years have been very important for India. I mean, since 1991, a lot of reforms have dotted the landscape. The liberalization of the economy took place. The government ceded territory to the private sector for manufacturing, for infrastructure, and so on and so forth. So the focus was on how the government could support and facilitate investment rather than being the sole provider of infrastructure and investment and goods and services, etc. So over the last 35 years, the foreign direct investment policy has evolved, I think, to the extent that today it is almost 100% open. Similarly, I think if you look at the industrial licensing and industrial investment policies, they also have become pretty open by now, I think with a lot of sectors being deregulated, by regulations being simplified and so on and so forth. Over the last 10 years, very significant structural reforms also have happened. Let me mention a few of them. One is the goods and services tax. India used to have 25 flavors of value-added taxes in every province. So taking a truck of goods from one end of the country to another end of the country was a nightmare, with having to cross 10 provinces, different checkposts, different forms, and so on and so forth. So in 2016, the government, in consultation with all the state governments, enacted the goods and services tax. So today we have a completely one nation, one tax framework with an electronic platform to support this whole process. Just a couple of months back, the Honorable Finance Minister also announced further simplification of the GST framework, with the reduction in the number of taxes, number of slabs, making rules and simpler for the businessmen. This is a real game changer. I mean, in fact, while the environment became simpler, it also has resulted in a greater amount of tax collection for both the states and the center. If you look at the other set of structural reforms, the other most important reform which I can think of is the cleaning up of the financial sector. The banks were actually weighed down by a lot of bad debts because of the lack of corporate discipline and so on and so forth. So in 2016, the government brought the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code, which actually resulted in corporate sector becoming very disciplined. Now people do not go to the banks unnecessarily to borrow, and even if they borrow, they pay up their loans on time. So the financial institutions have turned healthy over the last 8-9 years, with all the public sector banks becoming profitable. They have been consolidated from about 28 banks to about 14 banks now, and so on and so forth. Similar is the case of the insurance companies as well. The last 8-9 years have also seen simplification of the capital markets as well. I think the rules have become simpler. The retail participation has multiplied several fold, thanks to the digital public infrastructure in the form of UPI and national Aadhaar identity called the Aadhaar, and of course the mobile phone. So in 2014, you had about 20 million trading accounts in the stock markets. Today, we have 120 million trading accounts in the stock market. So we will expect that this number will go up sharply over the next 5 to 10 years. The last important reform, which I think is relevant, there are many other reforms which the government of India has done, but the most important reform from an economic perspective is the financial inclusion reform. Because any country grows, provided the bottom of the pyramid also grows along with the top. I mean, it's not a question of how, sometimes what happens, development results in the pyramid becoming taller, the rich becoming richer, and so on and so forth, leaving the poor behind. So in the last 8-9 years, the government did a very important thing from a global perspective. 540 million people without bank accounts were provided with bank accounts under the Jan Dhan Yojana. And these are connected to the national digital ID and the mobile phone. So as a consequence, I think many of them have started paying using these bank accounts. They have started investing into stock markets. They have started getting credit from the formal financial institution, that is the banks. They have also will start insuring themselves, pensioning themselves, etc. So the size of the formal financial ecosystem is likely to become bigger and bigger over the course of time. With all this in progress, the Honorable Prime Minister of India has announced a thought process called the Vikasit Bharat at 2047, which means India proposes to become a developed country by 2047. There are very important pillars in this. I think one of them is a reform pillar. The reform agenda is unfinished. There is a lot of work going on. Every ministry is now trying to replace old colonial era laws, which are probably 50 and 100 years old, with modern business-friendly laws. I used to be the permanent secretary in the Department of Telecommunications till 2023. We had a law called the Indian Telegraph Act of 1885, which used to guide our telecom sector, and we used to auction billions of dollars of spectrum using this law. The act, by the way, did not have a word called spectrum. So in 2022, we brought a new bill, and the government introduced it in Parliament, and today we have the Telecom Act of 2023. Every ministry in the government of India is replacing. In fact, just Parliament session, we saw all the shipping laws getting replaced. The Coastal Shipping Act, the Merchant Shipping Act, all have been replaced with modern laws which are technology positive, which are business friendly, and which are simpler, a lot simpler and more aligned to international practice. So I will say that the reform process will continue over the next couple of years, and all these modern laws will give you a new boost in terms of simpler regulations, simpler and higher ease of doing business, and so on and so forth. The second pillar of 2047 agenda is the investment pillar. The government has launched 21 plus production-linked incentive schemes for various kinds of manufacturing sectors, which include semiconductors, defense manufacturing, battery, solar PV, and so on and so forth. On top of that, I think the government is investing heavily in the infrastructure sector. This year, the Honorable Finance Minister has put on the table $130 billion for capital expenditure. Last year, it was $120 billion. So this number is likely to go up every year. So the new philosophy of the government has been to put in place infrastructure, construct infrastructure by itself, and then turn it over to the manufacturing sector, turning it over to the private sector for operation, maintenance, and expansion. So in the last 3 years, since 2022, about $62 billion worth of assets, which include gas pipelines, transmission lines, ports, airports, etc., have been handed over to the private sector. In the next 5 years, the finance minister set a target of about $120 billion for monetization of infrastructure assets. So while all this is going on, the government of India has, India will continue to reform. There was a lot of impatience in regard to how fast we can reform and align with ourselves to the rest of the world. So the Honorable Prime Minister gave the idea of setting up a platform, an offshore platform, which instantly aligns with the rest of the world. So this gave the idea of the International Financial Center in the city of Gandhinagar. It's called GIFT City. So we are about 5 years old, set up in 2019 by an act of parliament. Today, over the last 5 years, we have notified about 35 regulations, which cover banking, insurance, the capital markets, aircraft leasing, ship leasing, the bullion markets, and so on and so forth. Today, we have about 35 banks. The assets under management have crossed about $100 billion, with about $65 billion of credit outstanding at this point of time. We have 2 international exchanges with trade liquid derivatives, which are basically stock index futures of Indian market. And they do about $100 billion plus of turnover every month. And we have an active bond market which are hosted by these exchanges. The total bond outstandings is about $65 billion at this point of time, out of which about $15 billion is green, social, and sustainable. One of the International Financial Center's agenda is to actually support the green and sustainable market. We have a green loan framework which directs all the banks to lend about 5% of their portfolio to green. About $3.5 billion of loans have been extended by these 35 banks. Out of the $65 billion of issued bonds, about $15.7 billion relate to green, social, sustainable, and sustainable linked bonds. Recently, we have also issued a transition bond framework which supports the hard-to-abate sectors as well. Now, with the very large green program of the Government of India, which includes this 500 gigawatt target which Gaurav mentioned, and things like the hydrogen mission, which target of about 5 million tons per annum by 2030, and a lot of production in the manufacturing sector on green renewable technologies, we will see a significant amount of requirement of capital. And IFSCA will be the backbone on which I think the government will, the entire corporate world in India would rely on, besides the domestic market. The domestic market indeed very hot, because the IPO market is really hot with last year 327 issuances covering about $19 billion. So, but still, India will have to raise its investment goal, from about, say, about 32% of the GDP to about, say, about 40%. And our savings rate is about 30%, so which means there will be an investment gap which needs to be filled by foreign direct investment. So IFSCA will be a platform for raising of all these investments. We have an active fund industry for equity and hybrid instruments as well. There are about 300 alternative investment funds, venture capital funds, private equity, hedge, and debt funds registered with us. They have actually a commitment of nearly about $22 billion, and they have invested about $11 billion into India as well. So IFSCA is an agile 5th financial sector regulator in India. We have our ears to the ground. We are very happy to interact with the corporate world. If I may end by saying that what have we done in the last 5 years? We have brought the global corporate financial marketplace to the doorstep. Today, you don't have to go to Luxembourg or London to issue a bond or to raise $1 billion in credit. You can come to GIFT City, Manathing. Thank you very much, and look forward to active interaction. Jai Hind.
Let's give a big round of applause for that wonderful speech by Rajaraman sir. You know, like I was telling you, he remembers all the numbers in his head, and I was also trying to follow it. But luckily, we have the whole speech live stream. So if you go to the TIA Summit website, you can just scroll back and you can see his speech 3 to 4 times. to get all the key numbers that he mentioned, you know. Especially of interest for us is the AIFs, which is the Alternative Investment Funds, and all the vehicles that, that can get created as a structured vehicle through the IFSC mechanism to fund the growth plans and the scaling plans for startups. You know, not always startups would like to dilute equity and ownership as they scale and raise capital. There are wonderful mechanisms through the bond ecosystem and through fundraising through other structured mechanisms which IFSC has, and I think it's worth to, for those in that field as VCs or as limited partners or as family offices, to understand some of these new schemes and opportunities which make it very easy for us. Thank you, sir, so much for that wonderful overview. We are delighted that you are leading the efforts to bring capital to capability and opportunity in India. Now we have a very interesting guest, Stephanie Beres, who is the head of business unit India and Australia. So, you know, overall those two territories from NRW Global Business. So big round of applause to Stephanie, who's a strong believer in India and is often here whenever there is the opportunity to drive collaboration between India and the German state of North Rhine-Westphalia. Over to you, Stephanie.
Thank you so much, Jose, for organizing this another very wonderful TIA Summit. Respected dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends and partners from India, it is my great pleasure to welcome you today on behalf of NRW Global Business. Our Economic Development Agency of the state of North Rhine-Westphalia, or as we call it, Europe's heartbeat, has been founded already in 1960, so we have a record of 65 years now. And we have proudly supported international companies in investing and expanding in North Rhine-Westphalia, and also helped local businesses to reach new global markets. And Asia has always been a very key market to us. In this year, we have already settled 81 new companies in our state, and almost half of them, 49, are from Asia and have created almost 3,000 new jobs. As a state-owned agency, our service is free of charge, and with 12 offices worldwide, including the one in Bangalore since 2021, we are globally connected and deeply committed to our international partners. Our office, under the leadership of Ambika Banotra, has grown significantly, and we're happy to employ 5 people today, and just recently started also a new project on skilled migration with 2 new employees more. So today we have the India Advantage Summit, but let me give you a quick intro of the NRW Advantage and what our state has to offer. Our state is one of the most vibrant investment locations for international companies in Europe. Our state boasts the highest share of manufacturing output in Europe and is home to a robust industrial base. We have a very strong mechanical engineering industry with famous companies like Claas, GEA, DMG Mori, Deutz or SMS, including the Industry 4.0. Chemical, logistic and automotive industries are strong with companies like Benteler, Hella, Kostal, Ford or Daimler. The electronic industry is very famous in our state with companies like Elmos, Infineon, Phoenix Contact or Schneider Electric, as well as the metal production and processing and also food and beverages. Not only 17 of the 50 top-selling companies in Germany are headquartered in our state, but also more than 712,000 SMEs. And they offer excellent opportunities for B2B business. In terms of the economic performance, our state has, with a GDP of 871 euros, the strongest GDP among all the German federal states. We are a very open-minded and welcoming business community and host over 24,000 foreign companies. That is a quarter of all the foreign companies in Germany. employing more than 1 million people. It's a testament to our business-friendly environment and international appeal. Our location serves also as an ideal base for as a European headquarter, with the main trading partners are the countries from the European Union with a trade volume of 326 billion euros. Now coming back to the India advantage, India is a very strategic partner for North Rhine-Westphalia. We are proud to now host over 130 Indian companies in our state, including leaders like Infosys, TCS, Tech Mahindra, Wipro, and also Zoho, which recently opened its new site in North Rhine-Westphalia. Altogether, the Indian companies employ more than 6,000 people in our state, and the growing community of almost 30,000 Indian nationals, including around 4,000 students, further enriches our region culturally, academically, and economically. And when it comes to bilateral trade between Germany and India, our state has the largest share of all the federal states. And it's not just about numbers, it's about the shared values that we have: innovation, entrepreneurship, and a desire to shape a sustainable future. I'm convinced that the economic exchange between India and North Rhine-Westphalia is not just a future topic, it has long been a reality. And our task is to support this exchange with concrete offers. I think our best offer is the own office that we have here in Bangalore with our wonderful team that you can always turn to. Then we also have a special startup welcome package that we offer to international tech companies seeking to expand into Germany. And it's a grant specifically designed to facilitate a smooth entry into the German market worth of 10,000 euros. We also have a special NASSCOM launchpad service that we agreed upon only 2 years ago, so we offer a special service to the member companies of NASSCOM if they want to enter North Rhine-Westphalia, together with our city partners and city authorities. So let's continue to build these bridges between our industries and our people. I thank you very much, and I wish you an inspiring exchange today. We also have a booth in the background, so for more information, please feel free to reach out to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stephanie, for that wonderful overview of what NRW is doing, and also partnering with India in a very specific, clear, and strategic path. I would now like to welcome Madhusudanan Vijay, who is the Regional Director of Indo-German Chamber of Commerce, to come over and enlarge a little bit as we go and understand the overall German perspective and what he thinks from the Indo-German Chamber of Commerce is the way forward. Are you here, Madhusudan? Okay. If I don't see you, then I go to the next. Okay, we will have Madhu a little bit later. May I call Bjorn from the Ministry of Economic Affairs, Bjorn Schubert, to please come on stage and give a few. Oh, Madhu is here. Okay, Madhu, come, please. Yeah, Bjorn, you're next, so be ready. Yeah, all right. Madhu, please come on stage. Let's give a big round of applause to Madhu from the Indo-German Chamber of Commerce to give us what's happening at that corridor. Over to you, Madhu. Yes.
Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's really a privilege to be part of this important summit. I just took a small break because the presentation what Dassault made and the pointers Mr. Gaurav Gupta and Mr. Sri Rajaram and IAS, it really resonated so much, so that the time to act now, it triggered me so much. So I thought, okay, I need to take a little bit of breather and speak my mind. So I'm not going to speak what I have prepared, so I would wanted to speak from my mind and heart. So, sorry, not from my mind and from the heart. So probably I will begin with something which struck really hard. I was in July, I was in Uttarakhand for a spiritual tour. And you all know the devastation which has happened. The hotel which I stayed there is no more. And I also, meaning with a lot of deep sorrow, I also know that the gentleman who owned the hotel is also not with us anymore. That's something which shook me so much. Yeah, like, we all run with our own daily schedules and, back-to-back meetings and things like that. But the constant question was, is it climate change? But like, I think the Uttarakhand people had a different take on the whole thing because they see that as a recurring phenomena. Probably they did not understand why it has caused. Another story is that probably which I would wanted to tell again is here is, meaning I actually did not want to wear this suit actually. Like I thought of giving this talk without that because I really wanted to talk from my mind, not from my mind and from my heart. Another interesting story, meaning which touched me so deeply in the last week. I had to hire a new driver, and I thought, okay, like he was looking for a job, and like he was so behind me that, I will do this, sir, I will do that, sir, I can do anything and everything. I can do the mason work, I can bring vegetables, anything and everything, okay. But I'm not a guy like that because I'm so conscious about not having anyone, letting anyone to even carry my bags when I enter into the hotel. What happened is, later I listened to his story. So this particular gentleman is a farmer basically from Davangere background, and who owns close to about 4 acres of land. He had cultivated onion, and the rains which came in, which is unpredicted, has damaged his entire crop. And he had no means to, handle it. He was pushed to some extent, to an extent that he was willing to live in a shanty in a place near to my home. And then I told, no, you shouldn't be doing this. You shouldn't put your younger children into such risk, and I will take care of your cost of your, home, be it advance and things like that. I brought him back. And something like this which touched, because like we have lost a lot of crops, like, be it coconut harvesting, which we do, paddy cultivation, anything and everything do. It's all severely dependent on the rainfall, right? Like, see, even we are all, a lot of education is there, still there, but it has not gone to the deeper pockets of the villages to support this kind of environments. Now coming back, right? So that's a point of discussion here, the sustainability and aspects like this. When we are talking a lot of, meaning something really big, what we can do, grid energy, green energy, translating into the grids into the smarter grids, and a lot of aspects, hydrogen, and many things. But like what fundamentally we are actually overlooking is the struggle which is faced at a very, very root level. For example, such a small example which I wanted to give, what German collaboration has brought in. By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. So I represent the Indo-German Chamber of Commerce for Karnataka and Kerala. And it's my passion that, the climate and sustainable aspects, like I drive it personally because of all these things which I see in, day out. And the thing is that, like, we are so ignorant about something which is very, very fundamental. Like, yeah, transport is important, energy is important, everything is important. We have just overlooked 4 million people who is working on landfills and others. Like, landfills are emitting much more hazardous gases than, like, what we are facing is carbon dioxide and others. I've had an opportunity to speak in another forum. I was telling 80% of methane is being generated out of this landfills, and 4 million people are employed there. What are we going to do about for them? And something which is done between Germany and others. I don't want to talk about something which is being done at a large scale. Yes, there are a lot of things that are happening, but KfW, the German Development Bank, with the Chennai Corporation, could recover close to about 100 acres of land which is used as landfills, and the cost of it is close to about 600 to 700 crore, and 40% of is funded through the KfW Development Bank. Meaning, yes, there are a lot of big things that are happening, but yes, these small things really, really matters. And this is really a nice forum, and really wanted to see that if these kind of conversations can trigger some kind of action which can further help all of us to move into the direction what we would wanted to ideally achieve. And a lot of great minds are here. I think let's use this forum to create this kind of strategic thinking and something which is very, very important. I liked one of the point which Shri Gaurav Gupta sir has mentioned is the green corridor. So I think this is also a lot of work at IGCC, which we are also driving as part of this green industrial clusters, which is powered by renewable energy and circular manufacturing. Maybe I will just close this note with two important messages which always resonates with me. I will end with the quote from Mahatma Gandhi. We are in October. The future depends on what you do today. And also with this German proverb, while I will not be very, very well versed with this German proverb in German, so let me just translate it. Many, many small people in small places doing many small things can change the face of the world. Let this summit be the starting point and be the place, and let our collaborations be those small, powerful steps that change the face of the world for India, for Germany, and for the generations that will follow. Thank you so much. Sorry once again, but I was supposed to speak some data points which I think I will circulate it later. Thanks, Jose, for this opportunity.
We will have a panel sitting down together, so I think the data will come. Interesting to start at a philosophical note and then moving to data and things that will drive. So we will come back. We have a few speeches like this, and then we will all sit together. I have Consul Ewout, who is in our advisory board as well, who has some very interesting points, but it will come through that conversation on stage in a bit. So now I'd like to call Bjorn Schubert, who is the head of the unit for innovation and markets from the Ministry of Economic Affairs, Germany. So please come on stage and give us a short overview of what you do and where you see this India-Germany and India-NRW collaboration going. Over to you, Bjorn.
Thank you so much. Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear Joes. Now back to politics, but I can assure you I will keep it short, briefly, and hopefully you get some fruitful ideas from our side. As you have already heard, we are here with a small delegation from the hopefully already well-known state of North Rhine-Westphalia. We are one of the biggest and most powerful German state. We do have, as already heard, a very big and huge GDP. And if we were a sovereign state, we would be a member of the G20 group. So that's one of the key figures I want to bring you to today. But first of all, I would like to give a huge compliment to Jose and his team. You organized a wonderful event today. And let me say, I can see and I can feel the innovative spirit you all bring, the audience bring into this venue. And I would like to elaborate a little bit how you companies, you as an entrepreneur, you from the government side and from the startup ecosystem and so on, and the other associations can contribute to generate, to ramp up, to establish an international partnership within or together with our federal state of North Rhine-Westphalia and together with Karnataka, India, and to establish, let me say this way, a kind of Da Vinci effect. This means a Da Vinci effect to bring diversity, to create new combination from different companies, from different institutions, to bring the government in to work hard on a level playing field and to generate this, and this means the Da Vinci effect, innovation together to create a bipartisan momentum where innovation can happen. And innovation means that you bring not only your ideas into the business, and that means not only just talking, but it means to bring something into action. You have something in mind, and that's an important, crucial role by our government within North Rhine-Westphalia to facilitate the companies and the whole ecosystem to make it easier for them to bring their innovation minds and knowledge into business, to create new partnerships, and not only national partnerships, but international partnerships. And that's why we are here. That's our key mission here. We already have good conversations in the last 3 days. That's our last day here in Karnataka. And we landed early in the morning on Monday. And that's my point of view. We already achieved 2 concrete things. First thing was on Monday, we stipulated not only appointment with the government side, but we achieved the collaboration to set up an LOI in the coming months, and the LOI in specific high-tech sectors. This means to collaborate Karnataka and our federal state in the fields of quantum computing, in the fields of defense, in the fields of aerospace, to bring not only the companies together, but to create a kind of technology innovation corridor between Karnataka and North Rhine-Westphalia. And that's the crucial point, because from our government side, we can only set the framework. We can only talk about attractive opportunities and how to use these opportunities. And that was one of our key objectives here, and we already achieved a concrete project together with our dear friends from the government of Karnataka. And the second concrete project was yesterday, and my colleague Alona will elaborate it a little bit more after my short speech. Yesterday we had a beautiful, lovely event. It was a kick-off for our skilled migration project. We started with many partners with the help of the Ambika from our NRW Global Business team here, together with our friends from the Handicraft Association, together with our friends from the Consul General, and also from the Goethe Institute. So you see, we are just not only talking. Our key mission here is to bring something into action. So, dear friends, I'm very happy to join this TIA today, and according and looking to the future, to the mutual future of us, we are here to establish and deepen our cooperation between government, private businesses, and public. We want to strengthen our good collaboration. We want to, let's say it this way, we want to create an innovative ecosystem, because only by cooperation we stay at the top notch, not only in the high-tech issues, we stay at the top notch and stay competitive regarding our competitors in the so-called Silicon Valley. And that's the point where our government comes into the play and into the game, because one key point here is, which I like to stress, the whole silicon business thing would not exist without the help and the supportance of the government. The whole companies from Elon Musk would not exist without the help at the start of his businesses and his beginning without the company, without the government. So that's our key point here. We want to be complementary. We want to bring our good knowledge into the business. We want to facilitate the cooperation worldwide. So please, dear ladies and gentlemen, please let us use this opportunity today, this lovely TIA, to elaborate this innovation ecosystem together, to deepen the connections between Karnataka and NRW, And thank you very much for your attention. Looking forward to our exchange later on. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Bjorn, for that wonderful statement. You know, it's interesting. You see his designation, Head of Unit Innovation Markets, and he's here, which tells you two things. He thinks India is important, and he also thinks it's an innovative market. So that's why you are here. Thank you for your commitment, especially about doing things and not just speeches, but actually getting things done on the ground. And it's great to see under the leadership of Ambika how you are taking multiple initiatives, not just one or two, but at least 5 or 6 parallelly to make sure that, you know, all guns are blazing to create a sustainable future. We now move towards the American side, and I would love to welcome a good friend, Jerry or Gerald Manoharan, who is currently chairman of the Indo-American Chamber of Commerce for Karnataka. Let's give a big round of applause. Jerry will be here to highlight a few things that are happening in the Indo-US corridor from a sustainability perspective. A quick speech. Please note, we will all sit later for an interesting panel where I have the additional panelists with whom we will get some more insights before we have food for thought at lunch. So a big round of applause, and over to Jerry. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Jose, and thanks to the India Advantage Summit. Jose was my predecessor at the Indo-American Chamber of Commerce, which I have just taken over a few days ago. So I'm very happy to be here and happy to let you know of the constant work that India and the US have been working in matters relating to climate change. So given the paucity of time, I'm just going to limit myself to one very specific aspect, okay, of a discussion that started way back in 2021, and what we are seeing today happening out of that discussion, primarily in the sustainability space with respect to clean energy. So April 2021, Joe Biden and our Prime Minister Narendra Modi launched a high-level partnership. It was called the India-US Climate and Clean Energy Agenda 2030. The target of this whole partnership was to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 50 to 52% below the 2005 levels by 2030. So this is also an offshoot of what we see today of India's commitment to being net zero carbon emission by 2070. The partnership actually works through two major tracks, and I'll quickly tell you what those two tracks are. The first one is called the Strategic Clean Energy Partnership. The second one is the Climate Action and Finance Mobilization Dialogue, because projects like this do not generate much income initially, so you need to have a participative engagement between governments in bilateral sectors. So what is the Strategic Clean Energy Partnership cover, SCEP? So power and energy efficiency, the idea is that we will, to provide 24/7 electricity to people in India through reliable and clean production of energy. Responsible oil and gas usage has already been discussed to reduce the use of methane for energy purposes, and to focus on renewable energy, namely solar, wind, hydroelectricity. Green hydrogen is also has been a very, very important topic of this bilateral discussion, because and it falls within the category of the emerging fuel technology. So the whole idea is to promote green hydrogen and contribute also very importantly to another important aspect of carbon capture. These are two highly technological areas where India and the US have started collaborating big time. So we are also looking at the use of green hydrogen in multiple projects. You would have already seen India is promoting green hydrogen in a big way for the last 2 or 3 years. And I hope that that will catch up more steam, and we hope that hydrogen will become more affordable. The transportation, storage, and the availability of hydrogen as a fuel will become far more easier. And what does SCEP also provide for? It also provides for the creation of a policy and a regulatory framework, sets out safety standards, policy developments. Now, what is this SCEP resulted in for India? Okay, And some key takeaways. The first one is that 10,000 electric buses are operating currently under this large program. It is called the PM E-Bus Seva. These buses are deployed across all the large smart cities and also tier 2 cities in the country now. There is a 1.5 gigawatt round-the-clock renewable power bank that is available in India. Public-private energy storage task force has been created because storage of energy is a very, very large aspect of all of this. Energy once generated, if not stored efficiently, is wasted. So how do you try and build systems, structures, and distribution systems to try and make sure the electricity reaches the consumer without it being wasted? So storage plays an important role. India has now set up the National Center for Hydrogen Safety, and that is already, has started good work. The next track which I mentioned was the Climate Action Finance Mobilization Dialogue. So you obviously need to generate money to do some of these things. And the primary objectives of this is to continue to work towards achieving what was set up in the SCEP goals, maintain financial stability and viability, and also visibility, because bilateral relationships between governments can get haywire because of political and economic reasons. Despite what we are seeing today in the Indo-US relationship, I can say one thing with a great amount of guarantee is that this project continues to run. There is still a lot of financial deployment happening on the sustainability aspect. Both the countries are also working towards developing low carbon technologies. So the recent updates are that with respect to the mobilization of the economic mobilizations, we are seeing the establishment of joint action groups, designated frameworks for access to multilateral climate funds. Now that is really very important from an India point of view. And there has also been a lot of policy dialogues that are happening. ISCC has been involved, at a national level in some of these conversations because we have a large number of SME members who are doing sustainable development work in the environment space specifically. So that is where we are getting a lot more involved. So a quick snapshot of what we've seen of late is that India and US are now collaborating on getting a $1 billion loan from the International Bank of Reconstruction and Development, specifically for this purpose. The US Development Financial Corporation has provided Tata Solar a loan of about $250 million to set up solar panel manufacturing in India. They have provided $500 million loan to Solar First for module production in India. Waaree Energy, which is also an Indian solar company, is investing. They are investing about $250 million in a 3 gigawatt solar module manufacturing facility in Texas as we speak. And currently, there are multiple projects which are going on for battery energy storage systems. And some of these are already underway in Haryana and Assam. So this is to just give you a very quick overview of what's happening in the sustainability sector, specifically with respect to clean energy. And one other important aspect which you all need to know is the American culture of environmental sustainability, the present dialogue, the present dispensation of clean energy within the US environment, the US economy, is being felt daily within our in the Indian economy, in our Indian businesses, thanks to ESG and CSR kind of initiatives, which are so prolific and they are happening on a daily basis. And so today, as you see, as we have larger number of American and companies setting up shop in India, our culture and our approach towards ESG and sustainability is also changing because they are contractually enforcing Indian vendors and Indian suppliers to honor this whole aspect of ESG and sustainability. So I only hope that this dialogue further strengthens. We extend this to other countries. But as a representative of the Indo-American Chamber of Commerce of the Karnataka branch, I am extremely happy to see where we have progressed from 2021. The last 4 years is a short time in bilateral understanding of these aspects. So it's been a good progress, and I hope this progress continues. Thank you, Jose, and over to you.
Thank you very much, Jerry. That was excellent. And we have now the last speaker in this format. So may I call upon Alona, who is the project manager for the talent bridge between India and NRW Germany. There's a very interesting line of action or project that started, and Alona leads it. Let's hear from her and understand what's happening on the talent side. Just 1 second, sir. Come. Yes. Let's give a big round of applause to Alona, who will tell us about what's happening on the talent side. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you really much for having me. Thank you. So, thank you for the kind words. And I am a project manager since a couple of years, especially in the field of the labor market. And for the first time, it's related to India. And I'm the first time in this beautiful city, also in India. And I really like it. I like the welcoming people, the food. It's amazing. So thank you really much. And I was introduced into this project, and I want to talk about it today. And when I heard about it the first time, I immediately understood that it holds great potential for both, for India and for Germany, to build strong partnership and move forward together. Talent Bridge India North Rhine-Westphalia is a project that is going to build lasting connection between young professionals in India and companies in North Rhine-Westphalia, especially also in sustainable industries. Our motto expresses it really good, where skills meet opportunity. What is this project about? Talent Bridge India North Rhine-Westphalia connects two dynamic regions that share a forward-looking vision. India, with its young professional generation full of energy, creativity, and ambition. Yesterday, I had the opportunity to meet some of the young, talented people, and I was really happy to see and to connect with them. And North Rhine-Westphalia, one of Europe's, like we already heard, strongest industrial and innovation hubs, ready to welcome new talent and invest in the next generation of skilled professionals. And in Germany, we really need motivated young people with fresh ideas. We have, maybe some of you are familiar with this term, we have the so-called baby boomer generations. So in short, we need young people because a lot of people in Germany are retiring, and we need young people with new perspectives. And in India, there are many talented and motivated young people looking for opportunities to learn and to grow in their professions. Our goal is to bring these two groups together. We want to build strong partnerships that benefit both economies through shared knowledge, innovation, and experience. We aim to create opportunities on both sides for young talents to gain a high qualification with German dual vocational training system, and which is really high respected all over the world, and for companies to meet motivated young professionals who bring global perspectives and also new ideas. The program provides a structured and transparent pathway into vocational training in Germany, especially also in jobs that contribute to a more sustainable future. The talents received language and cultural preparation before arriving in Germany. This is really important. Yesterday we had an event and we talked about it, and also we are collaborating with the Goethe Institute. Maybe some people know about that. We also want to provide counseling to find the right company and profession that match the goals of the new talents, and also ongoing support for the first contact and all the way to full integration in Germany. And what is really important from my side, I don't want to just place people somewhere. We are talking about young people And we want to help them and support them in exploring wherever they see their future in Germany. We want to help them to learn about the culture and navigate them through the German labor market so they can find a profession that truly fits and fulfills them also. Our focus lies on the training of future skilled professionals that are essential for a sustainable future in fields such as construction and finishing trades, electrical and energy technology, food productions, and crafts related to health and care. And these are just a few examples. I have a huge list, and we are talking about professions that forms the foundation and the future of every modern society. India and Germany can learn from each other, combining tradition, innovation, and responsibility in the environment. So Talent Bridge, India, North Rhine-Westphalia is more than an education project. It's a model of international cooperation, showing how two countries can work together to combine strengths, creative learning opportunities, and promote fair, sustainable future. So this project stands for trust, cooperations, and opportunity. It shows what becomes possible when countries, institutions, and people work together with respect and a shared vision for the future. So if you are interested in learning more, or if you want to collaborate, I would love to get in touch with you. Thank you really much.
Sometimes it happens that a curator of a conference is running around and chasing up the speakers. So that's obviously what's happening right at the moment with JOS. So I'm happy to be on the stage here and just invite you to some food of thoughts and to rethink what the main subjects were for you, what was the most interesting part, with whom you want to connect during the lunch break, which will come after this panel. And while I'm talking, here's JOS coming back on the stage. So give JOS a big round of applause.
Thank you, Jan. Unfortunately, or fortunately for us, some people from media were here. I thought it'll be a little longer speech, but nonetheless, thank you so much. We are perfectly doing well on time. We have almost 35 minutes for the wonderful panel that will start. May I call upon Consul General of Netherlands, Ewout de Wit, also our advisory board member. Let's give a big round of applause to Consul. He's been a great support and friend, advisor to TIA Summit. Thank you so much. And also, may I call upon Stephanie Beres, Bjorn from the Economic Department in Germany, Jerry from the Indo-American Chamber of Commerce, Pierre from the French Consul General. Thank you, Pierre, for also being here. Please take a seat. I would also like to call upon Madhu from the Indo-German Chamber of Commerce. Maybe this time we do some numbers as well, right? So please come on stage. Let's sit together and take this wonderful conversation for a few minutes. Without much ado, I just want to say in the afternoon, we have some very, very interesting startups in mobility and energy. And you shouldn't miss some of them. Some of them are going to list sometime soon. So there's also an economic opportunity if you find the right startups at our summit as well. So let me go to the other side and initiate the panel. All right, I think we have all of our speakers. It's really interesting to have all of you together. We go to two of them whom you have not heard yet at this edition. So let me start with Ewout, who is the Consul General of the Netherlands here in Bangalore. He's a very, very active proponent for sustainability and bringing sustainability solutions and connecting the Netherlands and India. And interestingly, I think NRW and Netherlands also have a very good, close relationship, and that's a wonderful corridor as well. So, Ewout, what I wanted to ask you is, you know, in the Netherlands, you actually live sustainability every day, you know, when we see the cycles, when we see the choice each citizen makes every day, it's truly inspiring. What can you share with us about the sustainability spirit in the Netherlands, and a few stories of different industries and how they're disrupting and using and creating more with less? So, over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Jos. Thank you for inviting me to be part of another India Advantage Summit. Great to be here. And of course, indeed, great to be with so many people from North Rhine-Westphalia. You cannot see the Dutch economy apart from what is happening in North Rhine-Westphalia. It's for us our most important economic region outside of the country. So whatever you do with North Rhine-Westphalia also benefits the Netherlands. So in that sense, it's a good to be here. So looking at sustainability in the Netherlands, my government is committed to the Paris agreements, which means that there has to be a fundamental change in the way we run our economy. We are striving to become a carbon neutral economy, but not only that, also a circular economy. The presentation of Dassault mentioned it as well. That is a great challenge. Still, we think it can be done. We are a very innovative country. We always rank in the top of innovation, and we have a lot of smart people, smart companies that work on this, but we cannot do that alone, which is why we always work under this motto, the Netherlands solving global challenges together. We look for partners everywhere in the world to help us move to this new type of economy. What are some of the things we're working on also with India? We have determined that green hydrogen is essential for our energy transition. That also links to North Rhine-Westphalia. Our ports are important import points for what is happening in North Rhine-Westphalia, and we are looking at green hydrogen. We see the challenges, but we also still look at the opportunities, and India has really moved up in our perspective in that area. Originally, our focus was on some other regions in the world. I'm not saying we're not looking at other regions in the world, but India has gotten much more prominent. We had an innovation mission earlier this year, including to Bangalore, on green hydrogen. We are bringing Indian delegations continuously to the Green Hydrogen Summit in Rotterdam, and this is really something where we are looking at innovation. We need electrolyzers. We need collaboration to make it a sustainable alternative, because at the moment it is not yet. I mean, it's not financially attractive. We've seen some obstacles in some investments that are being withdrawn, but still we are looking at any opportunity, any companies, any technology, any research, and we think that Netherlands innovative ideas match well with the Indian ecosystem, with the talent that is available here, but also with the quick adoption rate sometimes of new technologies. So India is really, the scale at which you can implement things is really impressive. So that's one. The other one, already also mentioned in some presentations, has to do with electricity. The Netherlands is suffering from grid congestion due to a very fast uptake in electric vehicles, in solar panels, in wind, but our grid cannot expand at the same rate. So technologies that involve the distribution of power, charging, smart charging, storage in electric vehicles, of using them as batteries when they are not being used to get power surges. All of this is important for us. Because honestly, at the moment, 14,000 businesses, new businesses in the Netherlands, cannot be connected to the grid because there is no space on the grid, there is no electricity that can be distributed. So these are immediate problems that we are facing. A sector, I think, in which the Netherlands has a lead in the world has to do with agriculture and food. We are the second largest food exporter after the United States of America. We're a small nation, so that means we have a lot of good technology. And our aim also with India is to focus on production of nutritious, healthy, sustainably grown foods. And yes, we have a lot of high tech that might be too advanced for India at the moment, but we are looking to merge our solutions with the Indian way of doing farming, especially in horticulture, fruits, vegetables, even flowers, but also now we are looking at dairy to see how we can, India is the largest dairy producer in the world, how can our technologies help to make that sector also more sustainable?
Excellent.
That's a little bit of a, I can talk about many more areas, but I don't want to dominate the conversation.
Yeah, no, it's like we were going through an encyclopedia, you know, you had all of this so neatly packed, you know, and when we listen to it, it's clear there is the India advantage and that's become important, but also, you know, the fact that you mentioned the energy challenge, and, you know, we saw the blackouts in the grids in Spain. Some would say it's the data centers, the AI, and suddenly on the weekend people searching for who will win the football match, and that, you know, if millions of people search at the same time using an AI engine, suddenly the grid can collapse. You know, nobody would have imagined something like that. And so there are these wonderful challenges. Thank you for placing that also in front of the audience here. I'm sure that some startups can also connect dots and find opportunities to see what could be done as grid matures and there is no more place. I think we will also face this situation while we trust Gaurav Gupta sir and his energy department to manage. It's always good for startup to see what problem could arrive in 5 years and start working on solutions as well. So very, very interesting and insightful. Thank you so much. I come back again on the second round. And now I want to go to Pierre because Pierre is from the French Consul General's office in Bangalore, handling economic affairs and so on. There's a lot of interesting stuff, Pierre, happening between India and France in multiple areas, especially AI and so on. Could you help our audience understand what's happening and what future opportunities are there so people can benefit in the coming months by connecting and plugging into some of those opportunities? Over to you, Pierre.
Of course. First, thank you, Jose, for the invite. It's always a pleasure to meet you, and congrats for this beautiful event. So I will talk about the Indo-French corridor here in South India, and I would say that it's one of the most dynamic bilateral innovation space in the world, especially here in South India. In Bangalore, Karnataka, France is deeply aligned with India on very strategic topics such as AI, education, sustainability. We work very closely on all of these topics. So I will take a few examples of cooperation, very concrete example. On the tech side first, we were very happy to have India on board of the AI summit which took place in Paris this year. And we are very happy also to work with India for the next AI summit in Delhi. We will work on the chakra together. Then, very concretely, in Karnataka, we had a LOI, letter of intent, between Paris Santé Campus and C-Camp in Bangalore, which will more connect our healthcare ecosystem. Then we had a MOU signed between Avon City, which is one of the best schools in AI in France, and with IIIT Bangalore. And we have a lot of growing number of cooperation going on. We are trying, for example, in Telangana to connect Station F, which is the best incubator in the world, with T-Hub. And we do also have here in Karnataka a very strong ecosystem of French startup, which is called the French Tech India. They are very active and they do organize a lot of networking events. So I think it will be good for you to connect with them. On the academic side, also France is here. We do have a lot of programs here. We currently have over 30 active MOUs in Karnataka only between the best school in France and the best school here in Karnataka. And we do have some programs like Choose France and France Alumni India, which help more than 8,000 Indian students to study and research in France today. So we need more Indian students. If you want to go to France to study, to go in the best schools, business school in the world, to go in the best AI schools, you should go to France. And finally, I would say that large groups are playing their part into training all of these talents. I'm very happy to have here Dassault Systèmes on board. And Deepak, I think he left. But as we keep repeating in every event, we see a real shift. Indian talent is no longer seen as an outsourced capacity, but as an equal in terms of innovation. And we see this basically on a monthly basis. We see new GCCs opening every month, French GCCs, and creating very high value products. So the Indo-French corridor is strong and developing at a very fast pace, at a pace, I would say, of a Bangalore startup. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Very interesting. You packed so many numbers and insight and schemes and subtopics. Excellent, you know. It's good for some of you to take notes. I want to point out one thing. You see next to Dassault Systèmes, there is the logo of the India AI Summit. This is a very interesting summit that happened first in France and next one is happening in India. I think what we are trying to do is create the global framework for AI and ethical AI, and you know, all the different leaders, because sometimes technology is going too fast and the regulation has to catch up. But if the regulation does not catch up, we might create a monster, and you know, it could be a challenge. So I think there is this joint initiative between the two prime ministers and all the other CEOs joining. So it's a good thing to keep a watch for, and you know, we will also be doing some roundtables on AI later before the big summit, which will happen later in Delhi. Nonetheless, thank you for pointing out those wonderful schemes. And now I think all of you have heard from all of them in one form or the other. Now we have the one interesting round of question, which is linked to our topic, global collaborations for sustainability and also for a future that is win-win for everyone. So let me start first with Jerry on the other side. You know, Jerry, you represent the Indo-American Chamber. Of course, today everybody is a bit scared, you know, what we will see tomorrow morning on Twitter, you know, in a few handles. Having said that, I also know that a lot of things are happening nonetheless. A lot of GCCs are getting established from the US. Innovation is getting driven through India, not just in the past, but even now. I saw yesterday there was somebody setting up in Mangalore a GCC. So this continues to happen. Where do you see in the next 5 to 10 years the collaboration between India and the US going? What is your optimistic or pessimistic estimate about it? Just a few lines, and then we will go in that direction and asking each of you to give us your view of the future, because I think the ones who invest in the future, think about the future, always have a better chance when the future arrives, you know. I was yesterday at the Global Clean Mobility Summit. Jan was a keynote speaker. One of the gentlemen, senior gentlemen, was saying, you know, 30 years ago, we bought the shares of Dash company. I think all of you know that company from Bangalore. And then it made a big difference to them, and, you know, what happened. So sometimes it's good to take a bet on the future, you know. I think all of us in Bangalore know Infosys used to be 10 rupees a share a long, long time ago. And some people managed to buy it at the right time, at the right price. So also who are here, you may not have a startup, but you could invest in a startup, you could invest in the IPO of a startup that is scaling. You know, we saw Zomato getting listed, we saw Swiggy, you know, some of these getting listed, Urban Vault company getting listed, and so on. So it's really interesting to hear these insights, take your mental notes, and then of course give feedback on the voice note. I'd ask Vijay to check if the voice note analysis of the first session is ready. At the end of this panel, we will show that before lunch as well. So over to you, Jerry. I was giving you some time to collect your thoughts. Huh? All right, over to you, Jerry.
Thank you. So Jose, I am going to answer your question. I wear two hats, right? One is I'm the chairman of the Karnataka branch of the Indo-American Chamber of Commerce. I am also a partner of a largest Indian law firm called J. Sagar Associates, JSA. I don't think the investment, collaboration, growth story between India and the US is ever going to slow down. May not be for the next 5 years, next 15 years, unless there is going to be a huge, you know, socio-political impediment, which is likely to happen. What we are seeing in terms of the collaborative engagements is that the scale of collaboration is now getting better. Earlier, India was used as a back office operation for several companies. Today, we are being integrated into mainstream technology, innovation, product development. And that makes a big difference. While we know that the federal government has been making noises about a few aspects, which again have their roots embedded in other issues, several states of the US departments keep coming to India to try and foster better relationships. So that way I am very optimistic. And I also hope that the current geopolitical situation globally, Europe, Asia, China, US, continue to have some level of stability to keep the story going. And that's the only hope that I have. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Very interesting. Now, what Jerry says is true. I think just 3-4 weeks back, we had the governor of New Jersey, we had a delegation from Fairfax County, we had the governor coming and saying in public that, you know, he loves India and, you know, all his companies love India and they love India and so on. There was too much love in the room. Nonetheless, you know, hope that some of that love will translate to dollars of investment and capability enhancement as well. Ewout, your thoughts on how the Dutch-India corridor will evolve in the next 5-10 years? What do you see happening? Any insights so we can benefit from your thoughts?
Yeah, so we live in a fast-changing world, and geopolitical challenges are there, but that also offers opportunities. So a few of the things that we are excited about, first of all, the EU-India free trade agreement negotiations. Okay, trade negotiations are difficult, but both parties are still committed to reaching a deal, and that could be huge for future opportunities. And then from the Netherlands, we are working towards a strategic partnership between the Netherlands and India. It is ready to be signed, but some political obstacles, mostly on our side, have prevented that from being signed. But all the work is done, and we are really working to expand the existing relationship in trade and investment, in innovation, in water, agriculture, health, into new areas such as security and defense, including cybersecurity. That's something that we are very active on here in Bangalore as well, bringing Indian cybersecurity companies to the Netherlands, but also looking at a cybersecurity online school that we have every year, developing talent and looking for opportunities. Another area that we are looking at is semiconductors. The Netherlands has a unique semiconductor ecosystem in its borders. We're one of the few, or maybe the only country that can deliver everything. And there is a growing interest in India. We saw the top management of ASML go to Semicon India for the first time this year, and that has created a lot of buzz on both sides. So we are looking also for business opportunities in that sphere, but also research and development. And especially important also talent development. ASML already employs 1,700 Indian nationals, in the Netherlands. We rely on Indian talent in that sphere. And the government is majorly investing billions in keeping our semiconductor ecosystem at the forefront of international operations. Other areas that we are looking at, life sciences and health, including medtech, including pharmaceuticals, space, AI was mentioned. Yes, we are also looking at having a high-level delegation in Delhi in February for the AI summit, and we are trying to organize a roundtable maybe around the Bangalore Tech Summit on Indo-Dutch opportunities in AI when we have a high-level visit from the Netherlands. So these are some of the, maybe not sustainability, but they also contribute to sustainability. These are technologies that are required for our global future development that we are working on at the moment. Thanks.
Excellent. Thank you so much. One round of applause, because he gave specifics there. So, when you meet him during lunch, you could ask and connect in that area which is of interest. Really, really good to see. And, that surely shows there is an optimism in the air. Of course, political hurdles have to be crossed so collaboration can speed up. Not everyone is running at the same speed. The startups and the tech guys are much faster and others are catching up. But it's interesting to see so many kind of government officials, stakeholders on stage, also committing and looking to enable growth and a sustainable future. Thank you so much, Ewout, for that. And I have to also thank you for being our advisory board member. Whenever we have the chance, we meet and you share ideas, and we try to bring some of those startups from the Netherlands to our summit as well. Thank you so much. We have, of course, Philips here and Arcadis here. So, they were speaking tomorrow nonetheless, but they are here. Arcadis you'll hear in the afternoon. You've seen all those traffic lights with VAC. That's AI-enabled traffic lights. So you will hear about how it works and what's going to happen next. The digital twin for mobility, all of that will be shared by Venkat later in the afternoon. And all these connections are enabled by our Consul General and our advisory board members, so thank you so much for that. Madhu, now back to you. Where do you see the Indo-German corridor moving, and what's your feeling? What next in that area? Over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Jose. So I think maybe I just wanted to, the point which I wanted to make in the opening statement is the kind of funds which is needed to make something, to move country like India, right? I also got a lot of thinking when the Consul General was mentioning that the Netherlands grid got choked because of the uptick in EV. You just imagine the condition of India, right? With the kind of population and the scale what we have. So the point here is that our energy is going to be at a peak, let's say from 2030 to 2035. That's going to be this time which is going to be the maximum, which is needed of the grid. So just to touch a very, very high level, right? Like, India also has committed to this Paris Agreement by the national determined contributions. When you calculate it, India needs $2.5 trillion to move from where we are to, in 2030. So that's a huge figure. And if I have to distill it further, let's say close to about 500 billion is needed in the top 4 segments, like let's say steel, you take the manufacturing, it's the process industries, heavy industries. This is going to take about 500 billion is needed to move them from where they are to be at least, the carbon, emissions norms, whatever we have signed up for. Okay, so let's take the journey a little more forward. 2070 by net zero, that's a huge commitment which as a country which we are taking. The need is $10 trillion, and which is really substantial in that way. And if we further distill it further and see that, we need close to about $200 billion every year by 2030 to achieve whatever, which we have signed up for. And India is tracking the green funds, which is available to us is somewhere, let's say around $50 to $60 billion is what we are having, to spend on these kind of things. So the gap is really huge. And to answer it very, very simple, Jose, Germany is one of the largest, funding partner in this whole transition amongst all of us sitting here as well. I can proudly say about Germany that way. $10 billion is committed towards this whole journey to convert us from where we are to the carbon emission norms what we are signed up for by 2030. So that's a huge step. As I really mentioned to you, the kind of work which we do at a very, very high level, our collaborations for the green hydrogen transitions, as well as to the lowest level what you see, we work with the corporations also to put in our funds, deploy our funds to see that how we can reduce our, the carbon footprint. So the huge work is happening, and I only see that with the new government coming in and the renewed push which we have, is going to be a large handshake of exchanges, both technologically and well as the financial as well. So
excellent. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Laying out those numbers, and I think Germany will be a very strong partner in achieving a large portion of that target and that gap. So really good. Pierre, a few thoughts as we about to close before lunch. Yes.
Okay, really quickly before lunch. So I would see the future of Indo-French cooperation evolving in three main directions. I would say deeper, greener, and more human. So deeper in the sense that you will have more state-to-state initiative to empower our strategic partnership. 2026 will be the Indo-French year of innovation between France and India, and it will be around very strategic topics such as AI, mobility, climate, agriculture, and we'll organize a lot of events in the frame of this year, and some side events will be based here in Bangalore. More green, I would say greener, because sustainability is at the core of our partnership between France and India. We do have a lot of initiative in this field, and we do have a lot of innovation, bottom-up innovation, in fact, between incubator like NSR Cell and big French companies such as Pernod Ricard, which are working with local startups on this strategic topic of sustainability. And third, I would say more circular and more human, because at the French embassy we have a big work on skills and talents, because we see that you have a lot of stakeholders in this field. You have companies such as Capgemini, which are training a lot of talents locally. You have also exchange of talents between academic and university, but you may also have private initiatives such as startups, like Le Wagon, which is a French boot camp. We just set up his office here in Bangalore, which is training a lot of people in AI. So the next step would be to scale up this kind of mobility to connect more the different stakeholders. But to conclude, I would say that France and India are in the middle of a big momentum, and we should all benefit from this momentum. Thank you.
Excellent. Great momentum journey together. Thank you, Pierre, for that positive and optimistic outlook. Steffi, we heard already what you're doing. You're here on the ground, serious, with a lot of team members already in India doing a lot of projects. What is your rough view of the future? How do you see the next 5-10 years between India and NRW and Germany at large?
Yeah, thank you very much, Jos. First of all, I'd like to thank Consul General from the Netherlands for your kind words in the very beginning. In fact, the Netherlands are our main trade partner, and whenever you do activities in North Rhine-Westphalia or in the Netherlands, you will always profit from our close relationship. And of course, we also have close relationship with France. We border also on France. And I think a vision that unites us all is that we're hoping for the free trade agreement between European Union and India to come in the hopefully next years. And I believe it will definitely accelerate everything that we already do between European countries or our state of North Rhine-Westphalia and India. To give you some few examples, what we have done in this year, we receive a lot of delegations from India. We invite delegations. We have the Future Tech Fest, for example, takes place in Düsseldorf. It's a large startup and tech exhibition, the largest in Germany, and we received a delegation from India startups, some, I believe, 30 startups that we host, and we set up a program for them to connect them with the important stakeholders so they can enter the market successfully, and hopefully, of course, with our wish that they set up business in North Rhine-Westphalia. And again, in November, we have the largest medical fair that takes place in our state, Medica, where we will also see a lot of Indian delegates coming in. Especially, we're happy to host a delegation from NASSCOM that will be led by the president of NASSCOM, Rajesh Nambia. So there are a lot of things going on. We will then, a week later, be back in Bangalore at Bangalore Tech Summit, also with startup delegation from North Rhine-Westphalia. So a lot of things are already happening, and we will continue and try to intensify with our growing team. So I see a lot of potential in the coming years.
Excellent. Thank you so much for that wonderful answer. You know, so there is something to look forward to, the Medica, which is coming, and also the Future Tech Fest, FTF. I think it's a very interesting event to see what's happening in innovation space. Thank you so much, Steffi. Back to Bon, your last word from you. You are from the government side. You know, in the end, it's great to see a government official here in person pushing and giving support towards innovation, towards collaboration. Your final thoughts, what do you see will happen in the next 5-10 years?
Yeah, thank you, Jules, once again, and I would like to thank you, first of all, the great panelists on the stage, because you mentioned a very crucial, important thing, which I mentioned quite a little bit earlier during my intro, and this is what I call the Da Vinci effect. We are already working together, so especially thank you for the kind words. North Rhine-Westphalia is one of the biggest partners to the Netherlands, also to France, and then comes the point we are already establishing a, let's say, European open innovation ecosystem, and that's one of my statements and wrap up for today. We are all here establishing an open innovation ecosystem, and that's so important. This concept, to have this concept in mind, because in the entrepreneurial way or manner, we would say it's a kind of co-opetition. But it's co-opetition, this means we are still into competition regarding the countries, but we are already in cooperation. So it's co-opetition, and I see for the future that the European countries has or have diversified their own economies to, let's say, that the dependency from the US, from China, from the Asian countries has shrunk a little bit, and that we have established from the government side specific high-tech sections where we not only have the playground for the companies to work together, but where we have established, the Consul General has mentioned it, strategic partnership between the governments to set the level playing field, especially in the so-called high-tech. This means AI, defense, aerospace, and quantum computing. And last sentence, we are already working on it because we hope that we can announce during the upcoming Bangalore Tech Summit, announce with the government of Karnataka to have this kind of LOI. And we are already from a political side working to have a memorandum of understanding signed next year together with the government of Karnataka in these specific fields. Thank you so much.
Excellent. So time for action, time for cooperation and competition and strategic partner. Big round of applause for these wonderful speakers. We will just be here. We take one more minute of yours. May I call upon our good friends from Voice AI to just analyze whatever feedback we got from this whole audience. So, you know, the days of old surveys, filling up form, giving your personal information is over. But over to you, just also give us a little 1 minute understanding of this or this analysis. Over to you. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Jose, for this opportunity. So many of you actually spoke actually about your feedback. I encourage you to do that. The QR code is right there, and whatever insights that you do talk about, it gets captured and then it gets analyzed, right? And this is super useful for us in terms of what are we doing right, what can be done better, and it can be applied to your organizations as well. As you can see, the feedback is in the moment. So what you're feeling is what you're talking. It all gets captured in the inboxes, right? So for example, it's one of the best summit. So this is Rajesh from AT&T, I guess. So like this, this is actually the raw feedback that you do have here. But I think the beauty is not just the raw feedback, right? Let's say we are having this summit in global locations, right? The virtual part and all that. Then you will see a sentiment analysis across the globe with the heat maps as to where people are feeling what. But the beauty is actually beyond that. What you do see here is the themes that are emerging out of these conversations that we are having today, right? And it's all in the moment, it's all happening real time as we speak. And the next tab actually pretty much gives you the opportunities based on the themes that are being discussed, and then it's synthesized by the AI, looking at the trends and then figuring out, and then there are timestamps, of course, which actually enable you to really look at those specifically and then gather more insights. So that is what you have, and then we are going to analyze each one of them after the conference, and then we will come back to you regarding what are the learnings and what are the things that are happening, and then what are the great opportunities. So that's what I wanted to share with you in a minute.
Yes.
So I'll stop.
Thank you
Thank
so much. So, we have AI doing the report. So at the end of this summit, because as we have our 10th year next year, we will have insights from this report or from AI as our virtual attendee, part of that report, and also some insights from all the speakers over the last 10 years who have spoken, also as part of the report. Lunch will open in 3 minutes. It's on the other side, just behind these stalls. May I ask you to play music while we take a group picture together of this panel? Thank you very much. And after lunch, we start exactly at 2 o'clock. We are running almost perfectly on time. 1 was lunch, but we will start 5 minutes late at 1:05. But we will restart after lunch at 2 p.m. on the energy and mobility track. I have to say there are some hidden champions in that track. Make sure you're here to listen, to find them, probably to invest in them or benefit from their growth as well. Thank you very much. Some music and we take our group picture. Cherry, you're here. I've instructed the food counters to close in the next 3 minutes because TU is Sud, Simon is here, I see Jan Kune is here. Venkat from Arcadis, I know you're on the other side, please come over this side. All right. Especially Bangalore and India overall has a mobility challenge, and it's always a question, should we do more mass mobility, more last mile mobility, more personal mobility, or more shared mobility? In all this challenge, there is also the other element of energy and creating enough energy to power electric mobility and eVTOLs. So today we have a very, very interesting track managed by Shyam Karigiri, who was the former chairman of the Indo-American Chamber of Commerce and currently MD of Moog Aerospace. It's a very interesting aerospace. And this morning when you heard from E-Plane Company, you heard how mobility will change and mobility will move to the skies. So in that context, it's really important that we have Shyam here from Moog India, Managing Director of the American Aerospace Company, but they do a lot of testing, certification, and so on in India. So he is here to moderate. Hopefully, he'll have a good group interaction after that. If I request the help of somebody from the hotel to ring some bells and push people towards this side, we have to keep to time because we have an online audience and we have to continue the summits and the track from 2 o'clock. May I also request the hotel staff to close the lunch counters because now it's time to get back to business. So after that very wonderful session in the morning and wonderful insights, we now move to the afternoon panel, Mobility and Energy. A few house announcements. You have wonderful stalls, the stall of Philips Healthcare, which is focusing on heart health. In fact, you can use your mobile to check the health of your heart. It's a very interesting concept. So if each of you haven't already been there during coffee break, you should visit them. I already spoke in the morning about Noura. Noura is doing predictive health science, which is something very interesting, Japanese technology. So you should also meet Sai at the Noura stall. We have people from HDFC here who will try to make your money double or more, but nonetheless you can meet them from the mutual fund team. This side we have a very interesting co-working space actually built. It's done by Grasshoppers. Grasshopper is India's first sustainable co-working space. You know that there has been a boom in co-working space. A lot of startups use co-working space when they start. Can that start be sustainable? If you begin well, then you can continue and scale well. So well begun is half done. So why can't startups start in a sustainable space and meet similar like-minded people and put sustainability thinking into their mindset? So you will hear tomorrow from Senthil, who is the founder of Grasshoppers. Interestingly, he's also from NITK Surathkal, and they run a fund as alumni of NITK Surathkal to invest in startups as well. So if you haven't met him, you should go and meet him at the stall as well. We have also North Rhine-Westphalia's booth there, and we'll have somebody from their team. You can find brochures and other opportunities of what was spoken here available there. We might have later in the afternoon a battery technology company that will occupy the last empty stall. You see, they are so busy, they have not yet reached. But nonetheless, they will be there later in the afternoon, also tomorrow. I hope during the coffee breaks, if the line is too long, you use the chance to network and connect with others. So without much further ado, can I ask those people at the last who are standing to come and sit down? I have a good eyesight, especially I can see far much better than I can see close. So I can see and remember your faces, okay? So please come forward with your plates and sit down. Without much further ado, I now invite my good friend and also leader of the industry in mobility aerospace, Shyam Karigiri, to come over the stage. Let's give a big round of applause. Shyam is also on our advisory board for TIA Summit, and it's great to have him and work with him. Over to you, Shyam. Take it away. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jose. Thanks for the kind words. Good afternoon, everyone, once again, and welcome to this particular session of the 9th edition of TIA Summit 2025. It's truly inspiring to see all the innovators, the experts, and the leaders in the industry come together to envision what the future of our planet is going to be. So when you think of the journey towards a sustainable world, it's not a single path solution, but rather a convergence of multiple interconnected efforts. And the way I see it is, in this transformation, there are three most important or high impact pillars that actually make this transformation happen. And that is clean energy, connected mobility, and certainly skill. We'll talk a little bit about each of that, and the need for cleaner or more sustainable energy is now more important than ever. And it's primarily from this requirement or the dual goal of planet action, but at the same time, energy security for our entire world as well and for the future generations. So a lot has happened in this field in terms of transformation, all the way from large solar and wind-powered installations, all the way to very innovative energy storage systems and such. But the true impact of this particular transition will only happen not through technological improvements, certainly yes, but more so in terms of how we implement these aspects. And that's where I feel this whole concept of connected mobility comes into play. You may have plenty of sources of clean energy, but I think the most impact comes when you connect our transportation systems to this clean energy sources. And that's going to certainly drive this whole adoption of electric vehicles and sustainable vehicles. So today in this session, we'll hear from speakers and experts in terms of what are the innovations happening on the connected space, not only from intelligent charging systems to smart grids, but also a lot of technological advancements that have happened from a platform perspective in terms of promoting mass mobility or certainly the connected mobility aspect. So these two aspects of clean energy and connected mobility, yes, they are certainly technological transformations, but I look at it more in terms of the transformation or a fundamental shift in our economy itself. And this is where I think the third pillar, the skilling aspect, comes into play. As our industries are evolving, there's a lot of question mark or an introspection that we need to do in terms of where do we stand from a knowledge perspective, from a skill perspective. So with all these technological advancements happening, is our workforce ready to take on these new challenges? Are there training opportunities? Are there skilling opportunities? Do we need to train technicians who are going to go out and deploy these large-scale sustainable solutions such as solar power farms and so on and so forth? Or do we have to really train our future engineers to work on advanced platforms that talk about smart and intelligent charging systems or electric vehicles or even platforms that promote smart mobility? So I think this is what I see, and that's the reason why we are having this particular session in terms of clean energy, connected mobility, and skilling. We have a great lineup of speakers that are going to come about, but I'm really very enthused that today's session is not just going to be a showcase of what is possible, but more in terms of an exploration of how we all get together together. And I'm also very confident that the ideas, the collaboration, and the partnerships that have begun today will certainly take us forward, and let's all explore together in terms of how we can shape the sustainable future that we all strive for. So with that opening remarks, I once again welcome you all to this particular session. Joe said that I was part of Moog Aerospace. It's predominantly in aerospace, but we also do a lot of work in space and defense and the industrial sector. But specifically on the sustainability side from an aerospace perspective, Moog being headquartered in the US, but we have a large presence here in India as well. We do a lot of work from the more electric aircrafts that are coming up. So rather than our Moog as a company, we primarily focus on flight control systems. So moving away from bulky hydraulic flight control systems to more electric systems, which are lighter, and certainly that will help with the aviation industry. But also on the engine side, they say that the most benefit from a sustainability perspective comes not from the aircraft structure, but predominantly from the engines. So we are doing a lot of work in that space as well in terms of having a lot of systems that manage the flow of future aviation fuels, including hydrogen and such. So just a small snippet of what we do as an organization. So without further ado, I wish to, of course, thank Jose and the TIA team for having me come here to anchor the session. So I'm very grateful for that. So in terms of our list of speakers, I'll just quickly do a brief round of introduction about each of our speakers, then I'll invite them to come and speak about the topic. So first up will be Mr. Venkat Subbarao Chanduru, who is currently the director for the Arcadis group. With over 25 years of experience in traffic and transportation system engineering, Venkata specializes in delivering technology-driven solutions to tackle complex urban mobility challenges. And as the director and head of India operations at Arcadis, he leads a team of over 150 impact creators, is what he calls them, in driving initiatives that redefine the future of urban transportation. So I extend a very warm welcome to you, Venkata, and we look forward to hearing from you. Please. You need a wireless. Yes, I'll get you a wireless.
Or otherwise I can speak from here. Presentation. Yeah, good afternoon everyone, and I think it's a post-lunch as usual. I think it's going to be challenging to hold you all to the session and then see how, I'll try my best to see how we can actually keep your interest on. And today I'm trying to focus on what each one of us are actually going through I call it as a mobility crisis, and I keep telling people that it's nothing but another COVID, which actually is like a Movid. I keep telling them that COVID was visible and people have suffered through, and we lost lives, but I think we are suffering much more in intensity than what COVID had, and we are losing more lives than what COVID, and we don't see an end to this particular thing, and then it definitely needs a collaborative, tech-driven, and of course, a domain-specific centered solutions that we need to work together with a human angle to it, not just only the technology angle. So from that point of view, I just wanted to quickly run you through some facts, which I don't want to go through each one, but there is always a pain. When you see mobility, I'm not sure all of you enjoy getting up every day in the morning to just traverse through the streets of Bangalore, or to that matter to any city. None of us would really love to do this part, but why this is actually becoming a pain is because I think there are limitless growth and unregulated systems that what we see, which is actually leading to this kind of chaos. And I'm sure all of us go through this part, but then in terms of numbers, they're alarming. And why I always tell this as another invisible COVID or Movid is because of these numbers. And imagine like we are losing so much of GDP, whatever the economic engines that we call urban areas to be. Everyone talks about that as urban areas or cities are the economic engines. But if you don't take the right steps in time I think they are getting choked, and then they are actually polluting the ecosystem, and then they are also causing a lot of health and stress issues to all of us. And the biggest irony is that tech is all deployed across. Like we had 100 smart cities, not only 100, we have another 400, 500 cities where tech is also deployed. But unfortunately, 90% of the ITS assets today are underutilized. We have a classic example, we have 6,000 cameras that are deployed, and we know how many cameras are actually put to use, right? And how much outcomes are being driven by these tech that is actually being deployed. And this is not just here, everywhere, every city, every smart city, almost like we had 101 lakh 40,000 crore investment that has actually 1.4 lakh crore investment has actually gone in, but we don't know what outcomes they're actually supporting us. So while we talk about all the pain, I think we also see a possibility that is coming out of all these things. So what we see is we have done some pilots, and not only us, every other industry is actually doing a lot of pilots. We see that every 1 kilometer speed that we are able to save, it is actually leading to about 1.5 million tons savings in carbon, right? So this is a classic thing why we should actually work towards mitigating the congestion as a problem. Now you see a 10% mobility efficiency can add to about 2 to 3% of GDP. These numbers are actually hugely alarming. Like the possibilities that it can create for all of us to work together and collaborate towards a solution is very compelling, and I think nothing other than these numbers can actually tell us as to why we should be together in solving this problem. Now coming to the point as what we as Arcadis are actually doing in the whole ecosystem, and what we believe has been helping us in successfully delivering the solutions and the outcomes that what we envisaged. So this is exactly the trinity that I actually talk about, the mobility trinity. What is important is we definitely need a lot of domain expertise. We definitely need, whether it's a traffic and transportation, or whether it is electronics, or there's a lot of domain expertise that needs to come in. Combined with the technology, the state-of-the-art tech that we are talking about, what is not possible, what was not possible yesterday is all possible today. So, and that's been made possible only through technology, right? And for example, earlier in my days when I started my career, early days, we used to go to house to do household surveys, to collect the pattern of travel pattern in the cities, or stand in the middle of the road to stop the vehicles on highways to talk about from where to where the traffic is actually moving and what commodities they are moving, or what kind of leisure trips or business trips people are conducting. But today we don't need to do that. There's a lot of tech that is actually already in place, which is the mobile tech that we actually talk about, or the e-way bill system that is actually tracking almost all the commodity movements across the cities and between the cities and within the cities, is all ready available data for me, and then it's available in real time. It's actually available, millions of tons of data is actually getting created. So it's important that we look at these transformatory things that are actually happening around us to see how we can actually use this data and tech to solve the problems. The other important thing that we see is collaboration. Like today, classic example I actually see is that we have Safe City project that is actually running in Bangalore, which actually has 6,000 cameras doing its own job. We have the signaling system that we have deployed as Arcadis with support of CDAC and with the Bangalore Traffic Police. And within the signaling systems, there are 3 different ecosystems. The JICA system is there about 27 signals. We have actually done about 169. There are 300 more by another third party, right? But none of them talk to each other. So do you think that we'll be able to deliver the outcomes? Not possible. Within the one single traffic signaling ecosystem, we don't have systems talking to each other. Now why systems? The people don't talk to each other, right? So this is exactly a very huge case for us to actually start collaborating with each other, and that's something that we have demonstrated through one of the case studies I'll take you through about Astram, which is a actionable intelligence for sustainable traffic management, where we are trying to collaborate with every other agency in Bangalore which is generating data about mobility, whether it is Redbus, whether it is Nammayatri, whether it is we talk about Olas or Ubers, or whether we talk about any of those systems that are generating mobility data. Some way or the other, we are trying to collaborate with them and trying to see how we can extract that data and then try to see how we can engage in giving intelligence to people who actually manage the traffic around. So it's very important that we stay collaborated. I think that's one of the important third pillar that for us to actually achieve the outcomes that we have experienced. What is the other important thing that we also realized is we all need to start translating the data. There's tons and tons of data that is actually generating data every day. Every minute there is so much of data that is coming out. But it is important to translate this data, first to look at the right data. Now, any forum that I go, I actually keep telling that we need to have look at the right data and in a right perspective, right? It is important to make sure that this data is getting translated into information, into intelligence, and to insight, so that this helps in enabling outcomes. End of the day, what we want is if the citizen or a common man on the ground moving is not able to save time while he's commuting, all our energies and all our efforts are of no use. So it's important to look at how we translate these insights, data to insights, and that to impact. I think that's very important for all of us as innovators need to focus on, and that's something that we are trying to do. Now, having said all this, I just wanted to run through a few case studies as to how we are using all that what I've spoken into trying to drive some outcomes. So one of the case studies is about Astram that I've already talked about. It's a big data and AI platform, but more and more of a tech. It also collaborates a lot with all the key stakeholders. Even today, this Astram platform has been transformed into a multi-agency collaborative platform within the government. Now the Chief Secretary of Karnataka has a dashboard which actually looks at what are all how many potholes are getting generated every day and how many potholes are getting closed every day. At a highest level, people are able to track because the traffic police on the ground are able to report these potholes, which is actually through an Astram platform. And through this platform, it actually these issues are diverted to respective agencies. If it's a pothole, it goes through a GBA or municipal corporation. If it's a bus breakdown, it actually goes to BMTC. If it's a construction related thing, it actually goes to the respective agency which is doing the construction activity. So this is how we are able to send the information, the data translated into information to the people who can solve that problem in a very short span of time. So that's very important for us to create these tech platforms to make sure that people are able to collaborate. And when they see the outcomes, they definitely are actually subscribing to these kind of platforms, right? So that's important for us. So we actually collect data. We have not installed a single rupee device across the city. We are just using whatever the data that is being generated by various stakeholders, and then we have been able to put a good and right kind of information for people to take decisions, whether it's the traffic police on the ground, or whether it's a commissioner sitting in the central control room, or whether it's the commissioner of GBA, or whether it's a chief secretary of the state. Everybody is actually getting data which is translated into an actionable intelligence and an insight for them to take right decisions. Even today, I'll talk about the mobility twin that we have developed. The twin is actually helping people to take infrastructure investment decisions. Now, we have just started piloting this particular part, and I'm seeing a good future for this, and every city should actually adopt these kind of systems where there is a lot of effort and time and cost savings that people will see in taking their right data-based decisions. So we have been able to push for decisions. We are able to provide a platform where they are able to evaluate their possible options on a common platform. And then we are actually able to help prioritize the movements for them in the city, especially the emergency priority system, that ePath that we created. And people, all the hospitals who subscribe to this get a seamless movement, whether it is a signalized automated junction or it's a manual. Definitely the ambulance gets a priority along the corridor. And then we also have an engagement with citizens. We have created a companion app through which we are able to share the intelligence that gets created and insights that are created to the common man in Bangalore. And all of you, I'm sure, I don't know how many of you have subscribed to this, but definitely this is one. Astram Companion, BTP Astram is an app that's there in both iOS and Android platforms. We can always do that part, but nonetheless, if you are using Google or MapMyIndia, they also get the same information. We are democratizing data. They also get the same data at real-time basis. So you don't need to only download this app. If you're using those other map service providers, they also get this data. So these are the outcomes that we have been able to achieve, and this is very initial basic. And with the kind of problem that Bangalore is actually going through, I think this is a very small, minuscule success that we can actually showcase, but I'm sure there's a lot to come in the times to come for all of us to experience. And we also have deployed adaptive signaling system, and I'm sure whatever that VAC or countdown timers that you're seeing in Bangalore, there are about 169 signals. They are all AI based. The tech being deployed, but again, the tech without a human angle doesn't lead to outcomes. So what we do is we actually have this tech-driven platform helping, making sure the traffic police and also the data that is actually getting generated is actually being used by the decision makers to make sure that divert the traffic, or if there is an incident on the ground, to make sure that the signal timings are self-adaptive to these, is being actually worked out on this platform. So these are some examples. More importantly, most of the times, the human side of the whole story is that earlier, every junction you used to see a traffic cop. Now, at least these 169 junctions, unless there is a VIP movement, no cop is required to be managing these junctions. They are adaptive, they run on their own. So at least 169 into 2 are the number of people whom at least about 300, 350 people have been saved out of all the stress that they go through in a polluted traffic environment, and they are being put to other jobs which are less stressful. So I think that's the human side that the tech can actually lead to. So these are few corridors that we keep regularly monitoring, and these are real time. There is no manual intervention. The data is generated every minute, every day, and the commissioners and authorities are constantly monitoring, and things go up, things go down, then we know why they are actually going down. So we also know the reasons why things are not happening. Now, the other biggest innovation that we brought to the table was when we realized there's a lot of data that is actually getting generated and offline data is being collected. We realized that it's able to give us a lot of insights, but again, this is all the data is about the past that we have. So what was important for us is to see how we can bring in a real-time intelligence to the authorities for them to take the decisions on a fast track as the system is actually moving. And let's say there is a quick bus breakdown. Yesterday, on Outer Ring Road, there was a bus which actually broke down, and that wheels got locked, and there was a huge jam that has actually got. And then, right important thing is that information comes to all the right decision makers on time, and then that was actually cleared off in 2 hours time. Earlier it used to take more time. So, but it was actually cleared, and then that's important for them to take the right decisions. What has actually happened, so that they send the right kind of equipment and right kind of people to the site, so that the problem can be solved. I think that's where the real-time data actually helps. So what we have done is, while we collect the data, like for example, we now have the BMTC data, bus data coming in real time, the BMRCL data coming on time. We have 169 junctions where the cameras are actually feeding us real-time traffic count and classification data. We realize this data can be hugely benefited. We can actually make sure that we turn this data into a real-time intelligence. But what is important is, when this data is coming in pockets, it's important to make sure all the 3 key elements of any traffic would start engaging with each other on a digitized platform as the way it actually would do on real-time platform in a real-world scenario. So what we did was we created an infra twin. Now we are in the process of creating a vehicle twin, and we are also creating a user twin. Now what does it mean? Like, a simple thing is road network twin. How does a traffic or how does a road or a bus stop or a metro station respond to different kind of situations. There's a crowd situation that is emerging, or there is a weather situation, there is a heavy rain that is coming in. How does the infra respond to this? There are a lot of potholes which are very small in nature, they get big because of water stagnation and all those things. So like for example, there is a road accident that actually happened. How does the infra get affected because of these? So we need to understand all these infra related things in particular. And then second one is about the vehicle. Every vehicle has its own the emission factors. Every vehicle has its own way that it actually occupies space in a road network, right? Every vehicle has its own speed parameters, how it actually progresses in a real traffic situation, it progresses. So everything is mathematical models that you have. So it's important to actually have a model that is built for vehicles also. Now coming to the traveler or the road user, there are two-wheeler drivers, there are auto rickshaw drivers, there are cab drivers who are driving the same four-wheeler versus a private vehicle owner who is driving a vehicle. The behaviors are going to be different, right? So unless you capture their behaviors and model them, only then we know that how all the three interact with each other in a real world situation. So we are now in the process of creating, we have done some pilots. This is actually in a nascent stage, but when this actually becomes a reality, complete reality, now you can imagine that what kind of insight or real-time intelligence that the authorities would actually get for them to take real-time decisions. So we have built this entire thing and it's already operational, and people have started using this for their decision making in real time, and then we are now trying to see how we can promote this and make it more and more useful for the authorities to work on. One of the small examples that I can actually show you how we are using the data, and this is one of the cameras, junction camera, Safe City camera, which is used for security that has been installed now. Then we are repurposing that for mobility. Now you see there's a junction camera which is monitoring all these traffic movements, and it is able to bring in the near miss analysis it's able to produce, and it's actually is able to, oh sorry, I think there is a video, I'm sorry, it's actually is able to identify those near miss analysis. It's creating the accident hotspots, the potential accident hotspots. Now for me as a junction design engineer, now for me to make the junction safe, I know what are all the interactions between the vehicles that need to be potentially eliminated, and what kind of channelization that I can actually do to prevent that part. Now you see the matrix on the right side is a matrix, potential conflict matrix it generates. So which are the two vehicle types that are actually having a highest potential of conflict and accident and safety hazard. So this is how we are trying to repurpose. This one classic example that I'm putting to. There are so many other use cases that we are putting it through, and I will encourage you to visit the Bangalore Traffic Police Experience Center, where you can go through each of the use cases and we can demonstrate to you many of those things. But then yes, the tech is really coming to play in urban areas, and then yes, the people are actually now are getting used to data-driven decisions. I can tell you for sure, at least in Bangalore traffic today, there's not even a single decision that actually is taken without the data backup and without looking at the data that is actually in the past. So this is a culture change that we are able to bring in with the data and innovations, tech innovations in the platform. Now from a city level, we are also now trying to see how we can scale up at a national level. Now one of the biggest challenges that we are also seeing is the 180,000 people lives being lost every year, and this is only just what is getting reported on system, right? There are many more fatalities, there are many more accidents, there are many more casualties in terms of people losing their limbs and then becoming unable to work and contribute to the economy. So we realize that there is a lot of data that needs to be captured, and we need to make sure that we are able to support this cause. One of the important observations or the data-driven things that actually came up was about 30% of the deaths or fatalities on our national highways are because of not being able to be provided with a right kind of a medical support during the golden hour. Now the golden hour starts from the time the accident has happened, right? Now there is a time within which the accident gets detected, Now the detected accident is communicated. Now once communicated, the people need to know what kind of response, whether it is a, just for the information, there are two types of ambulances. One is an ALS and a BLS, advanced life support and a basic life support. Now if there is a crash is so critical that you send a basic life support ambulance, it doesn't serve the purpose, right? We need to know what kind of response that need to go, right? Now even there are biggest challenge that we also see is people take the ambulance to a hospital just to realize that there are no beds vacant or the doctor is not available for treatment. These are many cases that are reported like this, and then they start looking out for another hospital. So now we have created a platform where we are now integrating all the hospitals along the highways, and in real time, near real time, we are actually getting the data onto this platform as to how many beds are available, what type of doctors are actually available. Based on the accident and the casualty nature, we are actually able to send the ambulance to the right kind of hospitals so that we are able to reduce the fatalities on ground. So these are some innovations, the tech things that we are actually doing. There's more, but more important is what the collaborations that I talked about. So one of the important things, and without collaboration, I can tell you none of the innovations, whatever innovations that we may do, I think it's important. There are so many people, affected parties or influencing parties that will be involved in any solution from the drawing board to the ground, and it's important for us to sustain the benefits. It's important to collaborate. So what we see is government, industry, academia, and the citizen and the community which is getting impacted, their collaboration is mandatory. And we as Arcadis are actually trying to make sure that we collaborate with each of those key stakeholders and making sure that our solutions are getting upgraded and enhanced from time to time to make sure that we are able to deliver the outcomes. If our focus is on outcomes, I'm sure the solutions and collaborations and the engagements are bound to actually happen. And one of the important 3S principle that we try to promote is also to make sure that safety, security, and sustainability should be the core elements of any innovation that we look at and that we need to work. And unless this, I don't think we will be able to make sure the investments are actually going to, it's only the money that is actually going on, but we will never be able to make sure that we will be able to achieve. What is most important that we also realized is that all the efforts, whether the data or technology or whatever that we actually do, it's important that the intent has to be the prime and central to all of us. And I'm sure each one of us, whenever we are working on any of the solutions for the community, what we realize is unless the intent and without the intent, you can't bring things to table, right things to the table. And without bringing the right things to the table and taking them to the ground, we will not be able to achieve the intended outcomes. So I think it's important for us to realize that part. So again, as a bottom line, what I keep telling is we are all not talking about the sensors and servers that we talk about. That's not what is important. What is important is making sure that we make sense out of what we are doing and making sure the service is actually the end outcome that we need to look at it. Without that, we will not be able to achieve what we are talking about. So as a last statement, mobility touches every one of us. And I think whatever solutions that we are talking of mobility, wherever we are talking of, it's important to keep the human element in mind. Whatever tech that comes, important is humanity and human element. And unless we do that, I think the future is driven by this basic intent of making sure that the tech has a human angle to it. Otherwise, we will not be able to see the outcomes that we are talking. Thank you very much for the time. So thank you, Jose, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Venkat. About the pains of traffic, but more importantly, also providing the hope for us in terms of some of the transformations that are possible in traffic management. Thank you. Next up is a popular personality. You all know him, doesn't need a whole lot of introduction. Jan Koene, CEO of the Grundig Academy Group. A Of course, as I said, his popularity is such that he needs no introduction. He's a renowned keynote speaker, a consultant, trainer, and a coach on multitude of topics. And he also calls himself, which I personally like, a nomad for innovation. That's his tagline. And Jan is also a part of an international network of innovation architects who are specifically focused on regenerative and equitable economics, together with international startup accelerators in the countries of Slovenia, Austria, US, and India. His deep focus is on disruptive innovation. So without further ado, I hand it over to Jan. Thank you very much, Jan.
All right, it's afternoon. Obviously, you arrived here. Yeah, so many people ask me in Europe, why do you go for mobility questions to India? I say, well, it's obvious, especially here in Bangalore. When you have on your way from your home to Electronic City or Whitefield, you've got 2 hours time. We've got thousands and thousands of talents sitting in the traffic jam and thinking, how can we recreate the world of mobility? And that's what I'm here. That's why I'm here, because I see so many solutions coming from India, coming from Bangalore, for recreate the world of mobility. So I'm from Grundig Academy. Grundig Academy is your partner as a hub for transformative education. That's on one side, because you need education to understand what's happening. And on the other side, the launchpad for disruptive solutions. So if you have disruptive solutions, you need the market to be educated. On the other hand, to have an educated market, you can get disruptive solutions on the ground. So we were talking about climate change and what's happening there, and we all know transportation is attributing 14%. It's actually rising at the moment, up to 15% to the greenhouse gas emissions in the atmosphere, including methane. By the way, including methane, and CNG is nothing else than methane, just to keep that in mind when we think about sustainable transportation. So the question is there a way how we can really achieve the Paris Agreement in 2050 to reduce or keep our temperature rise to 1.5 degrees? Actually, I doubt that we get there, but there is a pathway to get there. McKinsey says with this study that we have to reduce our greenhouse gas emission by 86% till 2050. 86% reduction of greenhouse gas emission during mobility. And that's a very frightening number when you think of it. How do we achieve that? Of course, we need zero emission vehicles, that's one part. Second part is we have to have a zero carbon supply chain. That's the next part. That's a challenging one, by the way. Then we have to look and transition technologies, hybrid cars. That's another one we have to look for. And then we have to, and that's a really bad message, reduce mobility. Okay, that's a crucial point, reducing mobility. Mobility is a part of our freedom. We want to be able to move. So we've got two things here. We've got the reduction story happening, and at the same time we have the freedom of mobility on the other side. And how do we bring these things together? Now, let's check this one. That's how we do it. So, coming back. So the one is the highway to our office in Palo Alto, Silicon Valley, with all the trucks and pickup trucks sitting on the road. Then we've got Lagos there. We've got sitting devices in parking lots for 23.5 hours per day and blocking this urban space. And we've got huge traffic jams sitting around and, blocking us. The other side is, okay, we should go for public transport. Well, this looks very crazy as well on the public transport side. It's not really delight. So when we look at what's happening in cities, the major pain point in cities is not leisure, it's not work, it's not education. No, it's mobility again. So it's a major pain point we have to solve. And 42% of the people who use public transport want to change this way of transporting themselves. 42%. And on the other side, using your private car, 37% want to change the model. So it's a huge market opportunity behind this. Most of the people who are commuting want to change to something. Now that's where the brains, the talents, the ideas, the startups, the cities can come together and create a real new world of mobility. But the core question is to be delighted or not to be delighted. And these are just a few photos around this area here. One was taken from my hotel room just onto the street. You see, this is Bangalore in traffic. And I was trying to walk to Joe's office. That's what the walkway looked like. So really, we have to do something about it. And we as Grundig Academy see ourselves as a bridge to bring technology and solutions together and academia. So there's MIT Cityscope. MIT is a very well-known, university, and they've got the Cityscope, and you can plan on the ground with Lego blocks what this community looks like. You can place shops there, you can place universities there, and you can adjust the public transport and the mobility movements into the simulation. But do you really have to go to MIT? No, you don't have to go to MIT because you've got it here. And you just heard Venkat speaking. You've got the first I've ever seen digital traffic twin working on the stage on real-time data. I've seen so many of them. I did my training at MIT. We did it on Kendall Square. Kendall Square is 9 square kilometers, and we did the simulations there. Now you can do it on Bangalore. Just imagine this. Just imagine what kind of asset you're bringing to the world of universities doing traffic planning, traffic simulation. So this is exactly what we're doing. We're taking the ideas from Arcadis together with Venkat to universities to educate the people in the world, in the globe, to understand what's happening on traffic management, on real problems. And we were just talking 2 days back with some representative going to be in Wolfsburg. Anyone knows Wolfsburg? Wolfsburg? Have you heard about this city? No? Anyone from the automotive space? That's a center where Volkswagen is sitting. Now, they are talking about to look into the solutions of Venkat, Arcadis Group, for traffic simulation. Now take this. This is the opportunities we have here together to bridge the world. And that's what we do as Grundig Academy together with partners like Venkat. Second one. Now, vice versa. Now, this company is Max Bögl. Max Bögl used to build streets and roads and highways. And you know the German Autobahns are very well known. And he thought, well, there's something wrong in the system. We have to change. So what he did, and take this for a moment, someone who is building roads, that's his main job, reinvented the Megalev as a transport system, the Max Bögl transportation system, which is running now close to our hometown in Nuremberg, and which is not the supplement, it's not actually replacing the metro, but it's going to be a place where you have a bigger settlement and bringing that to a metro station. That's how we can do it, the Megalev solution. This one here, a good friend of mine, Forrest North, he's working for Telo EV, and Forrest, by the way, has the number 50 Tesla. So he was the 50th Tesla employee, and he thought this story with the Cybertrucks is not leading anywhere. We need something totally different. So this is why he came up with the Telo. The Telo is on a size on a Mini Cooper and providing the space of a Tacoma. So we really have to bring new solutions on the ground to rethink what we're doing. Talking about last mile mobility, cable cars. Cable cars is a beautiful solution to have last miles mobility. Just imagine you're sitting at Siemens in Electronic City, and you're trying to get off your compound to the metro station. Have you been there? You're sitting there, waiting there, seeing all the buses getting stuck in the... and it's even walkable to the metro station, but you can't because there's a street.
So why not using cable cars? And here comes a beautiful story. If you take the cable car and put it on a little scooter, basically you have autonomous last mile mobility at the same time. Talking about autonomous mobility. So this is a crazy one, and this is again from MIT. What did they do there? They were rethinking the way of bike sharing, push bikes. Now, most of the push bike sharing solutions across the world failed. Why? Because the people were dumping the bikes where they were. They just dumped them on the street and walked off. Now, the idea of MIT was to rethink that world, and what if the bike comes up to you and picks you up? And after you've finished your ride, you get off the bike, and the bike goes off to the next customer. It works. It works. Of course, you need bike brakes for this, so talking about this one. But anyway, so you can reduce the fleet sizes of these autonomous push bikes by 2/3. Think of the investment there. Talking about autonomous mobility. Now again, a beautiful Indian born and bred story. This is Sanjeev Sharma from Swire Roberts. And when you think Tesla is the leading one for autonomous vehicles, no, wrong. If you think it's Waymo, wrong. If you think it's Mobileye, wrong. It's Swire Roberts. They achieved on Indian roads, under Indian road conditions, level 4, level 5 autonomous mobility in Bhopal, on the road. I've been in the car in April, and I'm still here. You see the cows coming around, you see the tuk-tuks coming around, you see the drivers of motorbikes, whatever. And who's taking care about traffic rules? Yeah. Okay, so you have to work with the worst situation of autonomous vehicles. And he manages, and he does it. It's on the ground. So please celebrate what you have here in India. You've got leapfrogging technologies, really. Yeah, give them a hand. Give Swire and all the others a hand for this one. Then the other way around. Every trap with a car starts and ends with a parking lot. Where do I put my car? Okay, now, parking lots are all over the place. Everybody's parking wherever. We have to sort that, because otherwise we don't get a walkable city. Now here comes Automical into play, and Automical is basically working on the backend protocol. Backend protocol invented where? Bangalore. Okay, they're working in the Netherlands, okay? In the Netherlands, we're introducing backend protocol for parking, and now building a bigger story together with Namayati. You will hear about Sean later on. In-wheel motors, beautiful solution coming out of Slovenia. Now, what if we take the in-wheel motors to our electric vehicles? Very efficient. And this is, by the way, the Aptera, coming from the States. That's the last standing solar-powered car in the world. Take this one. Okay, so we have to build bridges. What if you have an IKEA for EVs? It's there. You build your own car, BY car, or something like this. The lovely, beautiful thing coming out of Sweden, we're taking that at the moment to Tanzania. High voltage training, we were talking about security, safety, and everything. If we move forward to EVs, we really have to rethink how we do the training. Charger, he was going to speak here. It's something about freewheeling and recuperation at the same time. If you're an engineer, you see what challenges behind this. And last but not least, we're working on transportation as well on the big scale. This is a big vessel. And you know, all the container ships are adding a lot of GHG emissions to the atmosphere, the biggest, by the way. And we're working there on post-combustion capture, carbon capture. And by the way, we're doing that with a technology called reticular chemistry. Reticular chemistry allows to change the material to capture. And with this one, with 1 gram of this material, you can have the surface of 1 soccer field. Now you can imagine how much material you can suck into it. This is done by a company called Atoko. And there is one more thing. Last week, Atoko and the founder of Atoko was winning the Nobel Prize of Chemistry, Professor Yagi. And it's really heartwarming to work together with this team. And by the way, I connected just on Wednesday this team again to for big engine suppliers working together to do post-carbon capture. So let's come together with academia, training, and disruptive solutions and make it happen to shape a green world of green mobility. Thank you very much.
That was an amazing presentation, Jan. Thank you so much. And I think it really brought about the aspects of the industry, academia, collaboration, and all the research that's going on. But more importantly, the practical applications of those research and how they can transform the world. So thank you very much, Jan. So our next speaker, of course, again, will not need much introduction, but all of us have our favorite apps on our phones. For some, it's Insta. For others, it may be Facebook, LinkedIn, and so on and so forth. But I think all of us do have a must-have kind of an app on our phones, and I'm sure that is mostly the mobility-related apps, and of course, that's where we have Namayatri. So our next speaker is going to be Shan. He's the co-founder and also responsible for the people and technology at Namayatri. Shan's biggest contribution has been building systems that power community-led mobility initiatives, of course, such as Namayatri, which empowers drivers and digitizes the whole public transport system, a future of mobility that is empathetic, integrated, and affordable. So let's hear a lot more from Shan. Big round of applause for Shan as we...
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thanks so much. I think the stage has been set very nicely by Venkat and Jan in terms of the future of mobility, and he covered quite a lot of stuff. We'll take a small portion of what they spoke about, and we are more of executionists, being on the ground, speaking to a lot of drivers, speaking to a lot of customers, and how do we make this really work? How do we make the cities move smarter? They're already moving. When you're in Bangalore, you say that the city is not moving, but how do we kind of enable to move smarter, better, faster? We call this Mobility 3.0. I'll talk about how the mobility as a space is evolving. If you are in a non-mobility space as well, you can think of this as an analogy of how your own space, your own sector could move as well. We have taken the analogy of how internet was evolving as 1.0, 2.0, and 3.0, and how it has been moving as well. Does it work? Yeah. Okay. So despite billions of dollars being spent, so much of brain at work, we still believe mobility is broken. If you ask a lot of people here, they will say that, okay, getting around in cities like Bangalore or San Francisco is not easy. The two pillars of that, one is, okay, suppose if you assume that you don't want to drive, private vehicles are not what you want the future to be. There are two parts to it. One is the shared mobility or the ride hailing, and the other one is the public transport. The ride hailing or the shared mobility, if you speak to both sides, they don't seem to be happy. We believe that it feels like a necessary evil, right? You want it, but like the way he said, you will have the app, but it's not like you will get it or you'll be happy about the performance. The other side, public transport, in countries like India, infrastructure has been invested by the government, but there is a lack of convenience, connectedness, and the seamlessness as well. So the overall customer experience, putting customer at the center of everything, has been missing as well. What we realized is that if you have to solve it, you'll have to fundamentally rethink. That rethinking cannot happen with one company thinking, but rather a whole ecosystem coming together and solving it. And we believe mobility is fundamentally hyper-local in nature. What I mean by hyper-local is, like, let's say a problem for Karnataka has to be solved with people in Karnataka coming together. A problem in Netherlands can be solved when people in Netherlands come together. Of course, there can be a cross-pollination of ideas and tools, etc., but we fundamentally think it has to be hyper-local in nature. Mobility 1.0 is all about, there was a government control, it was reasonably decentralized, not fully digitized, but we felt that it was not very inclusive, only a small percentage of the people were using it. 2.0, customers at the center of everything, the balance of power shifted from drivers to the customers, digitized but centrally controlled. Companies like Uber, Lyft, Ola of the world started controlling. Government became a bystander. They were not even actually participating in it. Most importantly, public transport was completely ignored in this phase. Ride-hailings became very popular. It became a necessity. 3.0, like Web 3.0, will get the best of 1.0 and 2.0. It will first digitize, but because AI is there, democratization can happen. We believe that the cost of technology will be much, much lower than what it was there in 2.0. It will have to be decentralized. The balance of power has to be both supply and demand together. Transit has to be integrated. Jan spoke about how important public transport is. We cannot ignore public transport if it has to become sustainable. And governments cannot be bystanders. They have to participate in this one because they are the one who are investing hard infrastructure in this, and this is a much, much larger TAM. And our endeavor as Moving Tech, and Namayatri is one such instance of that, is how do we make 3.0 a reality as well. So what we call it is like no longer a single company owns everything. How do we make this a hyper-local initiative? You can move into a quick video. So we have a bunch of such apps. The idea is to, can we create an AWS or a Shopify for cities, driver communities, driver cooperators, or a local entrepreneur who will do that. So we have a bunch of states that are lined up. We'll pretty soon be live in northern and western part of India as well. How do we make this happen? Essentially, we think that 4 things are super important to make this kind of a model work. Number 1, community. The people who do the real work. All of us are coming up with great technology, great solutions, etc. But ultimately, the guy who is a driver or a customer who is actually spending 12, 14 hours on the road, driving the auto, driving the cab, that guy has to participate. And majority of the earnings of what the customer is paying has to go to the driver. So it's one of the fundamental principles. The supply will have to own this in some form and shape rather than a central entity doing it. That's the exact philosophy of Web 3.0 as well, Mobility 3.0. When the community owns it, the big chunk of ops and marketing is kind of decentralized as well. So this is the first important lever. Second is, we'll have to make tech a lot more affordable. It cannot be few companies in only Bay Area can afford this kind of a technology. Can you give a state-of-the-art, highly performant, reliable, AWS quality software at utility pricing? A great example is what UPI has done it in India. We can reduce the cost drastically. India has that advantage of giving fantastic products at an affordable price. And this technology can actually enable not just Indian states and cities, it can actually enable global. Third is, it cannot be operating in silos. We have an example of Chennai One app launched 2 weeks back. Within 2 weeks, without any marketing, it has been doing more than 20,000 trips a single day, all through word of mouth. People who are not traveling in public transport, we are able to convert them to make public transport convenient as well. In a single app, you can bring bus, metro, train, autos, share autos, etc. into a single app as well. A single app where you can bring all modes of transport to plan, book, pay, and track as well. Globally, this is the single app that we have seen. No such apps where planning and transactions have similar as well. Imagine that a city mapper and a Uber coming together and then offering a solution like this. This is, we believe, will be the future for Indian cities as well. So last but not the least, this solution is global ready. As much as we want local solutions like Swadeshi apps, every country wants their own Swadeshi apps. And if we can offer this kind of a technology, which is the India advantage that we have, to the global markets, they can offer, at whatever scale, they can offer a top-of-the-bill, state-of-the-art technology at a price point which will make a lot of sense as well. As we speak, we are going live in 2 states and 2 countries, Netherlands and Finland, by end of this year with the same technology that is powering our Namma-Yatri and Odisha Yatri, etc. So we are very excited, and this has been made possible because of the bunch of unions and auto drivers in Bangalore and the fabulous support that has happened from the drivers. Our vision is to create a harmonious community, and a similar kind of innovations and transformation can happen in any other industry as well. If we put community and government as well as the businesses together in whatever we are thinking. Thank you so much. Thank you. Bye.
Excellent presentation, Shan. Thank you so much for helping us understand what's in store for the future for Namma-Yatri. And I think we're all excited to be looking forward to using your system with the enhancements that you were talking about. Next up is going to be a speaker from TUV SUD. TUV is a global company that provides testing, certification, auditing, and advisory services to essentially enhance safety, security, and sustainability in the various industries. So I would like to next call upon Simon Lemon, who is the CEO of TUV SUD, South Asia. With a background in international leadership and team development, Simon brings extensive expertise in renewable energy, climate action certification, and the hydrogen sector. A very warm welcome to you, Simon, and thank you. You'll use this?
That's fine. Erarico Namaskara. That's just to prove that I'm actually from Bangalore. And I live by the Hebbal flyover, so traffic becomes more part of my life than I ever knew it would be. When Jos asked me to present, I looked at the tracks that you have for this summit, and AI, I can talk about with the back of my hand, sustainability, absolutely no problem. Drones, we're using them for inspection. Smart manufacturing, we're doing that. Clean mobility is probably the weakest out of those subjects, so I've scripted it, so sorry I didn't learn it, otherwise I'd like to be walking around the stage. Do I need to go this way? This doesn't work? Green one? Yeah. Ah, okay. Thank you. So, $1 trillion, that is the global investment that is flowing into clean energy and connected mobility. But it's not the thing that keeps me up at night. That is, how do we ensure that this unprecedented transformation does not create unprecedented risks? India has a unique opportunity, not just to participate in the revolution, but to define it and to set the global benchmarks for safe and sustainable innovation. Because if we get this right, India will not just make the most vehicles, it will make the most trusted ones. India is moving fast. Electric 2- and 3-wheelers are leading global adoption. The incentives for 4-wheelers under the PLI schemes are gathering pace. The entire ecosystem of batteries, charging, software, and data is evolving almost monthly. But there is a paradox. We're electrifying transportation faster than we're certifying it. And as someone who meets both manufacturers and regulators regularly, I see the ambition firsthand. New prototypes appear every week, and testing demand at facilities such as ARAI have multiplied several times over. Yet the nation's certification capacity, the independent assurance that technologies are safe, reliable, and compliant, has not expanded at the same rate. It's not a criticism, it's a reflection of our success. India's pace of innovation has outstripped the very infrastructure designed to validate it. By 2030, we will need millions of professionals skilled in battery technology, charging networks, grid integration, other things like this, and the challenge is not just numbers, but it's also in readiness. This is India's clean mobility moment, but to sustain it, ambition must be matched by the assurance. So I picked out 3 bottlenecks that I wanted to look at. The first one is about safety standards. We've all seen the headlines that are out there about battery fires, thermal incidents, the thermal runaway events, and each one chips away at public confidence. As vehicles become more connected, another layer of risk emerges. I think with a modern EV, you're generating about 25 gigabytes of data per hour. But who's validating the cybersecurity of this data? In one international case, a charging network was found to have vulnerabilities, like remote access vulnerabilities, not by design, but by oversight. And these are reminders that safety and cybersecurity standards must evolve in step with innovation. We work across, I don't know, probably 80 countries in the world, and we've seen a clear patterns. The markets that invested early in certification infrastructure attracted more foreign investment and suffered fewer recalls. It's not a coincidence, it's cause and effect. The second one, and Jan already spoke about this, is the skill gap. And I think this is, it's not just about quantity, it's about quality. India needs to train more people. But the real question is, to what benchmark are we going to train people? In Europe, EV charging systems must comply with IEC 62196 standards. But what are we training technicians to in India? In a recent skills audit across South Asia, we found out that more than half of the technicians working on EV systems are unfamiliar with basic battery safety protocols. It's not a lack of intelligence, it's a lack of access to structured and certified training. The India advantage will not come from cheapest labor, but from the most trusted skills. And workers trained and certified to global standards can deploy anywhere in the world, and that is how you turn a demographic dividend into an exportable capability. Thirdly, the third bottleneck is about infrastructure without insurance. India plans on investing about 30,000 crore in EV charging infrastructure. But the certification framework ensures interoperability and cybersecurity and grid safety is lacking. You've seen parallels in the renewable industry, where we have projects that are delayed from 12 to 18 months because compliance issues arise too late after commissioning. When we build the infrastructure faster than we insure it, then we risk creating these stranded assets. And then we have issues with public trust. It's not just a technical challenge. To make India the trusted hub of clean mobility, there's 3 pillars which I think are essential. The first one is about harmonized standards. Different states still follow different EV safety protocols, and that fragmentation kills the scale. Harmonization builds investor and consumer confidence. Secondly, the certification capacity. Germany has more than I think it has more than 40 accredited battery testing labs. India has around about 6. It's not just a statistic, it's an insight into the way it's working, right? Certification infrastructure is as vital to national competitiveness as highways or ports. And while testing today is pretty much centered on ARAI and some other government facilities, the opportunity to expand capacity and collaboration so that India is ready when it begins exporting advanced batteries and mobility systems is key for this. And the third one is the skills. It's not just about IITs or ITIs. We need clear certification pathways for the 2 million auto mechanics who will transition to EVs over the next decade. And the German model shows that training reduces workplace accidents by 40% and raises employability by 65%. And beyond India, the rest of the other nations are watching. Sri Lanka, Nepal, Bangladesh, they'll all be watching what India is doing. We need to export systems and we'll export confidence. I have 2 minutes left. So, the India advantage in clean mobility, it's not going to be won by being first. It will be won by being trusted. I said earlier, $1.2 trillion is on the move globally, and the question is whether it will move safely, sustainability, and with India setting the benchmark. Ambition drives progress, and assurance turns that progress into permanence. I think the choice and the opportunity are ours in India. Do we have the video? Yeah, okay. So then I just wanted to show you, because we talked about skills and because Jan mentioned high voltage, I'd also show you that what we just launched in India this year for high voltage training.
For over 150 years, TÜV has been at the forefront of making technology safe, reliable, and sustainable. As a global leader in EV safety, we are proud to introduce a pioneering solution right here in India, the TÜV E-Mobility Training Mobile Lab. This is no ordinary training facility. The mobile lab is a fully equipped classroom on wheels, designed to bring hands-on training directly to your doorstep. Inside, professionals will gain unprecedented access to EV powertrains, battery systems, and safety components, exploring the intricate systems that power today's electric vehicles.
TÜV provides 3 levels in high voltage safety training. Level 1 is the minimum training required for any technician, and it provides essential safety awareness outlining what employees should and shouldn't do around high voltage vehicles. Level 2 equips technicians in-depth knowledge of high voltage components, enabling them to safely decommission systems and ensure the safety of level 1 technicians. Level 3 prepares advanced technicians to handle complex scenarios, including situations where deactivating the system is not possible or its status is unknown. Example, repairs regarding the battery pack or working on a car which has met with a collision.
At TÜV, we are committed to advancing the capabilities of India's workforce by bringing the latest training directly to where it's needed most.
We are ensuring that technicians are equipped for the challenges of today and tomorrow. Whether you're part of an OEM, Tier 1 or Tier 2 supplier, or an individual seeking to upskill,
TÜV is making EV safety training accessible across India.
The future of mobility is electric,
and TÜV is here to ensure that safety is never compromised. Together we are building a safer, more sustainable future for India's electric revolution.
Thank you.
Thank you, Simon. It was really great to hear about what TÜV has been doing in the field of electric mobility, and especially the contribution to the Indian ecosystem in terms of setting up that training center. So thank you very much for that. That also leads us to the final session, or the final presentation of this session. And Simon spoke about skilling and skill gaps and such. So our next session is going to be from Santosh Hurlikopi, who is the CEO of NS Infotech. Just a quick background, NS Infotech is a global business process and knowledge outsourcing services company. But beyond that, Santosh, my good friend here, has over the last decade been mentoring FUEL, which stands for Friends Union for Energizing Lives. It's a social enterprise. FUEL has impacted over 1 million youth on education, career guidance, and skill development with the support of global corporates and foundations under CSR and sustainability. Really great work, Santosh, and we look forward to hearing more from you.
Very good afternoon to all of you, and special thanks to my friend Jose. Let me speak about the skilling part of it, and a lot of people here from the industry, we keep talking about the industry academia gap, how academia is not catching up with the industry, what's happening with the technology pace and all the stuff. And over the last 20 years, I have been involved in the skilling space. So these large numbers of touching about 1 million youth across India, Africa, Indonesia, been there, done that, lot of work in the skilling space, mostly for the underprivileged students across the nation. And with that in background, over the last couple of years, I started connecting how skill can be connected to entrepreneurship, because skilling is not just about employability. Skilling is about how one can create entrepreneurship opportunities. And looking at today's event, and we have lot of German delegation and French delegation and the Indian, lot of diaspora here. I thought the best way to take this opportunity given to me is to show how skilling has led to entrepreneurship with real case studies where NS Infotech has invested in them, mentored them, and being part of them. So I take this opportunity to present three of my, you can say they are not startups now, they are kind of a scaled ups, but a good way to show how skilling leads to entrepreneurship, because I want to give this message clear that it is not just about employability, it's about leading towards entrepreneurship. And I call Samiksha, Mr. Vijay Gudi can come first. I'm taking this liberty to use this platform with all permission from the team that, because this is very important. One is they also come from a smaller town, Hubli, the northern Karnataka, so where Vijay Gudi is designing like a Make in India chip out of Hubli. So that's a very important part. Come Vijay, you can speak from here with me. And next slide.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Santosh, for giving me this opportunity to showcase that what we have done in Tier 2 city. Myself, Vijay Gudi, founder of Samiksha Semiconductor, and we have a team of 40 people who are developing the machine-to-machine communication SOC for the different sectors. So we have two major vertical. One is embedded domain. We are developing a low-hanging product for the Indian market as well as for the global market. One of them is the dispensing controller, digital logging systems, and the smart water meter. The another major stream, what we have is a semiconductor chip. We are developing an SOC for the smart meter industry, which is like smart meters, smart infrastructures, smart factories, and home automation. So we are developing cellular-based technology, which is predominantly known as NB-IoT, which is a licensed spectrum, which is gonna take a lot of these utility meters into the communication, which is one of the burning issues in the most of the developing countries. So, and we also focused on developing the IoT chip, which is for different sectors like home automation and health monitoring and asset tracking. Similarly, eventually we want to develop a chip for the telematics. So the overall vision of the Samiksha is to develop the family of semiconductor SOCs for the different market sector. If you can see there, we have a smart meter market, we have a telematics, we have floating solar, home automation, industrial IoT, and asset tracking. And to achieve this, there has been tremendous support from the government of India as well as from the government of Karnataka. The journey started from 2019. We've been one of the Elevate winners, and then Tide, then Nidhi, and latest we have received a fund from the government of India. So I'm very thankful to Mr. Santosh and the entire Tide team for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Please keep our eye on Samiksha. It could be the first unicorn from our North Karnataka region. It has that kind of a potential. Next, I call my colleague, Mr. Kabadi. In fact, I have been involved with this company when his brother Ajay was just 21-year-old, still studying engineering, and he had started this venture. So I've been kind of a mentor and investor, and I think he'll explain a little bit. Next slide.
I want to thank Santosh for providing our company. I want to thank Santosh for providing our company the opportunity to present our company. At Rocketurn, we merge AI, vision solutions, IoT, and automation to transform the industries into connected and intelligent systems. Our solutions, that is Safety AI, Security AI, Mach AI, and RASU, are already delivering results by making the factories more safer, more efficient, and data-driven. Our solutions, we have completed around 150 plus projects and across 10 industrial plants. Our technology is already at work with more than 1,400 cameras, which is helping industries to provide real-time interventions, improving their safety, security, and also providing them real-time insights. We are on a mission to make the factories more safer, more data-driven, and also more efficient. I would like to invite you to connect with us so that we can build a co-connected future that the industries are connected and intelligent and data-driven. Thank you.
So I'll skip this. He's here? No. Okay, I'll skip this. I call upon Pranav. Actually, he's another venture under our umbrella. Come, Pranav. So I'm making this opportunity so that just to give how the skill part has kind of evolved into these kind of startups.
Check. So thank you so much, Santosh sir, for this opportunity. Hello everybody, good afternoon. My name is Pranav Joshi. I am the co-founder and CEO of Krizam. With me is my co-founder in the chair there, Karan Singh. What we are is we provide something called True Ease, right? True evaluation as a service. That's what we've built. We've built the engine, right? Wherein one of the first use cases for true evaluation we're exploring is skilling transformation. Not just skilling, but skilling transformation, right? What do we mean by that, right? Initially, when the Industrial Revolution began, individuals had to be skilled to become industry ready. Then came the digital boom, right? Individuals had to be skilled to become digital ready. And today, we are at the AI revolution, wherein individuals have to be skilled to become AI ready as well, right? So, because people when they ask me, Pranav, will AI eat away our jobs? Will AI eat away a lot of jobs? I say no, right? Because AI might not eat away all of the jobs. But I say that a person who leverages AI, a person who uses AI properly could eat away your job. So, hence, we are starting the skilling transformation and helping individuals become an AI-ready workforce from a digital-ready workforce, right? Where's the start? Where is the start for all of this, right? It starts with a simple thing that we're showing a mirror, right? It's a true reflection. It's the true reflection of their skills, the skill gaps that they already have. Because the source of truth of the skill gaps of a person cannot be hidden inside just some scores or a resume, right? The source of truth is determined from the readiness, the fitment, and the potential of a person. And that's going to be our first use case. What's the bigger picture here? Together with Santosh Urlikopi sir and NS Infotech, we want to catch not just the employability pulse of Bharat, but also the entrepreneurship pulse of Bharat, right? Why did I say entrepreneurship? That's the one thing missing from this slide here, right? Because that's what Santosh Urlikopi sir was talking about, from skilling to entrepreneurship as well, right? We are exploring use cases with NS Infotech, wherein with true evaluation, we are able to assess the viability of ideas, founder team skill gaps, right? The startup pitches being evaluated as well. But the most important thing, which is mapping of benefits to beneficiaries using AI, right? So that kind of a thing in the startup ecosystem where we are mapping benefits to beneficiaries is going to be a game changer, right? So together with NS Infotech, Deshpande Scaling, Head Held I, we are joining their cause in transforming the skilling of more than 1.5 lakh rural students in the coming year and making them an AI-ready workforce, right? We are Krizam. We are the talent intelligence company. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Pranav. So this is my last slide. In fact, this has been my dream project, which I have already been involved with the Skilling University in Pune, but this is right in Kevin city. We got an MOU signed with Government of Karnataka to set up a skill and entrepreneurship focused university. And we are in the progress, I can say, to come up with the new government announced Kevin, which is a knowledge kind of a city around Bangalore. And with those few words, thank you, each one of you, for giving me this opportunity. And I try to bring my best of my team together so that they get an opportunity to speak, because most of them are scaling up, trying to raise funds. And this platform would definitely help them to kind of give this word and message to the world that they are doing this kind of work. Thank you so much. Thank you, Joe, especially, and thank you for all the opportunity.
Thank you, Santosh. It was really great to know about some of the work that is happening on the skill front, and it was especially nice for you to bring three entrepreneurs who have started off with that whole skilling initiative, but launched into bigger opportunities for themselves and entrepreneurs. Thank you very much. That brings us to the end of this session, but before we step away for our coffee break, originally we had planned for a panel discussion, but in the interest of time, we'll have to sort of skip that. But I would still like to call upon all the speakers of this particular session onto the stage so that we can do a quick photo op. But while you're walking up to the stage, kindly think about maybe a brief sentence or a thought that you wish to provide, or a golden nugget. Each of you spoke about collaboration, but if you can just maybe give a golden nugget or a thought in terms of what collaboration can work better in your own specific domain. So all the speakers, if I can please, of course, Jan is here, Shan, please, and Santosh, Simon. And Venkata as well, please, if he's still here. Check, check. Okay. So as I said, Venkata, please. Yeah. So we'll just do a quick handing over of the mic, but what I'm expecting from this team here is, of course, you are all outstanding in terms of the sharing of your expert opinions and knowledge, but specifically in your individual domains, one golden nugget or a word of guidance or a phrase that you can think of and provide to our audience here in terms of collaboration and what that means to your specific domain. So maybe we'll start with Simon.
I would just encourage people to consider the certification aspects that you need for your projects as early as possible. Don't leave it too late.
Thank you, Simon. Jan, you can go next, please.
We heard Björn speaking today, and he was talking about an ecosystem of innovation. I would enlarge that for an interoperable ecosystem for innovation. So we have to combine, on one hand, the technology. It has to be interoperable. At the same time, we as humans have to be interoperable and go on this explorer mindset to explore the world, to recreate the world we're living in.
Excellent. Words of wisdom, yeah, and thank you very much. Santosh, anything that you would like to share?
Yeah, I think I would like Jose to change the India Advantage Summit to India Advantage Skills in the 10th edition. Thank you.
I think one with so much of buzz around AI, automation, and tech doing a lot of stuff, we would take a slightly contrarian view and say that, okay, tech will all get done. We have so much of talent, will all get done. AI will do a lot of things as well. Can we just bring in empathy to a lot of things, what AI today may not be able to do, respecting the biology, things like taste, judgment, etc. And in not just in mobility, but in most sectors, if you bring that human angle, if you bring that empathy, etc., I think it becomes a lot more harmonious and happy place to do. Things will, as they say, right, next 10 years is going to be a lot different than the last 100 years, etc. But if we build things, if we develop things with a little bit of more empathy towards biology, people, etc., I think things will be much better in the future.
So I'll keep it short. I think I always keep telling this tech is only an enabler and it's not an end in itself. So kindly to all the innovators, I think make sure that we are actually focusing on the outcomes rather than just only the tech. Thank you.
Excellent, truly words of wisdom. So thank you very much, and thanks to the audience for your patient listening. I hope you took away something from this session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have now 20 minutes coffee break. Very interestingly, we will be joined by the German Consul General, Achim Burkhardt, who will come here at 4 p.m. for a very interesting session on manufacturing and logistics. After the German Consul General, we have a speech by Sanjeev Gupta, who is the CEO of Karnataka Digital Economy Mission. So you will have these two speeches, and then you have the manufacturing and logistic track. So enjoy your coffee, and at 3:55 we will come back. And those who get time, please also visit the stalls, Noora for health, Grasshoppers to understand how sustainable co-working spaces are created, Philips for heart health, and NS Infotech for health, and also HDFC for investments and other opportunities. Thank you very much. We can play music now. Thank you. All right. Very good evening, and I hope you had a good round of coffee. May I request those at the counter to come forward. We have very interesting speeches from the German Consul General in Bangalore, Achim Burkhardt, who will be here in about 5 minutes, and he will give the opening address on manufacturing and explaining how manufacturing is an important aspect of the economy and how Germany is a reliable partner for India to connect and collaborate and expand in the manufacturing space. So thank you all for being a lovely audience. Today's last track is manufacturing and logistics and synergies in these two from a digitization perspective. May I request the hotel staff to ring the bell at the back, and you could slowly stop the coffee service. I can see Alex. Maybe after Alex, nobody else gets coffee, right? So bring your coffee and come in front. The next track is very interesting. We have two, let's say, speeches which are before the track, and then we have my good friend Stephen Matthias, who was immediate past chairman of the Indo-American Chamber, and also currently senior resident partner at Kocher & Co. It's a legal firm, who will be moderating the panel. We have an interesting speaker, Yuri Penel from ETH Zurich from Switzerland, who is going to talk about goal routing and how logistics can be made better with AI. We have Sri Harsha from Dassault Systems, who is an excellent speaker. You will see and be amazed at his presentation. We have Vijay S.J., who is able to help manufacturers build their warehouses in record time. How can they do it? You will hear and find out soon. We have Dr. Tamirian from Frigate, that is doing very interesting manufacturing consulting solutions, which they have a new name, it's called contract manufacturing, so you will see him. And then we have Gopi, who is from ThyssenKrupp Aerospace, who will give a very interesting perspective from the aerospace sector. So thank you so much for all of you who are here. We now start the last track of today's session. We've had a wonderful day, the whole day, with wonderful keynotes and sessions. Bangalore traffic is famous. You saw Arcadis' presentation, so some people might be tempted to leave. But we have a very interesting VC and CXO roundtable later at 6:45. So that will happen after 5:30, after this track. So my last request to those at the back, please come forward with your coffee. You can bring your coffee. I myself will bring a cup of coffee also, because last panel is difficult and you need that coffee to direct your attention. Without much further ado, let's give a big round of applause for Mr. Achim Burkhardt, who is Consul General of Germany here in Bangalore. He's been a great leader and a member of our advisory board, always supportive to see how German companies can connect, collaborate, and amplify their impact and engage with the Indian ecosystem. So let's give a big round of applause to a friend of Germany and a Consul General in Bangalore, and also a good friend of India. Big round of applause to Achim. Over to you, Achim.
Hi, Maria. Good to see you. So I got to deal with it with modern helps for holding a speech. Yes, there it is, my speech. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm really happy to be here. And it's great to see so many also familiar faces, but also new faces to TIA Summit. It's always a pleasure to be present. Sorry for not being present for too long, because we had a very interesting meeting in my house, actually, privately, over the last days, because my colleagues, the ambassador and all other heads of mission in India from German missions had been here. And we have a team meeting, so to coordinate our efforts in order to bring Indo-German relations even on higher heights than they are already. So I believe very much into the fact that India and Germany together, we promise a real future for global manufacturing. And our partnership is so intense and getting intenser day by day, and we can see that with all the visits we make, with all the delegations we get in, with all the delegations from India coming to Germany. Germany has long been, and I want to make that point very clearly, will continue to be the powerhouse of Europe. Not just economically, but also technologically. It stands tall as a pioneer of Industry 4.0. The way the term itself was coined in Germany, and the country has led the way in integrating digital technologies, such as the Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, robotics, and cyber-physical systems into manufacturing, and you all know about it. And even the open source communications between machines nowadays is also very much forged in my country. So Germany's strength lies in a strong industrial base with globally competitive sectors like, even still today, automotive, machinery, chemicals, and electric engineering. And you know, all the people are saying, yeah, the Germans, they have a little bit lost grip on the automotive. That might be, but I think the good thing about German companies, they are able to reinvent themselves, and I believe very much into that fact that they will do that also in the automotive sector. Germany brings unmatched precision, process optimization, and efficiency to manufacturing. And secondly, a world-class research and development and innovation ecosystem. You know, research institutions like the Fraunhofer Institute, Max Planck, Leibniz Gesellschaft, all the universities are global leaders in applied industrial research. They serve as ideal partners for technology transfer and collaborative innovation. And Germany has indeed the highest percentage of research and development of all industrial countries. I think that is something which makes that precision, which is still there, make that precision possible. And also, there are global technology leaders, companies such as Siemens, Bosch, SAP, and Festo. They are not only inventors in smart manufacturing technologies, but also have been present long time in India. They're really friends of India, and they're contributing to global as well as localized innovation and skill building. And I must say, not only these big ones, it's also the SMEs, mostly family-owned, run businesses, and they are the real backbone of our industry. We call it the Mittelstand. You have heard that word probably quite often, but the Mittelstand we are very proud of. They are a constant innovative motor. To give you one example, for the ones who have been in Germany, you probably know, if you take the stretch along the Rhine River from Karlsruhe down to the Swiss border, in only these 200 kilometers, not even 200 kilometers, you have over 200 world market leaders in their respective field, niches sometimes. You know, I was visiting a friend near Karlsruhe, and there was a little village, there was a huge factory, and I said, you know, what are they doing? Yeah, there are 4,000 people working there. They are the world market leader in sausage filling machines. You know, that's interesting. You know, Germans love sausage, and so we are market leader in that particular field. So that is very interesting, I think. And on the other hand, India is emerging as a rising force in global manufacturing. India has set for itself as target of Viksit Bharat by 2047. To be self-reliant, India needs to become a manufacturing powerhouse and a manufacturing powerhouse with excellence, something where Germany, I believe firmly in, certainly can be of help to India with our own experience which we have made over the years. In view of India, I think there are some points which are very important. So first of all, I think also the per capita growth has also to rise. Because I think if you have workers which are working in your SMEs or your companies, they need excellence. And excellence has to be paid. It's not that somebody who is just giving a poor wage makes an excellent product. No, you need somebody who is really also excellent and recognized as being an excellent person. And also, and I think that is the most important way to Viksit Bharat 2047, the overall share of manufacturing in your GDP, it has to go up. Otherwise, it won't work. And right now, India contributes and earns more through services and not through manufacturing. But if you want to be an industrialized nation by 47, I think there's no way you can do that with services. We have seen that actually with our neighbor, which is the UK. They lost a lot of industries, and they relied nearly completely on services. And that didn't work out well, so they're ramping up again their industrial backbone, which I think is a very good idea, what the UK is doing. And Germany, I think, is a good partner to support India in this shift of this tech decade to manufacturing prowess and, most important, excellence. There are already made many steps by the government of India to make India a manufacturing powerhouse. So firstly, programs like Make in India, which some of our companies don't like too much, but I think they have all adapted to it, and now they start to cherish it. So programs like Make in India and the PLI schemes, with that, India is trying to create an environment that supports rapid industrial growth and encourages adoption of smart, efficient, and sustainable production methods. India also offers a large, young, and skilled workforce, along with a growing domestic market hungry for modern manufacturing solutions. And if I talk about skills and young workforce, you have probably heard already something about that today, and there had been yesterday a skilled conference also here in Bangalore. I believe very much in that, because I think skilling, that is the key for growth. It is absolutely the key. And it's also a key for Indo-German collaboration, because we, in Germany, we need these talents. We need these absolutely dearly, because, people like me going to retirement next year, we are many of me, so we are all going to retirement, and somebody has to do the work, but we don't have enough young people, because our median age is 48, whereas in India it's 28. I think these two figures already say it all, So skilling, an absolutely important part. Hello, good afternoon. I see one of the spearheads of skilling in Karnataka over here. So most importantly, India has a deep digital talent pool with expertise in AI, data analytics, software development, and cloud computing, areas that perfectly complement Germany's strengths in hardware and process engineering. And the growth of global capability centers here in Bangalore, they are proof of that ability, of that talent. And Germany plugs into that ability and into that talent. So why does the partnership work so well? Because Germany and India bring complementary strengths to the table. Germany contributes advanced hardware, automation technologies, and I already alluded to it, decades of industrial expertise. India brings IT innovation, scalability, and cost-effective implementation. And I think if we bring both of these things together, the best of the two worlds can unite. And I'll just give you an example. I just come from Dynamatic, which we visited with my colleagues. Most of you know Dynamatic. But what they do is actually, they build together with Deutsche Aircraft a short-range plane, which is absolutely stunning, which I would say innovation in terms of more ecological flying and an airplane which I think the world is waiting for. And that is Indian-German innovation done in Bangalore, Munich, and Leipzig. So I think that is the best example for that. Because, as I said, this is not just theory. Indo-German partnerships already exist, whether it's in joint R&D project, this project I mentioned just a moment ago, a German support for Indian MSMEs through technology transfer, and also skills development. Beyond economic collaboration, both nations share a common vision, a commitment to sustainable green manufacturing. Smart manufacturing technologies are central to reducing emissions, improving energy efficiency, and managing resources more intelligently. You can like having climate change or not, but you can't deny it, and you have to deal with it. And it's more costly not to deal with it and to plug into more fossil fuel like some countries on this planet have decided to. But India does not go that way, and Germany and India work together on not going and continue to go that way. So looking ahead, the potential areas for collaboration are exciting. Digital twin technologies. For example, MBRDI is doing fantastic work already in Bangalore for the globe. Industrial IoT platforms and AI-driven predictive maintenance, where we have companies like SAP with their new campus bringing in more than 15,000 new jobs to Bangalore. Bosch, Continental, to name a few, and again, in areas of robotics, automation, we have, for example, Festo. They just opened their phase number 1 of a 5-phase project, and the phase number 1 is already 50,000 square meter hall. So you can imagine what they envisage for their growth in India. They told me actually, the owner was here, a very, very nice person, over 85 years of age, but he loves India and he loves to come here and to build up with India these fantastic facilities. So they see, for example, for their company, which is not a too big company, but they foresee for their company by the end of this decade, by 2030, a turnover of €1 billion, which is a lot of money for a company in robotics. So other places, cybersecurity, for example, in the manufacturing world, which is done by Carl Zeiss. And again, in Bangalore by Carl Zeiss. And again, I want talk about the D328neo, which is the plane I was just talking about. And of course, skills training and vocational education to prepare the workforce for the future. All these companies I named above are also investing heavily in skilling young talent and making them industry ready. And we do that also with the support of the government. Might it be the Indian government, but also here, speaking of Karnataka, where I'm Consul General, with a big support actually of the Karnataka government. The EU and India are also currently negotiating the free trade agreement. Both sides have repeatedly confirmed that they want to agree on it by the end of 2025. And I think we have to thank a person which is seen from Germany, transatlantic. So Mr. Trump plays a role in it, because I think Europe and India are looking more closely to a cooperation, because the barriers to other places are higher than they had been before. A free trade agreement would be an important signal in times when Indo-German trade is continuing to grow and India is becoming increasingly important as a market for German exports. And I can tell you, again, yesterday, one chapter again had been closed. So they coming to an end, and probably, you know, like always in international negotiation, if you want to look for an agreement, it will be decided at the end on the political level. You know, there will be open questions for sure, but then the politician has to come in and then give it a go and give it a try and give it a breakthrough. So I believe very much in, that both sides really want that breakthrough by the end of this year. And then I can assure you that Germany is a very, very strong supporter of the FTA. My foreign minister, Johann Wadephul, was in Bangalore in September, and he saw for himself how India is a rising and rapidly developing economic powerhouse and already a very promising global technology hub. You know, he was here for the first time in his life, actually, in India, and he set foot for the first time in India to Bangalore. And I think that was fantastic, because we really could show him the growth story of India here in Bangalore, and he was very much impressed when he left to Delhi for his political talks. One day in Bangalore, half a day in Delhi. Oh, but that's only, you know, my little joke, you know, for me. India offers German companies great opportunities in terms of innovation, trade, and supply chain diversification. India is a key partner for us worldwide and gives our economy a broader focus and making it more stable. Very important, because stable economic situations are what the businesses want to have. This dynamism, which makes India so innovative, surprised my minister extremely positively. It is also in our mutual interest to expand security, defense and arms cooperation between our two countries. You know, we are just in the process of finishing an agreement on 8 ThyssenKrupp Marine Systems submarines. And we're very happy that India decided for these submarines. And what I hear from the background is perhaps there are even more submarines at hand that might be constructed. And also I hear that because TKMS facilities in Germany are overwhelmed with work, that the work will be done in India with a factory put up from ThyssenKrupp Marine Systems here in India. So Make in India, again, which I mentioned before, will come reality also in the defense sector, which is, I would say, a very important, you know, in these days, unfortunately, a very important thing to do. Because even, you know, you might say from Germany's perspective, the Indo-Pacific is far away. It's not. You know, nowadays in the world, nothing is far away. Everything is interconnected, and everything what happens somewhere has something in the country you're living in. Might it be India, might it be Germany. Even the day-to-day life of the average Indian is impacted by the aggression of Russia towards Ukraine, because he pays more for his edible oil. It's very simple as that, you know. So all conflicts have that, and therefore security is important. It's not about war, it's about being secure and the deterrent of war. The absence of war is the goal which is there. And as democracies, we are both supporting a rules-based international order. We are thus natural partners, and we want to preserve this order, which faces, unfortunately, these huge geopolitical challenges which I mentioned already. So, in conclusion, Germany's technological leadership and India's scale, talent, and ambition together create a win-win scenario. By deepening this partnership, we can co-develop solutions that are not just cutting edge, but also scalable, sustainable, and globally impactful. Let us continue to build bridges, not just of trade and technology, but of trust, innovation, and shared progress. Thank you for having me here this afternoon. I wish you all the best.
That was really amazing. You know, when me and Sanjeev were listening, we were like, I was telling Sanjeev, some of the points he wants to say is already said, you know. Amazing. Let's give a big round of applause to Achim Burkhardt, the German Consul General. And you know, while he's saying the German foreign minister was one day in Bangalore, half day in Delhi, you know, it also might be because the way Achim would have convinced him to stay in Bangalore and, you know, to see some of the things that are happening here. And therefore, I thought it perfectly aligned because, you know, he's on our advisory board. I meet him every year and, you know, see what's happening. And the passion and, you know, dedication he has to connect India and Germany on multiple fronts closer together is amazing. And in fact, I think just after COVID, you were here, and even at that time, he had the enthusiasm, and he said, Jose, just call me, I will be there. And, you know, I still remember in 2021, just after one of the waves, we had a summit like this, but no audience. We had just us, and then cameras, and all of them were online. And I still remember he was there, and he gave a very important speech. So thank you, Achim, for the years-long belief in India, support to India, and strengthening Indo-German relationship. You know, I really thought after Achim, the best person to speak thereafter would be Sanjeev Sir, or Sanjeev Kumar Gupta, who is CEO of Karnataka Digital Economy Mission. So one of the things that we showcase, where all the foreign minister or whoever it is, they love it. I think there was this video that went viral of one of the minister paying for a tender coconut or something like that with the phone. And then his reaction, it was live, and then it went viral on Twitter and also in Germany. You know, the digital wow factor impressed them a lot. And somebody has been working behind the scenes for this for many years, leading that charge very quietly, but also not just in Bangalore, but across Karnataka, in Mangalore, in Hubli, in all the clusters. So let's give a big round of applause to Sanjeev Gupta, who is the CEO of Karnataka Digital Economy Mission, helping to power our digital economy and take us to the next level and the next decade of growth. A big round of applause to Sanjeev. And he'll also be here chairing the VC and CXO roundtable. So you will also get more time later during the back. But he has also a separate meeting with the IFSC chairman to see what can be done. So more investments come to Karnataka. So he's working tirelessly. He just finished one meeting, came here, and he's going to stay here till the night. Thank you, and over to you, Sanjeev. Take it away. Thank you.
Very good afternoon, good evening, likely to be. Thank you so much, Jose, for this very kind introduction. And thank you for making my life easier. Mr. Archamji, you have made our life easier, actually, while talking about of Bangalore and the companies which came forward. So thank you to brand Bangalore and Karnataka much better way than I would have done it. But anyways, since the mic is given to me and the audience is here, I would like to give you certain numbers that I feel proud of. You are most welcome in the state which is having roughly a $360 billion of state GDP as on today. It's one of the fastest growing state in the GDP terms, more than the national average and more than any other states that we think of. This $360 billion is going to be converted into a $1 trillion economy of the state in coming years. I'm expecting by 2031-32, around that period of time, we'll be able to reach that stage. Okay? If that's the case, we today are seeing somewhere around 20% of our state GDP comes from manufacturing. Now, this 20% of state GDP, which is reaching to approximately $72 to $75 billion of the economy is contributed by manufacturing. Imagine if this number is looking at 25% to be available from manufacturing, minimum, in $1 trillion, then this 72 is looking out to convert into a $250 billion of manufacturing contribution to the state's GDP. Ladies and gentlemen, some of the other states do not have reached that level of total economy, where we are talking about of only manufacturing reaching to the stage of $250 billion. In this journey, if I also look at the angle of the workforce which is being deployed in the field of manufacturing, as on today, friends, somewhere around this year, last year, 2024, we found that 12% of the workforce is in the manufacturing. I am very proud that from 2021-22 to 2022-24, this has gone from 10% to 12%. Now that means in last 3 to 4 years, I'm seeing a jump of 2% of workforce getting more employed into the manufacturing. Please use this trend and just look at what will happen in 2031-32. At least 15%. And if the 15% workforce is in manufacturing, which is also a tech-based, 40% of the other workforce is deployed on the services side of the tech. Friends, the digital economy is going to comprise of almost 45%, 50% of workforce in the tech industry of the state. Now, that's the number that you should think about of what the state is going for. The state is going for a tremendous amount of attraction on the technology and the talent in manufacturing and in services. What are those sectors on which we find that we want to focus upon when we say from a state of Karnataka? Number one is aerospace and defense. Number second is electronics and semiconductor. The third is EVs and auto components. Number fourth is capital goods and robotics. Number five is MFF-based man-made fiber textiles and etc. And then fifth is lastly consumer goods, which goes into your FMCG, which goes into your footwear and toys and etc. These are the sectors on which you want to focus upon. And there are many others, which is like biotech, which is renewable energy, and the medical devices and etc. These 6 sectors or 7 sectors that I'm talking about resonance with the way the global economy is also transforming. And when the global economy is transforming, Karnataka and the Bangalore puts up a larger stake on the table and say, we would like to take a larger share of this attraction of the growth of the industry. Hence, these 6 sectors become very, very important. This sixth sector is also very important because our strength lies here. We have our existing strength to play with in the fields of these industries. And it is just because it's a history of 100 years of entrepreneurship in the state of Karnataka. I'm talking about of 1925 to 2025 has brought what we see today, a technology and a talent today in the state and in the country. And that's the reason that we are focusing on the tech industries based like these six industries, which our strength lies bigger. You'd pick up any public sector unit at the national level in these fields. They started their operations of R&D and design and manufacturing here in Karnataka and Bangalore. All of these. You'd pick up the global multinational companies in these segments. They have set up their second largest R&D center or upcoming manufacturing segment into these fields. So I have a reason to justify that this is what we are looking to focus upon. Henceforth, if I pick up some of the last just 2 years major investment which has come in the field of manufacturing in the state of Karnataka. Let's say electrical vehicles, Volvo, Honda, Mahindra, TVS Motors expanded the image out of manufacturing in the state of Karnataka. Pick up the semiconductors, Lam Research, more than $1 billion investments. Talking about a Foxconn, you all know the story of the Foxconn in Karnataka. One of the largest now Foxconn manufacturing plant all over India is here in Bangalore. Then we have an International Battery Corporation, Schneider Electric. If I pick up the heavy industries, Baldo Steel, do you know that Baldo Steel and Powers, which has been set up by the JSW Group, of 1,20,000 crores investment in the state of Karnataka? I don't know how to convert in that $1 billion, something far bigger. And then you have the Epsilon, which is on the renewable energy. We have Tata Advanced System in aerospace. We have Airbus. We have Safran. We have MV Energy with Hitachi's. I can take you examples of so many which has invested in last 2 years and etc. Well, this is good. What next? What next defined upon the one slogan which Karnataka and Bangalore stands for? Anybody can guess what next will depend upon this one slogan, quote unquote? Okay, dash capital of India. Fill the dash. Startup capital of India. The innovations and the center of excellence that we are putting together in these fields is to create our upcoming strength. And that's the way, and these all are located in some of the premier institutions and some very great partnership with the industries. So the startup capital of India demonstrating from Karnataka saying that these 6 industries, the transformation of the technology and the innovation is going to happen from here. Is this a sufficient piece of us or there's something more? We need to ensure that our trump card of talent, remain as promising and as attractive as it was yesterday and today. And so we have come out with a very different program called as Nipuna program, under which what we are working is, we are identifying the demands of the upcoming requirement of the talent and skills, asking industry to tell what they want or what they will be foreseeing it. We are putting together an ecosystem and the cash benefits and the money on the table of 300 crores for a Nipuna scheme to implement this. I'm very happy to share with you that when we started this just 5-6 months back of interacting with the industry, we got 20 plus proposals from larger levels of numbers of the industry coming in place. Very soon you will find some of these industries will be given a partnership forms where we'll be working with them and co-investing with them to the extent of 40% of the training cost, which will come to the Future Skills program. So we're doing that exercise. Not only this, we have called as International Migration Center, where actually we're looking at the locations around the world where they need upcoming talent. And what's happening from the International Migration Center is to look at the demand, can we work G2G basis? The other side of the government says, hey, Sanjeev ji, I will require, let's say, 100, 200 folks on AI, right? Can we do this proper programming with the approval of the Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India, and provide you the right talented skills at your doorstep from the state of Karnataka? We are doing that exercise. And not only that field, any other field of manufacturing, assembly lines, and various other segments of the technical in nature, which is diplomas and others on ITIs. We are doing that exercise. We are very happy to having a very proud partnership with Germany. Amazingly partnership that we have. One small message to His Excellency, we don't have to wait hours. It just comes back quickly to us. Thank you so much for believing in Karnataka, and thank you for opening the doors for having a strong partnership with us. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for the state of the country, Germany. When we are coming up with the Bangalore Skills Summit, we are focusing on to create a new wave. You have known about the Bangalore Tech Summit, right? Bangalore Tech Summit, you must have heard. It has been reached to a 28th year of its existence. Jose, you will be reaching to TIA maybe 50 years of existence. Sooner, if I were alive. But at the end of the day, what you see is the Bangalore Tech Summit has become an asset for Asia as a tech summit right now. We are starting with a Bangalore Skills Summit, first time in India, out of Bangalore, where we're positioning India's skill at the world scale level. And hence, we request all of you and our partner countries to please join in that program, which is coming up on 4th, 5th, and 6th of November. Followed by, we have a Bangalore Tech Summit between 18th to 21st of November. You will be completely busy post-Diwali to celebrate the fireworks of technology and talent in the state of Karnataka. We'll bring that up much speedier and much better way. Last few points from my side is that since we are working and we have a growth story here, we have a huge appetite, and we are hungry. We are hunting. We need partners, the partners of you who can help us to connect, who can also work with us to grow the existing organizations here. So our appetite of growth is really big. We are hungry for more partnership and more deeper partnerships. And we need to build a lot of bridges that we can create between Karnataka and Bangalore towards the different locations in the world. And in those bridges, the highway which needs to build up is only by the industry, for the industry. Let industry grow, let industry develop these bridges. We as an enabler, positive leader, works in that field to make it happen. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm so happy that you give me a chance to come and talk to you. I look forward to again interacting with you in coming hours and interact more and see how we can work together. Thank you, Jose.
Thank you so much, Sanjeev. You know, when somebody measures the passion with which you speak, it's clear that, you know, you are doing it from the heart, and that's what makes a difference, because, you know, every state is competing, but I can say that we are much ahead because of people like Sanjeev who are in mission mode. It's almost like there is a war going on, and you are the general taking the state together to greater heights. With those two expert talks, we now move to very, very interesting panel, manufacturing and logistics. If India has to reach that vision of $250 billion of manufacturing excellence, Karnataka has to reach that target, then I'm sure that all the companies, some of them who are part of this panel, have the solutions, and some very interesting speakers are coming. For this, I would like to invite Stephen Matthias, immediate past chairman of the Indo-American Chamber of Commerce and also resident partner at Kocher & Co. A big round of applause to Stephen. Thank you, Stephen. You know, in his term during the Indo-American Chamber of Commerce, he did a roundtable on manufacturing excellence, and therefore I said he's the right person to continue that thread of conversation. Over to you, Stephen. Take it away. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. You know, we could not have had two better speakers before this session than the German Consul General, speaking about Germany as a manufacturing powerhouse, something that we surely must aspire to be, and Sanjeev Gupta talking about opportunities as well as successes of Karnataka in manufacturing. So I think it's apt that both of you spoke before us. You know, I was at the inauguration of the US consulate in Bangalore in January, and our foreign minister Jaishankar was there at that. And he said one of the most important things in the world of foreign relations today is supply chain security, resilience, transparency, and avoiding dependence. And as you're seeing in this world today, where you have a leader of a country who doesn't like what you're doing, and he'll say, okay, I'm going to tariff you. And you have another country that controls a lot of the world's supply,
are closing up that supply for all sorts of reasons and to different countries, and using that as a means to negotiate. So as Joe's mentioned, probably about 3 weeks ago, we did this roundtable on manufacturing in India, and we had a cross-section of different people come and talk about what are the opportunities and what are the challenges. And clearly there are a lot of challenges, and what's I think different is that manufacturing itself is kind of changing, and today we're not going to see that much of manufacturing with very large requirements of labor. So we have a wonderful panel with us. We also have a German company, that's great. We have, in manufacturing, we have logistics, and we have also in construction manufacturing. So I'd like to call our first speaker, that's Juri Panel from Goal Routing. He has a Bachelor of Science from Zurich ETH, and his company, Goal Routing, uses technology for better coordination between logistics providers. And I do think that Juri is probably the youngest speaker at this conference today. Welcome.
Firstly, I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I'm happy to present Goal Routing as the founder. What Goal Routing tries to achieve is a revolution in collaborative logistics. Current models are mostly based on a hub-based system like the spoke and hub system, where most deliveries go to a hub, maybe multiple hubs. It's too. Okay. Where most systems use the spoke and hub system, which consolidates deliveries in hubs and later disperses them from a different hub. Alternatively, another typical example is the point-to-point system, more typical in truck logistics for larger loads. But with the current company systems, we have multiple separate systems of networks that don't collaborate and need more resources because they need to take additional detours because they cannot share resources. Now, in such an example, where we have the same origin and same destination from 3 different providers, we might have a provider A that has a hub with a highly utilized link after the second hub, have a provider that is able to offer a direct connection, and one that offers another one over another hub. But if we now have a provider for which the distribution or collection network is failing, so we have a disruption, then we cannot provide services, or provider B is left without the ability to provide logistical services. Now, there are some agreements between singular companies to support each other or have single-time contracts, but not a large solution. If we look at the offerings for parcels, we see a lot of competition in pricing and in time to delivery, but we don't see a lot of diversity. Does every parcel need to be delivered in 1 to 5 business days? Or could we save resources on delivering some in 10, using off-peak logistical capacity? Now, how could we solve that? Our approach uses a transport contract, where each transportation unit has an attached contract that includes the destination, some limitations, like maybe you don't want to route through Saudi Arabia or China, and a compensation function. The compensation function is a time-dependent function depending on the time of delivery. So you can define, in this example, we've got a peak where the delivery would be most helpful, but we see it's not as bad if it's delivered a little later. If we now introduce the cost to delivery, we see that we've got a capitalizable area that we want to take advantage of, and we can better optimize our network. We would like to get it delivered, but if Okay, that's not helpful. But it can also be later. We don't need to do it as fast as we would normally do with tight constraints and just singular offerings. Now, where do we have another system that uses destination-based routing to solve such problems in a distributed manner? That would be one example would be the internet, which uses a destination-based approach where we have an IP address and each router advertises how far it is from that particular address or that block of addresses. And then the neighboring routers know, okay, this neighbor is so far away, we can add the cost of our link and then advertise that distance, leading to shortest routes being propagated throughout the network while providing routing services. Now, if it doesn't know where package or data should go, or it's overloaded, it's going to throw it away. So we can't really use that for logistics, but we can adapt it. So this would be an example where we've got one parcel that needs to go from right here to ETH Zurich in Switzerland in 4 days. Now we've got multiple offerings, bids, from different companies at different places. So for one, we've got a direct flight to Berlin, just a commercial flight that is offering some services because not every passenger is carrying luggage, at 17 monetary units. Okay. Another operator is offering it through Mumbai because there's more capacity available there, and another one via Paris. This allows us to dynamically look at the usage and use the spontaneously available capacity. For the example, in der Beispielstraße 12 in Berlin, Germany, we've also got the direct flight, which would be cheaper because we don't have to pay for further transportation, which would be organized by the provider that is offering the Berlin hub, because that provider is then taking over the transportation contract and is responsible for further transport. But it is a lot more expensive than going to Mumbai or Mangalore to be loaded onto a ship, because we've got a ship that has some not completely filled containers that we can use to put parcels in and deliver our parcels more cost effective, utilizing more of the resources that we have available without investing any additional funds. Now, going back to this example with the failed links, the middle provider can just advertise its direct services, and this allows us to, in this example, go from the B start point to the C provider, use the distribution network, go via the direct connection, and then use the direct network of A, while each operator is economically incentivized to participate, as they are using unused capacity and using revenue that would otherwise not be available to them. Now, this is also a great advantage on the topic of resilience. If we're taking the example of a single warehouse, we've got incoming traffic that could be disrupted by previous stops, link failures, failing vehicles, or just schedule constraints. The truck driver just has to legally take a break. That means in the warehouse we've got an undersupply of supplied goods and an oversupply of outgoing capacity. The other direction, if we've got a disruption outgoing traffic, through pretty much the same reasons, we've got an oversupply of goods and an undersupply of logistical capacity. Now, if this is in a network and we can propagate the distances and costs and how the capacity changes, we can change the routing via different warehouses and prioritize with the compensation function. We can use the data that we retain for each transportation unit to more efficiently adapt routing. Now, summarized, the advantages are improved sustainability, improved efficiency, increased collaboration between operators, reduced overhead in planning as it is managed digitally, strengthened resilience, increased capacity, and the best thing of all, we don't even need buy-in from any large provider. So, this is goal routing, standing for globally organizing available logistics, and I thank you for the opportunity to present. Yes.
Thank you, jury. I think what we see here is reflective of the fact that today's youth, when they find something that's not, that needs improvement in the world, just go ahead with full confidence to find a solution and improve lives for everyone and for business. Our next speaker is Sri Hashra from Dassault Systems. He is a global transformation leader in Dassault. Of course, it's a French multinational, very strong in aviation, and we've all heard about it because of the Rafale fighter jets. They have a fairly strong presence here in India, including in Bangalore, and they recently announced manufacture of the Rafale fuselage with the Tatas and the Falcon business jets with Reliance. So that shows their commitment to India. But they have some unique approaches to manufacture and to the use of technology. So we're going to hear from Harsha on that.
A very good evening to everyone. I think I had a 1 minute of glory on Dassault Aviation. Dassault Aviation is the parent group company of Dassault Systems, and they are the ones who are making Rafales and the corporate jets, Falcons, and I belong to a company named Dassault Systems. It's a sister organization. We are a separate BU and with a separate P&L. We are the ones who actually provide tool sets and enable global manufacturers to virtualize everything. If I have to use the word virtualize everything, what exactly does it mean? Any product, before it is conceptualized, designed, before it hits the shop floor, has to be thought through on what components it will go through, how would it look like, the functional mock-up of every single thing, and then once you put together everything, will it work in the way it's supposed to be, with the right quality, with no issues as such, and first time right, and reducing the number of prototypes you would possibly need before you make it. And manufacturing is a very expensive affair. And as many of my friends and the previous speakers were talking about, it involves resources, people, and a lot of capacity with regard to the machinery and the equipment which you want to procure, and obviously the real estate and the raw materials to put things together. So historically, manufacturing has been trial and error, till you master the processes to make it first time right as such. In the next 7 minutes, I will try to spend time on, where is the journey towards virtualization of manufacturing going in? How is this relevant to India? And lastly, I will also touch upon the skill sets which is needed, because we have a huge lack of knowledge and people with this sort of skill sets worldwide. I can even assure you, if you are having even 1% of this skill sets in your CV today, you will be hired by the global top Fortune 500 companies tomorrow. So let's move on and understand what am I talking and how is it relevant. I think as we talked enough about India becoming the third largest economy and becoming an innovation hub, manufacturing hub, AI hub, blah, blah, blah. But the most important thing is obviously the GDP is growing. We have some sectors which are really growing as such. But the important point is manufacturing altogether. And how is manufacturing, which is supposed to be contributing 25% of India's GDP. And I'm very happy to see that some of the sectors which is here is exactly as Sir mentioned 10 minutes ago. These are the segments which are really, or the domains, if I may put it, which are really growing in India, wherein we really need skill sets. Whether it is semiconductors, drones and space technology, we saw the need of it in the recent conflict, as well as shipbuilding. I think the speaker in the morning we talked about, we are sitting in an opportunity, once in a lifetime in shipbuilding in India. And, and Dassault Systems is very happy to work with Cochin Shipbuilding, Mazagon Docks, and, quite a lot of these shipbuilding companies. And lastly, renewables and green energy. That's another big domain. We are actively working with Mahindra Sustain and contributing to what they're trying to do in India. And lastly, white goods and telecom. You may wonder, why is this linked to skill and manufacturing? That's exactly what I'm going to talk about. Any manufacturing activity starts from product strategy and planning to design to manufacturing finally, and then it hits to the distribution before that particular product goes into the hands of the customer, if it is B2C, and finally B2B, involves conversion of raw materials to the final goods. And that's a lot of effort with people and effort and trial and error. So at Dassault Systems, what we said 20, 30 years ago, working with Toyota, I was fortunate to be in Japan. I worked there for 5 years, understanding the lean and Kanban principles, was if you can virtualize the process of conversion of raw materials to the final goods, do that sort of an analysis virtually. If you really see on the left-hand side, the strategy and the design, and the planning and the scheduling of the activities, and finally the last mile, which is the logistics of either the raw materials hitting the factory or the final goods going into the distributor and to the warehouses and to the customer. When we talk about digitization and data, there are 3 important parameters of digitization, specifically from a manufacturing perspective. Let me take a step back and simplify that for you. When you're making a product, it could be as basic as this product. We talk about virtual twin of product. We analyze the components which goes to it, the plastic or the materials or the steel, and the associated chemistry associated with materials, before we really finally reach a shape where the customer is willing to pay money for a right pricing, is virtual twin of product. You master the product, you need material science, you need chemistry, before we get into the engineering and styling and making it all these things. The second aspect is virtual twin of production systems. Obviously, we can hire consultants and we can get things together and we can buy land and put a factory, but the question is, for the throughput which you are expecting, where are the raw materials has to come from? Is the suppliers right next to your factory, or they have to come from Gujarat or from a port? You need to plan all that stuff. Plus, what happens inside a factory, what we call as manufacturing planning analysis inside the factory, how much percentage of automation you need, how much is the labor you need, what sort of warehouses you need, how much is the metal handling equipment you need. There's a lot of work which goes inside. We can virtualize all of that, and that's what we call as virtual twin of production system. And last but not least is the virtual twin of the supply chain. Supply chain is crucial given what's been happening in the market right now. One morning, one tweet from somebody can change the market overnight. The supplies can change, the trade barriers can hit, and you may not get your raw materials, or you may not be able to ship with 100% more tariff altogether. So how do you analyze the what if? What if one particular port operations is stopped? What if one particular landline is not there altogether? Is there a way you can model this supply chain? So you may wonder, I'm talking a lot of ifs and buts. That's exactly where the virtualization of virtual twin of product, virtual twin of production system, and virtual twin of the supply chain network comes into picture. What we do at Dassault Systems, we help our customers, whether it is OEMs, the small suppliers, or even the smallest of the smallest companies like startups in Bangalore right here, or even as somebody mentioned, a small startup called as Rafe in Delhi, which does drones in India today, go up from virtual twin of product to be able to design the drone, go up to the virtual twin of production system to be able to establish a manufacturing system to manufacture those drones, and finally have the supply chain of the drones in place so that you're able to cater and scale to the market demands which you have. Long story short, let me run a small video which summarizes whatever I explained right now. Can I get the audio, please?
In a disruptive world driven by experiences, we continue to imagine new horizons and expand our creativity to improve the modern world. With increasing global demand for the planet's precious resources, companies seek ways to operate sustainably without sacrificing competitiveness. At Delmia, we improve real-world experiences through virtual worlds using the Virtual Twin Experience. The Virtual Twin Experience is more than just a static digital twin. It is a dynamic digital model of your resources, products, and value network connected in real time. Real-time data is used to enable visualization, modeling, and simulation of complex products and operations, allowing you to make informed decisions and achieve greater optimization. Actionable data is an important part of the Virtual Twin Experience, enabling planning and execution to help you achieve your business and sustainability goals. With it, you can plan manufacturing facilities and operations to maximize efficiency, profit, as well as safety for your workforce. Leverage model-based engineering for virtual build and optimized process plans to achieve efficiency in everything from manufacturing to transportation. Have complete visibility across all functions and silos so you can make the right decisions to achieve operational excellence. Leverage a collaborative platform with lean operational tools to enable efficient global teamwork and workflows. Gain insights through closed-loop feedback to learn from past experiences and improve future operations. Analyze and simulate demand and supply. Optimize your value network with precision to ensure resiliency to ever-changing challenges. Identify and solve tactical operational challenges and respond with agility to schedule critical resources. Plan for success to ensure efficient warehousing and logistics operations for both inbound and outbound materials and last-mile delivery. By leveraging real-world data, you can direct materials, resources, and labor as needed to ensure flawless execution across global operations. Capitalize on knowledge and best practices shared by others on the cloud to ensure perfect first-time execution. Make every business decision a right one by having full IIoT connectivity between machines, products, and inventory, which allows real-time monitoring. This is a glimpse of the power that the Virtual Twin Experience can deliver for your business. It's more than just a digital twin. It's the connection of the virtual and real worlds that paves the way to resilience and opens the door to greater levels of innovation in your business.
Thank you for your patience. You know, at Dassault Systems, we believe that virtual worlds are very helpful for real life. And while we boast 375,000 customers worldwide, you know, I'm happy to share that we have 25,000 customers in India. And you know, people think that developing world will not use technology, but I can tell you for sure, on the likes of Royal Enfield to Volvo Eicher, every single car you drive on Mahindra today, the styling, I mean, I'm happy to say that Mahindra uses Dassault Systems technology, and it's in a public forum, this information altogether. So India is changing, and I think sometimes I even tell that we're even setting new standards in the adoption of technology, and many of my friends in North America and Europe sometimes really wonder how fast you guys go. And I think, honestly, we are stopping ourselves with regard to what are the possibilities for us in India, because the world is the market of what we can possibly do. With that, I would like to thank Joseph for my time here, and happy to be here with all of you today and have a wonderful conference. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you.
Thank you. That was a great example of a French company leveraging India, not just in terms of our talent, but also building a huge customer base. I'd like to call our next speaker, Dr. Tamiz Inyan from Frigate. He's a PhD in manufacturing and has worked in several manufacturing companies over the years. And he's really focused on helping customers source manufacturing facilities from India, has a number of clusters in the manufacturing space in India that has been approved by him. So let's hear from him how he helps customers find manufacturing in India.
So good evening, everyone. Hope I am audible. So thanks for the opportunity, first of all. This one. Right? Okay. So I represent Frigate. I'm the founder and CEO. So I'm going to speak about how we do Make in India really. So because even before 4 years, even I won't be agreeing if I do something for the global manufacturing, because I have worked as a vendor for almost, see, from Bombardier, say for example, FL Smith, Pratt & Whitney, Rolls-Royce. So, but I am very proud that we are right now exporting to 18 major countries across the globe. So what we do really, so we are a global contract manufacturing company. So what we do is, first thing is, as we know, after the COVID, right? So over-reliance of China, as people start thinking, so why should we still rely on China? So, and again, India is not a China plus one option. We have other countries as well, but where we are solving is the slow execution, right? So that is where we come. And fragmented networks, because in India there are lots of networks, be it in Tamil Nadu itself there are 5-6 networks, be it Hosur, Chennai, Bangalore, Coimbatore, Jamnagar, there are lots of multiple fragmented networks. So our thought process is to why don't we connect that and serve. The next thing is high costs. So the USP is predominantly is into new product development, then China plus one obviously, and we do a lot of value engineering with respect to DFM and DFA as well, and we do lots of import localization for Indian customers as well, and everything is tech enabled. So you come to us, we aggregate everything and we execute and we'll deliver to you. So these are all some of the areas we serve right now. So predominantly for domestic we do lots of import localization. For example, as you know, there are lots of VAS standards that has to be, if you are a D2C company in India, you have to get into BAS. For getting a BAS, you have to manufacture it in India. So that's what we are doing it for Indian brands, and we do lots of heavy structures as well with respect to say Adani, Reliance, L&T, or major EPCs in India. So with respect to the overseas, we do two things. Whether be it product development and custom manufacturing, we do both. So these are all the major product segment we execute: cables, wires, lux sockets, wiring harness, transformers. Everything is customized, and these are all major processes we do. So these are our founding team. So both of our my ex-colleagues. So these are all the different segments and areas we focus. We predominantly into defense and aerospace, medical equipment, consumer and robotics. I'll directly get away into what are all these problems we have solved so far. So we have supplied, we are proud that we are supplied to Boeing right now. You can see it's a pressure die casted part. We are tier 1 vendor, means Wapel. So they were sourcing it from China. So for China plus one option, they came to India, and we are currently supplying the 6th shipment from India with respect to this, with respect to AS9100. So then comes Thaligen. It's an $8 billion company in US, something like Godrej in India. So we are supplying complete the enclosures along with the door assembly, which is having plastics, injection molding, pressure die casting, and as well as sheet metal. This is completely done in India for its first of its kind in India as well. And this is one of the major stuffs we have done so far. It's one of its kind in India as well, where we have done supercar De Tomaso, where we have complete headlight assembly, which we have done it in India. It's one of its kind, and it's one of the biggest project we have done so far. It's complete 43 sub-assemblies and assemblies, which we have given it for a company called De Tomaso Italy. It has been, prototype has been done, its production run is there. So only 70 number of sets we have provided for 35 cars. So this is again back to the Indian stories where we do lots of import localization. So these are some of the stories where we do bento boxes. So again, this was previously done in China. So we indigenously have done that, and we are the contract manufacturer for this company. Again, hope you know the new energy solar inverters. Everywhere, this aluminum enclosures is predominantly a very gray area where Indian fabricators are still struggling to cope up with the Chinese. So again, we took as a challenge, and we have delivered complete solar enclosures with respect to 3 kind of kilowatts, and we are currently contract manufacturing predominantly for this company. So this is what we have done so far, and this is how we are doing currently. So for all these things, we split into 2 things. One is contract manufacturing, one other is just in time, which is we call frigate fast parts. So for contract manufacturing, we do predominantly production parts, sub-assembly, assembly, CKD, SKD, whatever it is. It comes under contract manufacturing. Which comes into fast parts, we do predominantly do prototypes, low volume, high mix kind of stuffs. So it comes to the technology, we do it via these 2 things. So we have our own tech where you can upload the parts, you can get the quote, you can place your order, we can deliver it in 7 days to the max. We can even deliver it within 2 days if you are in US or Europe. And fast sourcing, once the order is there, then we have our vendor network tied within our supply chain, and they execute it and quality check it, and they send it directly. So coming back to the project management system, we have built, because we've been in this business for 5 years, and I've been in the manufacturing for almost 15 years, and we have built a different sets of silos for different project management, because there is a different systems for different industries, from APQP to AAS, from IATF. For medical grades, there are different systems. We have built a complete project management silos integrated with the tech layer for the execution. So this is a gate-based system, which is advanced product quality planning. So this is our quality management system. We are ISO certified, and all these project management system and the quality management system is integrated, so that everything, even though we are a startup, we work more like a tier 1 and more than a Fortune 50 company systems we follow, because as you know, we are into predominantly in exports. So this is our frigate management system. So we have close to 33 factories who's predominantly working only for frigate across India. So this is the different kind of stages. You can say approved vendor list, right, for any tier 1. So similar kind of format, but it is this is a process which is indigenously developed by our system, so that we kind of leverage more on the supplier end. So these are all the different tech stacks we've used so far, and it is entirely integrated to the frigate manufacturing execution system. So these are the different kind of manufacturing processes we do. Yeah. So we have two stuffs, mechanical and both electrical. So for electrical, we are predominantly into exports. So we started with this heavy engineering business way back in 4 years, but still we are doing with these many customers here in India, be it Adani, IOCL, MacMet, Everest, L&T we do for three units. So these are some of the user stories I can show. So feedbacks. And I can show you this, this wallet is done by us, because it was done by before in China, but it is done by first time in India as well. So our idea is to kind of indigenously product develop and make use of these tier 2, tier 3 vendors and like infill our engineering capability to them and make global products. So these are all some of the golden customers we have so far. And right now, our 40% of the revenue comes from exports. And this is the strategy going far. So right now we are 40%, and will be next year will be 50%, will be our exports revenue, and we'll be setting our corporate headquarters in Europe. I don't know where, but I'm still thinking of Brussels or Germany. That's why I'm here. So we want to make it as a marketplace as well, so that where we can add a tech layer over that, so that both supply and demand can match. So, and expand into new categories as well. So this is my ask here, and thanks for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. It's wonderful that you're using your long experience in the field of manufacturing to access manufacturing capabilities in India for overseas customers. My next speaker is Vijay S.J., Chairman and Founder of Home Mission. His company is into construction manufacturing, and he's an original building manufacturer. They focus on micro factories on site and also modular precast technology. All this helps in reducing waste, time, and also labor. So over to Mr. Vijay.
Good evening, and I think that I am the last one. And also what I'm going to talk about is possibly the last thing ever happened in manufacturing. Because whoever would have thought of manufacturing buildings? And manufacturing buildings was attempted in some way or other, possibly after the Second World War, in the name of either prefabrication at bits and pieces or precasting as multiple pieces to bring them together to make one room. So we said, in India, with the scale, with the speed, with the demand for quality that is coming in, non-negotiable, how do I manufacture the buildings that the country needs? And unlike others, can I go and manufacture the whole room as one single pour with all its utilities pre-installed? So A, manufacture, and manufacture as integrated full room at one go. The next was manufacture the room in such a way, whatever services that have to be there, whether it is electrical, whether it is plumbing, whether your wall boxes, all of that should be there. So manufacture, monolithic, at one go. That's what we took up. Now, I just want to share with you, in the time available, how did we go about? We use a technology called three-dimensional monolithic modular precast. Now, how does it work? Can you just run the video, please? Yeah, we take this machine to the site, and as you can see in the next frame, that's the machine. Push a remote control button, the machine opens, lower the reinforcement cage, the normal reinforcement which you put, yeah? Check against the drawing, fit whatever has to go in, mechanical, electrical, plumbing. Check, it's okay, push the button, close the machine, open the concrete. As the concrete falls, the machine vibrates and also cures. Hence, each machine, you pour in the evening, next day morning you come, you are able to take out a full room. One single piece, no multiple joints, no leakages, no seepages, with all your service lines in. That is what we do to manufacture the building. Now, that's oversimplified computer animation. How does it happen? Here is a real image of the machine, of the reinforcement, of your conduits, with your wall boxes, whatever has to go into the room. And we use the normal M40 grade concrete, which the construction industry uses. Nothing special about it. And let the machine vibrate and cure, let it reach the requisite strength before we push the button, open the machine, and take out the room. So that is the process. From 1997, the world has been using, we brought into India 10 years ago. So what is it that we have done? What are the types of building we have done? What height of building? In which seismic zone? That's what we want to share with you. As you can see, that is a room you take out if you want a larger room. You can put the door frames, window frames, whatever has to go in before you pour the concrete. So it comes with all of it. That was about manufacturing. Now you would see about how do I erect. 10 modules, 3,500 square foot, 5.5 hours. That's the installation plus the structural connection, erection time. So it's not only faster, it's faster, stronger, machine made, hence it is better. This, 6 days. This conference room, this was inaugurated by the Honorable Prime Minister of India in 2021. Now, we began by saying we will manufacture residential buildings. But what really happened? Next slide, please. So, obviously, a building needs to be certified. We got the certification in 2019, and the beauty of this is one machine can manufacture any of those buildings, any of these rooms, including just column, beam, and slab, if you don't want the walls. That's the flexibility the technology provides. Other than being faster, better, stronger, it's totally flexible. Obvious quick comparison is all these shortcomings we had in manual construction, in segmental piece-by-piece precast, as well as cost in situ. All that gets overcome. That's why it is the latest three-dimensional monolithic modular precast. We said, next to that is, in a country like India, vast, I should be able to not manufacture the building and transport, but the factory should go to the site and manufacture at site. One-time transportation of the factory, manufacture whatever is required, take the factory and go back. So we had to work on that. That possibly was the smart part of the manufacturing. So we now have a mobile micro factory. Wherever you want, as long as a trailer can come in, we come in the factory. We set it up in about 10 days. Manufacture your building and go. So question is, how much space do you need? For manufacturing 300 square foot a day. The total space we need is 60 feet by 60 feet. The machine sits there, the reinforcement making sits there, 2 days of production sits there. But if a project is large, you say, no, I want 1,000 square feet. I put 4 of those machines. You say, no, finish it on the ground. Put the windows, put the first coat of paint, make it ready to install. We do the second bay. That is the kind of automated, almost like an assembly line of an automobile factory. That's where it is going. This was the first one we did in India, 2015. 5-story building, 20 apartments, 33 days. This is a training center in the Goa airport, inaugurated by the Prime Minister of India. Took us 40 days, the whole complex. That was the memory for us. This is a police station building for Goa Police. We took about 38 days. Open plan office with no walls at all. The whole floor plan is open, 20,000 square foot, 3 floors, 110 days. For Air Force, I can't show the building. It's in Bangalore, about 35 days. This is the most interesting. If you are flying out of Bangalore airport, you would see this tower where the radar is sitting, 7-story, 500 square foot is the footprint. 14 days of manufacturing, 10 days to erect. It holds a heavy weight on its head, continuous vibration, done by IIT Madras, manufactured by us in Bangalore, erected. 1-bedroom hall kitchen, 4 days. From casting to the air conditioner that you see there, put on a trailer, taken wherever it is required. Then came, can you do the flooring? Can you put the urinal? Can you put the commodes? Can you put the wall tiles? All of it. Put it on the back of a trailer. move it 700 kilometers from Bombay to Madhya Pradesh. Done, installed, in use. This is a well-known story. 41 stories, Singapore, not done by us, same technology. Thank you.
Thank you, Vijay. That was fantastic. Great that you could bring this technology to India, and sad that it took some years before it came here. Our final speaker, Gopi Hanumantappa, who's the managing director of ThyssenKrupp, a German industrial engineering and steel production giant, one of the largest producers of steel in the world. Great to have you, Gopi.
Good evening. So at 5:30, the people who are left around are wondering how they're still here. And I understand from Jose that the next session is the VC session. So these are guys who need your money. Well, having said that, first thing is I wish I'd met Mr. Vijay a bit earlier because we're currently in the process of doubling our facility in Bangalore. What's taking almost about 8 to 10 months. I wish we'd met him earlier. We'll finish this up in 3 months' time. A bit about what I want to say to you in the next 7-8 minutes, I think in context of what TI is and our offerings as a company, what we do in India, and a small impulse from my side. A small clarification to how I've been introduced. I'm responsible for the aerospace business in India, and we'll get to know a bit more about ThyssenKrupp as I run through these slides. This is a typical day as we walk into work, where we just zoom in straight into the elements of various aspects of that goes into our business every day. I mean, we just don't need to go through the entire thing, but it just tells you that each of us are so concentrated on what we do that we zoom in. I've also taken the liberty to introduce the commute in Bangalore, which has been widely talked about all through the day. This entire aspect is what we get involved day in and day out, and in a way forget about the large picture, which is what I want to talk about in the context of aerospace and defense. Just to give you a sense what's happening around the globe, we have a backlog of about 15 years just on the pure aerospace civil side. We're not talking about the rearmament that's going around globally across countries, fragmented supply chains, multipolar worlds, yeah, so on and so forth. So let's talk about how we at ThyssenKrupp Aerospace enable this entire industry. For every industry, there are just about 3 facets that go in. It's about materials, it's about materials transformation, and very clearly about products. And this is what I think many a time we forget as colleagues who work in industry to get a sense of how do we work smartly about. Being agnostic about what we do, about the materials transformation industry, it could be right from horseshoes right up to aircraft parts. It's all about materials transformation and depends on the complexity that you need to be working with. All these elements obviously connected up with what's called as our supply chain. There's no rocket science, everyone knows, and some of you may be wondering, why am I talking about this? Talking just about 3 elements. As always, products could be anything. It could be right from industrial products right up to aircraft, or it could be anything else that you need. And what goes in to make this is the investment that goes into manage this complexity. Yeah? We know about this particular part, about much we talked about through the day, and about value chains, shortage of workers, energy prices, green transformation, the geopolitics associated with it, and obviously the way systems are shaping from horizontal to vertical or vertical to horizontal, depending on the nature of the day, based on tariffs, so on and so forth. Yeah, so obviously, the question is, when we see all this, we say, hey, how the hell do we prioritize? Let us see how we do it within ThyssenKrupp Supply Chain Solutions. That's the organization that we belong to. And it's a wider part of the large organization of ThyssenKrupp, which is materials. We have about 5 divisions: the material services, decarbon technologies, automotive, steel, and marine systems. Yes, we did have a large presence in steel earlier, but we are narrowing down that element because it's not productive for us to produce steel in parts of the world that we were operating earlier. So I belong to the material services division, one of the largest parts, about close to about $16 billion US. The aerospace side of it, the supply chain services works with almost all available industries, as you see over here. So the aerospace and supply chain is spread widely across Europe, US, and other parts of the world, and we are located in India at Bangalore. Our business is about material supply, logistics, and global control towers. I'll talk a little more about what we do. It's about, we take this entire bit, and depending on the needs of the customer, we tend to customize our offerings to them. It's like a Lego blocks. You know, you just take around and see what makes sense, and then you tend to put together various elements of materials, logistics, control towers, and also digitize this entire thing through the cycle. Obviously, this is driven by elements of transformations that are required on account of sustainability, resilient supply chains, and obviously nearshoring where it's relevant. We have a process on which we do this entire thing in terms of how we design, manage, and operate and execute, more importantly. And I'll take you through examples in terms of where we have applied this to some of our customers. I don't need to talk about this. It's about creating a digital twin in many ways. Some of our colleagues have talked about it earlier. We use a lot of toolboxes which enable us to find the right solution which needs to be applied. And as always, it's the value that you create with is all that matters at the end of the day. Reinforcing the fact that we have no options but go digital wherever we do, otherwise we will not be able to cater to the needs of the industry. We talk about traditional supply chains, which are about, as you see on the left, which causes enormous friction and costs across the system. And in our experience, it is about how you go about digitizing this with the right amount of, with the right strategy, which makes a big difference to what you do every day. So some of the companies we have already heard about. We work with these organizations very closely in terms of designing for the needs, be it a Deutsche Aircraft, be it Saab, be it Bombardier, be it Rolls-Royce, or Airbus, or Boeing. I think we have been able to apply a wide range of strategies to help these organizations to move forward in the direction that they need. Yep. We don't need to talk about sustainability. It's a very, very important part of what we do, but it's an important aspect of every supply chain that we design and execute. Ramp up is around the corner. I just mentioned earlier about the backlog, which is about 10 to 12 years, and the industry is struggling in many ways to meet the needs of the aircraft industry. Yeah. So a bit about India Enterprise. We've established in Bangalore in 2015, that's 10 years ago, currently in the process of doubling our footprint. I think one of the nice things that we did during this process of establishing our organization in India is we were able to build and execute an organization which was very, very strongly rooted in elements of values and integrity in the Indian context. We also enabled circularity and also about how we managed about building the ecosystem when no one was there in aerospace way back in 2015 when we were just seeing small shoots of aerospace with different companies over here. Yeah. More about, if you want to know about what we have done in Bangalore, I would rather take this offline and talk to you because due to paucity of time. I just want to touch upon this slide, which is a little dear to me. And we've all talked, we have heard about the various progress that India is making on maybe the high GDP, digital economy, the physical infrastructure, attracting new investments. We heard about it. But what we have not really heard or been critical about is our operating infrastructure ecosystem, which still is rooted in a very inefficient system. And this is actually the bane of many of our problems in India as we progress. In our direction and aspiration to become what we are, if this is not addressed, I think this will really hold India back. I came across an interesting tweet a few weeks ago, and I'm going to reproduce that to you because it actually captures the essence of this operating ecosystem. It was put out by a very well-known guy, Dr. Rajesh Parekh, which talks about how difficult it is to balance the needs of the industry and the system that is currently there, and how we ought to address two aspects which really holds this entire system to ransom. You could read this for yourself. It's there. It's a little critical. People may not be very comfortable reading about it, but it is what it is. And if we don't address this, I think we will lose the advantage that we have as a country. The innovation which is taking place is great. It helps us to manage the last miles very well, but we ought to fix the system in one form or the other. And though it's an unpopular opinion, I just wanted to talk about it and make people aware a bit more on this front. Yes, while we have been able to build this entire aspect, we have been able to address this very successfully in terms of managing and working with all stakeholders here with the government and other parts that are involved. I would like to understand also from many of you, if you have been able to deliver businesses from ground up to performance in a nice way or plan to do it. I would be more happy to learn from you in terms of how you've done it. It's very, very important because we have to build on this in a very strong way if India needs to succeed in what it's doing. Yeah. So yes, like I said, we have been able to deliver this in a very nice way without any consultants, which is a common practice in India due to reasons that you see on this screen. And what's very clear to me is if we are unable to address these issues, we will not be able to leverage the demographic dividend that we have in India and build what we need to in the best possible way. This has been the malaise of a system, and very clearly we need to be the agents of change of what we are doing over here. Yeah. With this, I just want to give you a quick insight into an organization that we support. It's called the Samarpan Foundation, and it's also known as the First Principle. I would urge you to run through this site when you get the time, where it's really about simplicity in action, where innovation has been grassroots, which has been able to provide fodder in terms of food for all. Read about it. It's as per USRDA. They've been able to build homes out of PET plastic, which is able to withstand earthquakes up to 9.8 Richter scale. It also talks about how you could build forests and, by tapping into dewdrops, which are available around, all around with us. The ability to use nature in a very, very sustainable manner, and more importantly, it's affordable to the weakest and accessible to the weakest of the sections of society all around the world. The inventor is a gentleman called Patrick San Francisco. I would urge you to run through this entire thing. Yep. So great. With this, I would just like to conclude what I needed to say. For those who want to talk more about how and what we do about in India, or how we've been able to support our customers from day one in India in a very, very efficient way, I'm happy to talk about it. We work with almost every aerospace company in the country, supporting them with their needs in the most efficient manner. Yeah, with this, thank you for listening to me. You're an amazing audience. Thank you for the privilege. And most importantly, thank you, Jose. Like I said to Jose earlier, I normally attend TIA sessions only as a listener because there's so much to absorb with this young and exciting crowd and innovations that come in. And nevertheless, Jose insisted that I say a few things, and well, thank you for the opportunity. Yep, thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Gopi. Great to hear about what your company is doing internationally, but also in India. This gentleman right here in the front just walked up to me and said, all outstanding presentations. So a big round of applause to everyone. And all of the speakers, can you please come up for a group photo? The speakers from this session.
Thank you so much. I think with that, we come to a close of day one's panel. While the speakers come there quickly to the center to take the picture, I will also be joining them. Immediately after this, we all have to vacate this hall. They have to change the setup. So I request you, don't leave any valuable things back. Take everything valuable with you and go out, because they are changing the setup for a boardroom setup. And those who are invited for the CXO roundtable, you may stay back, and it will start at 6:45. They will open the doors at 7 and close the doors again at 7:15. Thank you so much. You have been a lovely audience. Let's have some music, the last picture, and then in 10 minutes, let's see how fast we can vacate this hall. It's just like those fire drills, you remember? So they'll play the music loud and we go out. Okay, thank you.